Chapter 7 Part 3 of Through the Brazilian Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Fan. Through the Brazilian Wilderness by Theodore Roosevelt. Chapter 7 With the Mule Train Across Nhambiquara Land. Part 3. There were many swollen rivers to cross at this point of our journey. Some we waded at falls, some we crossed by root bridges. The larger ones, such as the Juína, we crossed by ferry, and when the approaches were swampy and the river broad and swift, many hours might be consumed in getting the mule train, the loose bullocks, and the ox cart over. We had few accidents, although we once lost a ferry load of provisions, which was quite a misfortune in a country where they could not be replaced. The pasturage was poor, and it was impossible to make long marches with our weakened animals. At one camp, 3 Nhambiquaras paid us a visit at breakfast time. They left their weapons behind them before they appeared, and shouted loudly while they were still hid by the forest, and it was only after repeated answering calls of welcome that they approached. Always in the wilderness friends proclaim their presence. A silence at once marks a foe. Our visitors were men, and stark naked, as usual. One seemed sick, he was thin, and his back was scarred with marks of the grub of the loathsome burning fly. Indeed, all of them showed scars, chiefly from insect wounds, but the other 2 were in good condition, and although they ate greedily of the food offered them, they had with them a big mandioc cake, some honey, and a little fish. One of them wore a high helmet of puma skin, with the tail hanging down his back handsome headgear, which he gladly bartered for several strings of bright coral red beads. Around the upper arms of 2 of them were bands bound so tightly as to cut into and deform the muscles, a singular custom, seemingly not only purposeless but mischievous, which is common among this tribe and many others. The Nhambiquaras are a numerous tribe, covering a large region, but they have no general organization. Each group of families acts for itself. Half a dozen years previously they had been very hostile, and Colonel Rondon had to guard his camp and exercise every precaution to guarantee his safety, while at the same time successfully endeavoring to avoid the necessity of himself shedding blood. Now they are, for the most part, friendly, but there are groups or individuals that are not. Several soldiers have been killed at these little lonely stations, and while in some cases the attack may have been due to soldiers having meddled with Nhambiquara women, in other cases the killing was entirely wanton and unprovoked. Sooner or later these criminals or outlaws will have to be brought to justice. It will not do to let their crimes go unpunished. Twice soldiers have deserted and fled to the Nhambiquaras. The runaways were well received, were given wives, and adopted into the tribe. The country when opened will be a healthy abode for white settlers, but pioneering in the wilderness is grim work for both man and beast. Continually as we journeyed onward, under the pitiless glare of the sun or through blinding torrents of rain, we passed desolate little graves by the roadside. They marked the last resting places of men who had died by fever, or dysentery, or Nhambiquara arrows. We raised our heads as our mules plodded slowly by through the sand. On each grave was a frail wooden cross, and this and the paling round about were already stained by the weather as grey as the tree trunks of the stunted forest that stretched endlessly on every side. The skeletons of mules and oxen were frequent along the road. Now and then we came across a mule or ox which had been abandoned by Captain Amilcar's party ahead of us. The animal had been left with the hope that when night came it would follow along the trail to water, Sometimes it did so, sometimes we found it dead, or standing motionless waiting for death. From time to time we had to leave behind one of our own mules. It was not always easy to recognize what pasturage the mules would accept as good. One afternoon we pitched camp by a tiny rivulet in the midst of the scrubby upland forest, a camp, by the way, where the piums, the small biting flies, were a torment during the hours of daylight, while after dark their places were more than taken by the diminutive gnats, which the Brazilians expressively term pólvora or powder, and which get through the smallest meshes of a mosquito net. The feed was so scanty and the cover so dense at this spot that I thought we would have great difficulty in gathering the mules next morning, but we did not. A few hours later, in the afternoon, we camped by a beautiful open meadow. On one side ran a rapid brook, with a waterfall 8 feet high, under which we bathed and swam. Here the feed looked so good that we all expressed pleasure, but the mules did not like it, and after nightfall they hiked back on the trail, and it was a long and arduous work to gather them next morning. I have touched above on the insect pests. Men unused to the South American wilderness speak with awe of the danger therein from jaguars, crocodiles, and poisonous snakes. In reality, the danger from these sources is trivial, much less than the danger of being run down by an automobile at home, but at times the torment of the insect plagues can hardly be exaggerated. There are many different species of mosquitoes, some of them bearers of disease. There are many different kinds of small, biting flies and gnats, loosely grouped together under various titles. The ones more especially called piums by my companions were somewhat like our northern black flies. They gorged themselves with blood. At the moment their bites did not hurt, but they left an itching scar. Head nets and gloves are a protection, but are not very comfortable in stifling hot weather. It is impossible to sleep without mosquito bites. When settlers of the right type come into a new land, they speedily learn to take the measures necessary to minimize the annoyance caused by all these pests. Those that are winged have plenty of kinsfolk in so much of the northern continent as has not yet been subdued by man, but the most noxious of the South American ants have, thank heaven, no representatives in North America. At the camp of the piums of a column of the carnivorous foraging ants made its appearance before nightfall, and for a time we feared it might put us out of our tents, for it went straight through camp, between the kitchen tent and our own sleeping tents. However, the column turned neither to the right nor the left, streaming uninterruptedly past for several hours, and doing no damage except to the legs of any incautious man who walked near it. On the afternoon of February 15 we reached Campus Novus. This place was utterly unlike the country we had been traversing. It was a large basin, several miles across, traversed by several brooks. The brooks ran in deep swampy valleys, occupied by a matted growth of tall tropical forest. Between them the ground rose in bold hills, bare of forest and covered with grass, on which our jaded animals fed eagerly. On one of these rounded hills a number of buildings were ranged in a quadrangle, for the pasturage at this spot is so good that it is permanently occupied. There were milch cows, and we got delicious fresh milk, and there were goats, pigs, turkeys, and chickens. Most of the buildings were made of upright posts with roofs of palm thatch. One or two were of native brick, plastered with mud, and before this there was an enclosure with a few ragged palms and some pineapple plants. Here we halted. Our attendants made 2 kitchens. One was out in the open air, one was under a shelter of ox hide. The view over the surrounding grassy hills, riven by deep wooded valleys, was lovely. The air was cool and fresh. We were not bothered by insects, although mosquitoes swarmed in every belt of timber, yet there has been much fever at this beautiful and seemingly healthy place. Doubtless when settlement is sufficiently advanced a remedy will be developed. The geology of this neighborhood was interesting. Oliveira found fossil tree trunks which he believed to be of Cretaceous age. Here we found Nhambiquara and Mule, who had waited for us with the rear guard of their pack train, and we enjoyed our meeting with the two fine fellows, than whom no military service of any nation could produce more efficient men for this kind of difficult and responsible work. Next morning they mustered their soldiers, muleteers, and pack-ox men and marched off. Reinich, the taxidermist, was with them. We followed in the late afternoon, camping after a few miles. We left the ox cart at Campus Novus. From thence on the trail was only for pack animals. In this neighborhood the two naturalists found many birds which we had not hitherto met. The most conspicuous was a huge oriole, the size of a small crow, with a naked face, a black and red bill, and gaudily variegated plumage of green, yellow, and chestnut. Very interesting was a false bellbird, a gray bird with loud metallic notes. There was also a tiny soft-tailed woodpecker, no larger than a kinglet, a queer hummingbird with a slightly flexible bill, and many species of ant thrush, tanager, manikin, and toady. Among these unfamiliar forms was a vireo looking much like our solitary vireo. At one camp Cherry collected a dozen perching birds, Miller a beautiful little rail, and Kermit, with a small Luger belt rifle, a handsome curassow, nearly as big as a turkey, out of which, after it had been skinned, the cook made a delicious canja, the thick Brazilian soup of fowl and rice than which there is nothing better of its kind. All these birds were new to the collection. No naturalists had previously worked this region, so that the afternoon's work represented 9 species new to the collection, 6 new genera, and a most excellent soup. 2 days after leaving Campus Novus, we reached Vilhena, where there is a telegraph station. We camped once at a small river named by Colonel Rondon the 12th of October, because he reached it on the day Columbus discovered America. I had never before known what day it was, and once at the foot of a hill which he had named after Lyra, his companion in the exploration. The 2 days' march, really one full day and a part of 2 others, was through beautiful country, and we enjoyed it thoroughly, although there were occasional driving rainstorms, when the rain came in almost level sheets and drenched everyone and everything. The country was like that around Campus Novus, and offered a striking contrast to the level, barren, sandy wastes of the Chaptal, which is a healthy region, where great industrial centers can arise, but not suited for extensive agriculture as are the lowland flats. For these 48 hours the trail climbed into and out of steep valleys and broad basins and up and down hills. In the deep valleys were magnificent woods, in which giant rubber trees towered, while the huge leaves of the low-growing pacova or wild banana were conspicuous in the undergrowth. Great azure butterflies flitted through the open sunny glades, and the bellbirds, sitting motionless, uttered their ringing calls from the dark stillness of the columned groves. The hillsides were grassy pastures or else covered with low open forest. A huge frog, brown above, with a light streak down each side, was found hiding under some sticks in a damp place in one of the improvised kitchens, and another frog, with discs on his toes, was caught on one of the tents. A coral snake puzzled us. Some coral snakes are harmless, others are poisonous, although not aggressive. The best authorities give an infallible recipe for distinguishing them by the pattern of the colors, but this particular specimen, although it corresponded exactly in color pattern with the description of the poisonous snakes, nevertheless had no poison fangs, that even after the most minute examination we could discover. Miller and one of the dogs caught a sariema, a big long-legged bustard-like bird, in rather a curious way. We were on the march, plodding along through as heavy a tropic downpour as it was our ill fortune to encounter. The sariema, evidently as drenched and uncomfortable as we were, was hiding under a bush to avoid the pelting rain. The dog discovered it, and after the bird valiantly repelled him, Miller was able to seize it. Its stomach contained about half a pint of grasshoppers and beetles and young leaves. At Vilhena there was a tame sariema, much more familiar and at home than any of the poultry. It was without the least fear of man or dog. The sariema, like the screamer and the curassow, ought to be introduced into our barnyards and on our lawns. At any rate, in the Southern States, it is a good-looking, friendly, and attractive bird. Another bird we met is in some places far more intimate, and domesticates itself. This is a pretty little honey creeper. In Columbia, Miller found the honey creepers habitually coming inside the houses and hotels at meal times, hopping about the table, and climbing into the sugar bowl. Along this part of our march there was much of what a hasty glance seemed to be volcanic rock, but Olivera showed me that it was a kind of conglomerate with bubbles or hollows in it, made of sand and iron-bearing earth. He said it was a superficial quaternary deposit formed by erosion from the Cretaceous rocks, and that there were here no tertiary deposits. He described the geological structure of the lands through which we had passed as follows. The pantanals were of Pleistocene age. Along the upper Sepotuba, in the region of the rapids, there were sandstones, shales, and clays of Permian age. The rolling country east of this contained eruptive rocks, a porphyritic displays with zeolite, quartz, and agate of Triassic age. With the chapdal of the Paresis plateau we came to a land of sand and clay, dotted with lumps of sandstone and pieces of petrified wood. This, according to Olivera, is of Mesozoic age, possibly Cretaceous, and similar to the South American formation. There are geologists who consider it is of Permian age. At Vilhena we were on a watershed which drained into the Ji-Parana, which itself runs into the Madeira nearly midway between its sources and its mouth. A little farther along and northward we again came to streams running ultimately into the Tapajos, and between them, and close to them, were streamlets which drained into the Duvida and the Ananas, whose courses and outlets were unknown. This point is part of the divide between the basins of the Madeira and the Tapajos. A singular topographical feature of the Plan Alto, the great interior sandy plateau of Brazil, is that at its westernmost end the southward flowing streams, instead of running into the Paraguay as they do farther east, form the headwaters of the Guapore, which may, perhaps, be called the upper main stream of the Madeira. These westernmost streams from the southern edge of the plateau, therefore, begin by flowing south, then for a long stretch they flow southwest, then north, and finally northeast into the Amazon. According to some exceptionally good geological observers, this is probably due to the fact that in a remote geologic past the ocean sent in an arm from the south, between the Plan Alto and what is now the Andean chain. These rivers then emptied into the Andean Sea. The gradual upheaval of the soil has resulted in substituting dry land for this arm of the ocean, and in reversing the course of what is now the Madeira, just as, according to these geologists, in somewhat familiar fashion, The Amazon has been reversed. It had once been, at least for the upper two-thirds of its course, an affluent of the Andean Sea. From Vilhena we travelled in a generally northward direction. For a few leagues we went across the chapadao, the sands or clays of the nearly level upland plateau, grassy or covered with thin, stunted forest, the same type of country that had been predominant ever since we ascended the Parecis tableland on the morning of the third day after leaving the Sepotuba. Then at about the point where the trail dipped into a basin containing the head springs of the Ananas, we left this type of country and began to march through thick forest, not very high. There was little feed for the animals on the chapadao. There was less in the forest. Moreover, the continual heavy rains made the travelling difficult and laborious for them, and they weakened. However, a couple of marches before we reached Transparity, where there is a big ranch with hundreds of cattle, we were met by 10 fresh pack oxen, and our serious difficulties were over. There were piums in plenty by day, but neither mosquitoes nor sandflies by night, and for us the trip was very pleasant, save for moments of anxiety about the mules. The loose bullocks furnished us abundance of fresh beef, although, as was inevitable under the circumstances, of a decidedly tough quality. One of the biggest of the bullocks was attacked one night by a vampire bat, and next morning his withers were literally bathed in blood. With the chapadao we said good-bye to the curious, gregarious, and crepuscular or nocturnal spiders which we found so abundant along the line of the telegraph wire. They have offered one of the small problems with which the Commission has had to deal. They are not common in the dry season. They swarm during the rains, and when their tough webs are wet, those that lead from the wire to the ground sometimes effectually short-circuit the wire. They have on various occasions caused a good deal of trouble in this manner. End of Chapter 7, Part 3.
Chapter 7, Part 4 of Through the Brazilian Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Clifton. Through the Brazilian Wilderness by Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 7, with the mule train across Nhambiquara land, Part 4. The third night out from Vilhena, we emerged for a moment from the endless, close-growing forest in which our poor animals got such scanty pickings, and came to a beautiful open country where grassy slopes, dotted with occasional trees, came down on either side of a little brook which was one of the headwaters of the Duvida. It was a pleasure to see the mules greedily bury their muzzles in the pasturage. Our tents were pitched in the open near a shady tree which sent out its low branches on every side. At this camp Sherry shot a lark, very characteristic of the open upland country, and Miller found 2 bats in the rotten wood of a dead log. He heard them squeaking and dug them out. He could not tell by what method they had gotten in. Here Kermit, while a couple of miles from our tents, came across an encampment of Nhambiquaras. There were 20 or 30 of them, men, women, and a few children. Kermit, after the manner of honest folk in the wilderness, advanced ostentatiously in the open, calling out to give warning of his coming. Like surroundings may cause like manners. The early Saxons in England deemed it legal to kill any man who came through the woods without shouting or blowing a horn, and in Nhambiquara land at the present time it is against etiquette and may be very unhealthy to come through the woods toward strangers without loudly announcing one's presence. The Nhambiquaras received Kermit with utmost cordiality and gave him pineapple wine to drink. They were stark naked as usual. They had no hammocks or blankets, and their huts were flimsy shelters of palm branches, yet they were in fine condition. Half a dozen of the men and a couple of boys accompanied Kermit back to our camp, paying not the slightest heed to the rain which was falling. They were bold and friendly, good-natured, at least superficially, and very inquisitive. In feasting, the long reeds thrust through holes in their lips did not seem to bother them, and they laughed at the suggestion of removing them. Evidently, to have done so would have been rather bad manners, like using a knife as an aid in eating ice cream. They held 2 or 3 dances, and we were again struck by the rhythm and weird, haunting melody of their chanting. After supper they danced beside the campfire, and finally, to their delight, most of the members of our own party, Americans and Brazilians, enthusiastically joined the dance, while the colonel and I furnished an appreciative and applauding audience. Next morning, when we were awakened by the chattering and screaming of the numerous macaws, parrots, and parakeets, we found that nearly all the Indians, men and women, were gathered outside the tent. As far as clothing was concerned, they were in the condition of Adam and Eve before the fall. One of the women carried a little squirrel monkey. She put it up the big tree some distance from the tents, and when she called, it came scampering to her across the grass, ran up her, and clung to her neck. They would have liked to pilfer, but as they had no clothes, it was difficult for them to conceal anything. One of the women was observed to take a fork, but as she did not possess a rag of clothing of any kind, all she did was to try to bury the fork in the sand and then sit on it, and it was reclaimed without difficulty. 1 or 2 of the children wore necklaces and bracelets made of the polished wood of the tucum palm and the molars of small rodents. Next day's march led us across a hilly country of good pasture land. The valleys were densely wooded, palms of several kinds being conspicuous among the other trees, and the brooks at the bottoms we crossed at fords or by the usual rude pole bridges. On the open pastures were occasional trees, usually slender bacaba palms, with heads which the winds had disheveled until they looked like mops. It was evidently a fine natural cattle country, and soon we began to see scores, perhaps hundreds, of the cattle belonging to the government ranch at Tres Burity, which we reached in the early afternoon. It is beautifully situated, the view roundabout is lovely, and certainly the land will prove healthy when the settlements have been definitely established. Here we revel in the abundance of good fresh milk and eggs, and for dinner we had chicken caja and fat beef roasted on big wooden spits, and we even had watermelons. The latter were from seeds brought down by the American engineers who built the Madeira-Maramor Railroad, a work which stands honorably distinguished among the many great and useful works done in the development of the tropics of recent years. Amilcar's pack oxen, which were nearly worn out, had been left in these fertile pastures. Most of the fresh oxen which he took in their places were unbroken, and there was a perfect circus before they were packed and marched off in every direction. Said the gleeful narrators, there were bucking oxen and loads strewn on the ground. This cattle ranch is managed by the colonel's uncle, his mother's brother, a hale old man of 70, white-haired but as active and vigorous as ever, with a fine, kindly, intelligent face. His name is Miguel Evangelista. He is a native of Mato Grosso, of practically pure Indian blood, and was dressed in the ordinary costume of the caboclo, hat, shirt, trousers, and no shoes or stockings. Within the last year he had killed 3 jaguars which had been living on the mules. As long as they could get mules, they did not at this station molest the cattle. It was with this uncle's father, Colonel Rondon's own grandfather, that Colonel Rondon as an orphan spent the first 7 years of his life. His father died before he was born, and his mother when he was only a year old. He lived on his grandfather's cattle ranch some 50 miles from Cuyaba. When he went to live in Cuyaba with kinsmen on his father's side, from whom he took the name Rondon, his own father's name was De Silva. He studied in the Cuyaba Government School, and at 16 was inscribed as one of the instructors. Then he went to Rio, served for a year in the army as an enlisted man in the ranks, and succeeded finally in getting into the military school. After 5 years as a pupil, he served 3 years as professor of mathematics in the school, and then as a lieutenant of engineers in the Brazilian army. He came back to his home in Mato Grosso and began his life work of exploring the wilderness. Next day we journeyed to the telegraph station at Bonifacio, through alternate spells of glaring sunshine and heavy rain. On the way we stopped at an aldea village of Nhambiquara. We first met a couple of men going to hunt, with bows and arrows longer than themselves. A rather comely young woman carrying on her back a wicker-work basket or creel supported by a forehead band, and accompanied by a small child, was with them. At the village there were a number of men, women, and children. Although as completely naked as the others we had met, the members of this band were more ornamented with beads and wore earrings made from the inside of mussel shells or very big snail shells. They were more hairy than the ones we had so far met. The women, but not the men, completely removed the hair from their bodies, and looked more instead of less indecent in consequence. The chief, whose body was painted red with the juice of a fruit, had what could fairly be styled a mustache in imperial, and one old man looked somewhat like a hairy Ainu, or perhaps even more like an Australian blackfellow. My companion told me that this probably represented an infusion of Negro blood, and possibly of mulatto blood from runaway slaves of the old days, when some of the Mato Grosso mines were worked by slave labor. They also thought it possible that this infiltration of African Negroes might be responsible for the curious shape of the bigger huts, which are utterly unlike their flimsy, ordinary shelters, and bore no resemblance in shape to those of other Indian tribes of this region, whereas they were not unlike the ordinary beehive huts of the agricultural African Negroes. There were in this village several huts or shelters open at the sides, and two of the big huts. These were of closely woven thatch, circular in outline, with a rounded dome, and two doors a couple of feet high opposite each other, and no other opening. There were 15 or 20 people to each hut. Inside were their implements and utensils, such as wicker baskets, some of them filled with pineapples, gourds, fire sticks, wooden knives, wooden mortars, and a board for grating mandioc, made of a thick slab of wood inset with sharp points of harder wood. From the Brazilians, one or two of them had obtained blankets and one a hammock, and they had also obtained knives, which they sorely needed, for they were not even in the Stone Age. One woman shielded herself from the rain by holding a green palm branch down her back. Another had on her head what we first thought to be a monkey skin headdress, but it was a little live black monkey. It stayed habitually with its head above her forehead, and its arms and legs spread so that it lay molded to the shape of her head, but both woman and monkey showed some reluctance about having their photographs taken. Bonifacio consisted of several thatched one-room cabins connected by a stockade which was extended to form an enclosure behind them. A number of tame parrots and parakeets of several different species scrambled over the roofs and entered the houses. In the open pastures nearby were the curious, extensive burrows of a gopher rat, which ate the roots of grass, not emerging to eat the grass, but pulling it into the burrows by the roots. These burrows bore a close likeness to those of our pocket gophers. Miller found the animals difficult to trap. Finally, by the aid of Colonel Rondon, several Indians, and 2 or 3 of our men, he dug one out. From the central shaft, several surface galleries radiated, running for many rods about a foot below the surface, with, at intervals of a half-dozen yards, mounds where the loose earth had been expelled. The central shaft ran straight down for about 8 feet, then laterally for about 15 feet, to a kind of chamber. The animal dug hard to escape, but when taken and put on the surface of the ground, it moved slowly and awkwardly. It showed vicious courage. In looks it closely resembled our pocket gophers, but it had no pockets. This was one of the most interesting small mammals that we secured. After breakfast in Bonifacio, a number of Nhambiquaras, men, women, and children, strolled in. The men gave us an exhibition of not very good archery. When the bow was bent, it was at first held so the arrow pointed straight upwards, and then was lowered so the arrow was aimed at the target. Several of the women had been taken from other tribes after their husbands or fathers had been killed, for the Nhambiquaras are light-hearted robbers and murderers. 2 or 3 miserable dogs accompanied them, half-starved and mangy, but each decorated with a collar of beads. The headsmen had 3 or 4 wives apiece, and the women were the burden-bearers, but apparently were not badly treated. Most of them were dirty, although well-fed looking, and their features were of a low type, but some, especially among the children, were quite attractive. From Bonifacio we went about 7 miles, across a rolling prairie dotted with trees and clumps of shrub. There, on February 24, we joined Amilcar, who was camped by a brook which flowed into the Duvida. We were only some 6 miles from our place of embarkation on the Duvida, and we divided our party and our belongings. Amilcar, Miller, Mello, and Oliveira were to march 3 days to the Gy Parana, then descend it and continue down the Madeira to Manaos. Rondon, Lyra, the doctor, Cherie, Kermit, and I, with 16 paddlers in 7 canoes, were to descend the Duvida to find out whether it led into the Gy Parana. Our purpose was to return and descend the Anas, whose outlet was also unknown. Having this in view, we left a fortnight's provisions for our party of 6 at Bonifacio. We took with us provisions for about 50 days, not full rations, for we hoped in part to live on the country, on fish, game, nuts, and palm tops. Our personal baggage was already well cut down. Cherie, Kermit, and I took the naturalist fly to sleep under, and a very light little tent extra for anyone who might fall sick. Rondon, Lyra, and the doctor took one of their own tents. The things that we carried were necessities: food, medicines, bedding, instruments for determining the altitude and longitude and latitude, except a few books, each in small compass. Lyra's were in German, consisting of 2 tiny volumes of Goethe and Schiller. Kermit's were in Portuguese. Mine, all in English, included the last 2 volumes of Gibbon, the plays of Sophocles, More's Utopia, Marcus Aurelius, and Epictetus. The 2 latter lent me by a friend, Major Shipton of the Regulars, our military attaché at Buenos Aires. If our canoe voyage was prosperous, we would gradually lighten the loads by eating the provisions. If we met with accidents, such as losing canoes and men in the rapids, or losing men in encounters with Indians, or if we encountered overmuch fever and dysentery, the loads would lighten themselves. We were all armed. We took no cartridges for sport. Sherry had some to be used sparingly for collecting specimens. The others were to be used, unless in the unlikely event of having to repel an attack, only to procure food. The food and the arms we carried represented all reasonable precautions against suffering and starvation. But, of course, if the course of the river proved very long and difficult, if we lost our boats over falls or in rapids, or had to make too many and too long portages, or were brought to a halt by impassable swamps, then we would have to reckon with starvation as a possibility. Anything might happen. We were about to go into the unknown, and no one could say what it held. Note: the first 4 days before we struck the upper rapids, and during which we made nearly 70 kilometers, are of course not included when I speak of our making our way down the rapids. I hope that this year the anas, or pineapple, will also be put on the map. One of Colonel Rondon's subordinates is to attempt the descent of the river. We pass the headwaters of the Pineapple on the high plateau. Very possibly we pass its mouth, although it is also possible that it empties into the Canama or Tapajos, but it will not be put on the map until someone descends and finds out where, as a matter of fact, it really does go. It would be well if a Geographical Society of standing would investigate the formal and official charges made by Colonel Rondon, an officer and a gentleman of the highest repute, against Mr. Savage Landor. Colonel Rondon, in an official report to the Brazilian government, has written a scathing review of Mr. Landor. He states that Mr. Savage Landor did not perform, and did not even attempt to perform, the work he had contracted to do in exploration for the Brazilian government. Mr. Landor had asserted and promised that he would go through unknown country along the line of 11 degrees latitude south, and, as Colonel Rondon states, it was because of this proposal of his that the Brazilian government gave him material financial assistance in advance. However, Colonel Rondon sets forth that Mr. Landor did not keep his word, or make any serious effort to fulfill his moral obligation to do so, as he said he would do. In a letter to me under the date May 1, 1914, a letter which has been published in full in France, Colonel Rondon goes at length into the question of what territory Mr. Landor had traversed. Colonel Rondon states that, excepting on one occasion when Mr. Landor, wandering off a beaten trail, immediately got lost and shortly returned to his starting point without making any discoveries, he kept to old, well-traveled routes. One sentence of the Colonel's letter to me runs as follows: "I can guarantee to you that in Brazil Mr. Landor did not cross a hand's breadth of land that had not been explored, the greater part of it many centuries ago." As regards Mr. Landor's sole and brief experience in leaving a beaten route, Colonel Rondon states that at São Manuel Mr. Landor engaged from Senor José Sotero Barreto the revenue officer of Mato Grosso at San Miguel, a guide to lead him across a well-traveled trail which connects the Tapajeros with the Madeira via the Canama. The guide, however, got lost, and after a few days they all returned to the point of departure instead of going through to the Canama. Senor Barreto, a gentleman of high standing, related this last incident to Fiala when Fiala descended the Tapajos. And by the way, Fiala's trip down the Papagaio, Urena, and Tapajos was definitely more important than all the work Mr. Landor did in South America put together. Lieutenants Pyranus and Mello, mentioned in the body of this work, informed me that they accompanied Mr. Landor on most of his overland trip before he embarked on the Arianos, and that he simply followed the high road or else the telegraph line, and furthermore, Colonel Rondon states that the Indians whom Mr. Landor encountered and photographed were those educated at the missions. Colonel Rondon's official report to the Brazilian government and his letter to me are of interest to all geographers and other scientific men who have any concern with the alleged discoveries of Mr. Landor. They contain very grave charges with which it is not necessary for me to deal. Suffice it to say that Mr. Landor's accounts of his alleged exploration cannot be considered as entitlement to the slightest serious consideration until he has satisfactorily and in detail answered Colonel Rondon, and this he has thus far signally failed to do. Fortunately, there are numerous examples of exactly the opposite type of work, from the days of Humboldt and Spix and Martius to the present time. German explorers have borne a conspicuous part in the exploration of South America, as representatives of the men and women who have done such capital work, who have fronted every hazard and hardship, and labored in the scientific spirit, and who have greatly added to our fund of geographic, biologic, and ethnographic knowledge. I may mention Miss Snethledge and Herr Karl von Steinen. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8, Part 1 of Through the Brazilian Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Through the Brazilian Wilderness by Theodore Roosevelt. Chapter 8, The River of Doubt, Part 1. On February the 27th, 1914, shortly after midday, we started down the River of Doubt into the unknown. We were quite uncertain whether after a week we should find ourselves in the Gy Parana, or after 6 weeks in the Madeira, or after 3 months we knew not where. That was why the river was rightly christened the Duvida. We had been camped close to the river, where the trail that follows the telegraph line crosses it by a rough bridge. As our laden dugouts swung into the stream, Amilcar and Miller and all the others of the Gy Parana party were on the banks and the bridge to wave farewell and wish us good-bye and good luck. It was the height of the rainy season, and the swollen torrent was swift and brown. Our camp was at about 12 degrees 1 minute latitude south and 60 degrees 15 minutes longitude west of Greenwich. Our general course was to be northward towards the equator by waterway through the vast forest. We had 7 canoes, all of them dugouts. 1 was small, 1 was cranky, and 2 were old, waterlogged, and leaky. The other 3 were good. The 2 old canoes were lashed together, and the cranky one was lashed to one of the others. Kermit with 2 paddlers went in the smallest of the good canoes, Colonel Rondon and Lyra with 3 other paddlers in the next largest, and the doctor, Cherrie, and I in the largest with 3 paddlers. The remaining 8 camaradas, there were 16 in all, were equally divided between our 2 pairs of lashed canoes. Although our personal baggage was cut down to the limit necessary for health and efficiency, yet on such a trip as ours, where scientific work has to be done, and where food for 22 men for an unknown period of time has to be carried, it is impossible not to take a good deal of stuff, and the 7 dugouts were too heavily laden. The paddlers were a strapping set. They were expert rivermen and men of the forest, skilled veterans in wilderness work. They were lithe as panthers and brawny as bears. They swam like water dogs. They were equally at home with pole and paddle, with axe and machete, and one was a good cook, and others were good men around camp. They looked like pirates in the pictures of Howard Pyle or Maxfield Parrish. One or two of them were pirates, and one worse than a pirate. But most of them were hard-working, willing, and cheerful. They were white, or rather the olive of southern Europe, black, copper-colored, and of all intermediate shades. In my canoe, Luis, the steersman, the headman, was a Mato Grosso negro. Julio, the boatswain, was from Bahia, and of pure Portuguese blood, and the third man, Antonio, was a Parecis Indian. The actual surveying of the river was done by Colonel Rondon and Lyra, with Kermit as their assistant. Kermit went first in his little canoe with the sighting rod, on which two discs, one red and one white, were placed a meter apart. He selected a place which commanded as long vistas as possible upstream and down, and which therefore might be at the angle of a bend, landed, cut away the branches which obscured the view, and set up the sighting pole, incidentally encountering maribundi wasps and swarms of biting and stinging ants. Lyra, from his station upstream, with his telemeter established the distance, while Colonel Rondon with the compass took the direction and made the records. Then they moved on to the point Kermit had left, and Kermit established a new point within their sight. The first half-day's work was slow. The general course of the stream was a trifle east of north, but at short intervals it bent and curved literally toward every point of the compass. Kermit landed nearly 100 times, and we made but 9 1/3 kilometers. My canoe ran ahead of the surveying canoes. The height of the water made the going easy, for most of the snags and fallen trees were well beneath the surface. Now and then, however, the swift water hurried us toward ripples that marked ugly spikes of sunken timber, or toward uprooted trees that stretched almost across the stream. Then the muscles stood out on the backs and arms of the paddlers, as stroke on stroke they urged us away from and past the obstacle. If the leaning or fallen trees were the thorny, slender-stemmed boritana palms, which love the wet, they were often, although plunged beneath the river, in full and vigorous growth, their stems curving upward, and their frond-crowned tops shaken by the rushing water. It was interesting work, for no civilized man, no white man, had ever gone down or up this river, or seen the country through which we were passing. The lofty and matted forest rose like a green wall on either hand. The trees were stately and beautiful. The looped and twisted vines hung from them like great ropes. Masses of epiphytes grew both on the dead trees and the living. Some had huge leaves like elephants' ears. Now and then fragrant scents were blown to us from flowers on the banks. There were not many birds, and for most part the forest was silent. Rarely we heard strange calls from the depths of the woods, or saw a cormorant or ibis. My canoe ran only a couple of hours. Then we halted to wait for the others. After a couple of hours more, as the surveyors had not turned up, we landed and made camp at a spot where the bank rose sharply for 100 yards to a level stretch of ground. Our canoes were moored to trees. The axemen cleared a space for the tents. They were pitched, the baggage was brought up, and fires were kindled. The woods were almost soundless. Through them ran old tapir trails, but there was no fresh sign. Before nightfall the surveyors arrived. There were a few piums and gnats, and a few mosquitoes after dark, but not enough to make us uncomfortable. The small stingless bees, of slightly aromatic odor, swarmed while daylight lasted, and crawled over our faces and hands. They were such tame, harmless little things that when they tickled too much, I always tried to brush them away without hurting them. but they became a great nuisance after a while. It had been raining at intervals, and the weather was overcast, but after the sun went down the sky cleared. The stars were brilliant overhead, and the new moon hung in the west. It was a pleasant night, the air almost cool, and we slept soundly. Next morning the two surveying canoes left immediately after breakfast. An hour later the two pairs of lashed canoes pushed off. I kept our canoe to let Cherrie collect, for in the early hours we could hear a number of birds in the woods near by. The most interesting birds he shot were a cotinga, brilliant turquoise blue with a magenta purple throat, and a big woodpecker, black above and cinnamon below, with an entirely red neck and head. It was almost noon before we started. We saw a few more birds. There were fresh tapir and paca tracks at one point where we landed. Once we heard howler monkeys from the depths of the forest, and once we saw a big otter in midstream. As we drifted and paddled down the swirling brown current, through the vivid rain-drenched green of the tropic forest, the trees leaned over the river from both banks. When those that had fallen in the river at some narrow point were very tall, or where it happened that two fell opposite each other, they formed barriers which the men in the leading canoes cleared with their axes. There were many palms, both the burity, with its stiff fronds like enormous fans, and the handsome species of bacaba, with very long, gracefully curving fronds. In places the palms stood close together, towering and slender, their stems a stately colonnade, their fronds an arched fretwork against the sky. Butterflies of many hues fluttered over the river. The day was overcast, with showers of rain. When the sun broke through rifts in the clouds, his shafts turned the first to gold. In mid-afternoon we came to the mouth of a big and swift affluent entering from the right. It was undoubtedly the Bandeira, which we had crossed well toward its head, some 10 days before, on our road to Bonifacio. The Nhambiquaras had then told Colonel Rondon that it flowed into the Duvida. After its junction with the added volume of water, the river widened without losing its depth. It was so high that it had overflowed and stood among the trees on the lower levels. Only the higher stretches were dry. On the sheer banks where we landed, we had to push the canoes for yards or rods through the branches of the submerged trees, hacking and hewing. There were occasional bays and oxbows, from which the current had shifted. In these the coarse marsh grass grew tall. This evening we made camp on a flat of dry ground, densely wooded, of course, directly on the edge of the river and 5 feet above it. It was fine to see the speed and sinewy ease with which the choppers cleared an open space for the tents. Next morning, when we bathed before sunrise, we dived into deep water right from the shore and from the moored canoes. The second day we made 16½ kilometers along the course of the river, and 9 kilometers in a straight line, almost due north. The following day, March the 1st, there was much rain, sometimes showers, sometimes vertical sheets of water. Our course was somewhat west of north, and we made 20½ kilometers. We passed signs of Indian habitation. There were abandoned palm leaf shelters on both banks. On the left bank we came to 2 or 3 old Indian fields, grown up with coarse fern and studded with the burned skeletons of trees. At the mouth of a brook which entered from the right, some sticks stood in the water, marking the site of an old fish trap. At one point we found the tough vine handrail of an Indian bridge running right across the river, a couple of feet above it. Evidently the bridge had been built at low water. 3 stout poles had been driven into the stream bed in a line at right angles to the current. The bridge had consisted of poles fastened to these supports, leading between them and from the support at each end to the banks. The rope of tough vines had been stretched as a handrail, necessary with such precarious footing. The rise of the river had swept away the bridge, but the props and the rope handrail remained. In the afternoon, from the boat, Cherrie shot a large dark grey monkey with a prehensile tail. It was very good eating. We camped on a dry level space, but a few feet above and close beside the river, so that our swimming bath was handy. The trees were cleared and camp was made with orderly hurry. One of the men almost stepped on a poisonous coral snake, which would have been a serious thing, as his feet were bare. But I had on stout shoes, and the fangs of these serpents, unlike those of the pit vipers, are too short to penetrate good leather. I promptly put my foot on him, and he bit my shoe with harmless venom. It has been said that the brilliant hues of the coral snake, when in its native haunts, really confer on it a concealing coloration. In the dark and tangled woods, and to an only less extent in the ordinary varied landscape, anything motionless, especially if partially hidden, easily eludes the eye. But against the dark brown mould of the forest floor, on which we found this coral snake, its bright and varied coloration was distinctly revealing, infinitely more so than the duller mottling of the jararaca and other dangerous snakes of the genus Lachecis. In the same place, however, we found a striking example of genuine protective or mimetic coloration and shape. A rather large insect larva, at least we judged it to be a larval form, but we were none of us entomologists, bore a resemblance to a partially curled dry leaf which was fairly startling. The tail exactly resembled the stem or continuation of the mibred of the dead leaf. The flattened body was curled up at the sides, and veined and coloured precisely like the leaf. The head, coloured like the leaf, projected in front. We were still in the Brazilian highlands. The forest did not teem with life. It was generally rather silent. We did not hear such a chorus of birds and mammals as we had occasionally heard, even on our overland journey, when more than once we had been awakened at dawn by the howling, screaming, yelping, and chattering of monkeys, toucans, macaws, parrots, and parakeets. There were, however, from time to time, queer sounds from the forest, and after nightfall different kinds of frogs and insects uttered strange cries and calls. In volume and frequency these seemed to increase until midnight. Then they died away, and before dawn everything was silent. At this camp the carregadores ants completely devoured the doctor's undershirt and ate holes in his mosquito net, and they also ate the strap of Lyra's gun case. The little stingless bees of many kinds swarmed in such multitudes, and were so persevering, that we had to wear our head nets when we wrote or skinned specimens. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Chapter 8, Part 2 of Through the Brazilian Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Through the Brazilian Wilderness by Theodore Roosevelt. Chapter 8 The River of Doubt, Part 2. The following day was almost without rain. It was delightful to drift and paddle slowly down the beautiful tropical river. Until mid-afternoon the current was not very fast, and the broad, deep, placid stream bent and curved in every direction, although the general course was northwest. The country was flat, and more of the land was under than above water. Continually we found ourselves travelling between stretches of marshy forest, where for miles the water stood or ran among the trees. Once we passed a hillock. We saw brilliantly coloured parakeets and trogons. At last the slow current quickened. Faster it went and faster, until it began to run like a mill race, and we heard the roar of rapids ahead. We pulled to the right bank, moored the canoes, and while most of the men pitched camp, 2 or 3 of them accompanied us to examine the rapids. We had made 20 kilometres. We soon found that the rapids were a serious obstacle. There were many curls, and 1 or 2 regular falls, perhaps 6 feet high. It would have been impossible to run them, and they stretched for nearly a mile. The carry, however, which led through woods and over rocks in a nearly straight line, was somewhat shorter. It was not an easy portage over which to carry heavy loads and drag heavy dugout canoes. At the point where the descent was steepest there were great naked flats of friable sandstone and conglomerate. Over parts of these, where there was a surface of fine sand, there was a growth of coarse grass. Other parts were bare and had been worn by the weather into fantastic shapes. One projection looked like an old-fashioned beaver hat upside down. In this place, where the naked flats of rock showed the projection of the ledge through which the river had cut its course, the torrent rushed down a deep, sheer-sided, and extremely narrow channel. At one point it was less than 2 yards across, and for quite a distance not more than 5 or 6 yards. Yet only a mile or 2 above the rapids, the deep, placid river was at least 100 yards wide. It seemed extraordinary, almost impossible, that so broad a river could in so short a space of time contract its dimensions to the width of the strangled channel through which it now poured its entire volume. This has for long been a station where the Nhambiquaras at intervals built their ephemeral villages and tilled the soil with the rude and destructive cultivation of savages. There were several abandoned old fields where the dense growths of rank fern hid the tangle of burnt and fallen logs. Nor had the Nhambiquaras been long absent. In one trail we found what gypsies would have called a Mattern, a couple of branches arranged crosswise, 8 leaves to a branch. It had some special significance, belonging to that class of signals, each with some peculiar and often complicated meaning, which are commonly used by many wild peoples. The Indians had thrown a simple bridge, consisting of 4 long poles, without a handrail, across one of the narrowest parts of the rock gorge, through which the river foamed in its rapid descent. This subtribe of Indians was called the Navaite. We named the rapids after them, Navaite Rapids. By observation Lyra found them to be in close approximation to latitude 11 degrees 44 minutes south and longitude 60 degrees 18 minutes west from Greenwich. We spent March the 3rd and 4th and the morning of the 5th in portaging around the rapids. The first night we camped in the forest beside the spot where we had halted. Next morning we moved the baggage to the foot of the rapids, where we intended to launch the canoes, and pitched our tents on the open sandstone flat. It rained heavily. The little bees were in such swarms as to be a nuisance. Many small stinging bees were with them, which stung badly. We were bitten by huge horseflies, the size of bumblebees. More serious annoyance was caused by the pium and boroshuda flies during the hours of daylight, and by the polvora, the sandflies, after dark. There were a few mosquitoes. The boroshudas were the worst pests. They brought the blood at once, and left marks that lasted for weeks. I did my writing in head net and gauntlets. Fortunately we had with us several bottles of fly dope, so named on the label, put up with the rest of our medicine by Dr. Alexander Lambert. He had tested it in the North Woods and found it excellent. I had never before been forced to use such an ointment, and had been reluctant to take it with me, but now I was glad enough to have it, and we all of us found it exceedingly useful. I would never again go into mosquito or sandfly country without it. The effect of an application wears off after half an hour or so, and under many conditions, as when one is perspiring freely, it is of no use. But there are times when minute mosquitoes and gnats get through head nets and under mosquito bars, and when the ointments occasionally renewed may permit one to get sleep or rest which would otherwise be impossible of attainment. The termites got into our tent on the sand flat, ate holes in Cherrie's mosquito net and poncho, and were starting to work at our duffel bags when we discovered them. Packing the loads across was simple. Dragging the heavy dugouts was labor. The biggest of the two water-logged ones was the heaviest. Lyra and Kermit did the job. All the men were employed at it except the cook and one man who was down with fever. A road was chopped through the forest, and a couple of hundred stout 6-foot poles, or small logs, were cut as rollers and placed about 2 yards apart. With block and tackle, the 7 dugouts were hoisted out of the river, up the steep banks, and up the rise of ground until the level was reached. Then the men harnessed themselves 2 by 2 on the drag rope, while one of their number pried behind with a lever, and the canoe, bumping and sliding, was twitched through the woods. Over the sandstone flats there were some ugly ledges, but on the whole the course was downhill and relatively easy. Looking at the way the work was done, at the goodwill, the endurance, and the bull-like strength of the camaradas, and at the intelligence and the unwearied efforts of their commanders, one could but wonder at the ignorance of those who do not realize the energy and the power that are so often possessed by, and that may be so readily developed in, the men of the tropics. Another subject of perpetual wonder is the attitude of certain men who stay at home, and still more the attitude of certain men who travel under easy conditions, and who belittle the achievements of the real explorers, of the real adventurers in the great wilderness. The impostors and romancers among explorers, or would-be explorers and wilderness wanderers, have been unusually prominent in connection with South America, although the conspicuous ones are not South Americans, by the way, and these are fit subjects for condemnation and derision. But the work of the genuine explorer and wilderness wanderer is fraught with fatigue, hardship, and danger. Many of the men of little knowledge talk glibly of portaging as if it were simple and easy. A portage over rough and unknown ground is always a work of difficulty and of some risk to the canoe, and in the untrodden, or even in the unfrequented wilderness, risk to the canoe is a serious matter. This particular portage at Navaite Rapids was far from being unusually difficult. Yet it not only cost 2½ days of severe and incessant labor, but it cost something in damage to the canoes. One in particular, the one in which I had been journeying, was split in a manner which caused us serious uneasiness as to how long, even after being patched, it would last. Where the canoes were launched, the bank was sheer, and one of the water-logged canoes filled and went to the bottom, and there was more work in raising it. We were still wholly unable to tell where we were going or what lay ahead of us. Round the campfire, after supper, we held endless discussions, and hazarded all kinds of guesses on both subjects. The river might bend sharply to the west and enter the Jaiparana high up or low down, or go north to the Madeira, or bend eastward and enter the Tipajos, or fall into the Canuma, and finally through one of its mouths enter the Amazon direct. Lyra inclined to the first, and Colonel Rondon to the second, of these propositions. We did not know whether we had 100 or 800 kilometres to go, whether the stream would be fairly smooth, or whether we would encounter waterfalls or rapids, or even some big marsh or lake. We could not tell whether or not we would meet hostile Indians, although no one of us ever went 10 yards from camp without his rifle. We had no idea how much time the trip would take. We had entered a land of unknown possibilities. We started downstream again early in the afternoon of March the 5th. Our hands and faces were swollen from the bites and stings of the insect pests at the sand flat camp, and it was a pleasure once more to be in the middle of the river, where they did not come in any numbers while we were in motion. The current was swift, but the river was so deep that there were no serious obstructions. Twice we went down over slight riffles, which in the dry season were doubtless rapids, and once we struck a spot where many whirlpools marked the presence underneath of boulders which would have been above water had not the river been so swollen by the rains. The distance we covered in a day going downstream would have taken us a week if we had been going up. The course wound hither and thither, sometimes in sigmoid curves, but the general direction was east of north. As usual, it was very beautiful, and we never could tell what might appear around any curve. In the forest that rose on either hand were tall rubber trees. The surveying canoes, as usual, went first, while I shepherded the 2 pairs of lashed cargo canoes. I kept them always between me and the surveying canoes, ahead of me until I passed the surveying canoes, then behind me until, after an hour or so, I had chosen a place to camp. There was so much overflowed ground that it took us some little time this afternoon before we found a flat place high enough to be dry. Just before reaching camp, Cherrie shot a jackal, a handsome bird, somewhat akin to, but much smaller than a turkey. After Cherrie had taken its skin, its body made an excellent kanja. We saw parties of monkeys, and the false bellbirds uttered their ringing whistles in the dense timber around our tents. The giant ants, 1.25 inches long, were rather too plentiful around this camp. One stung Kermit. It was almost like the sting of a small scorpion, and pained severely for a couple of hours. This half day we made 12 kilometres. On the following day we made 19 kilometres, the river twisting in every direction, but in its general course running a little west of north. Once we stopped at a bee tree to get honey. The tree was a towering giant, of the kind called milk tree, because a thick milky juice runs freely from any cut. Our camaradas eagerly drank the white fluid that flowed from the wounds made by their axes. I tried it. The taste was not unpleasant, but it left a sticky feeling in the mouth. The helmsman of my boat, Louis, a powerful negro, chopped into the tree, balancing himself with springy ease on a slight scaffolding. The honey was in a hollow, and had been made by medium-sized stingless bees. At the mouth of the hollow they had built a curious entrance of their own, in the shape of a spout of wax about a foot long. At the opening the walls of the spout showed the wax formation, but elsewhere it had become in colour and texture indistinguishable from the bark of the tree. The honey was delicious, sweet, and yet with a tart flavour. The comb differed much from that of our honey bees. The honey cells were very large, and the brood cells, which were small, were in a single instead of a double row. By this tree I came across an example of genuine concealing coloration. A huge tree toad, the size of a bullfrog, was seated upright, not squatted flat, on a big rotten limb. It was absolutely motionless. The yellow-brown of its back and its dark sides exactly harmonized in colour with the light and dark patches on the log. The colour was as concealing, here in its natural surroundings, as is the colour of our common wood frog among the dead leaves of our woods. When I stirred it, up it jumped to a small twig, catching hold with the discs of its finger-tips, and balancing itself with unexpected ease for so big a creature, and then hopped to the ground and again stood motionless. Evidently it trusted for safety to escaping observation. We saw some monkeys and fresh tapir sign, and Kermit shot a jackal for the pot. At about 3 o'clock I was in the lead when the current began to run more quickly. We passed over 1 or 2 decided ripples, and then heard the roar of rapids ahead, while the stream began to race. We drove the canoe into the bank, and then went down a tapir trail, which led alongside the river to reconnoitre. A 1/4 mile's walk showed us that there were big rapids, down which the canoes could not go, and we returned to the landing. All the canoes had gathered there, and Rondon, Lyra, and Kermit started downstream to explore. They returned in an hour with the information that the rapids continued for a long distance, with falls and steep pitches of broken water, and that the portage would take several days. We made camp just above the rapids. Ants swarmed, and some of them bit savagely. Our men, in clearing away the forest for our tents, left several very tall and slender acacia palms. The bowl of this palm is as straight as an arrow and is crowned with delicate, graceful curved fronds. We had come along the course of the river almost exactly 100 kilometers. It had twisted so that we were only about 55 kilometers north of our starting point. The rock was porphyritic. The 7th, 8th, and 9th we spent in carrying the loads and dragging and floating the dugouts past the series of rapids at whose head we had stopped. The first day we shifted camp a kilometre and a half to the foot of this series of rapids. This was a charming and picturesque camp. It was at the edge of the river, where there was a little shallow bay with a beach of firm sand. In the water, at the middle point of the beach, stood a group of 3 purity palms, their great trunks rising like columns. Round the clearing in which our tents stood were several very big trees. 2 of them were rubber trees. Kermit went downstream 5 or 6 kilometers, and returned, having shot a jacu, and found that at the point which he had reached there was another rapids, almost a fall, which would necessitate our again dragging the canoes over a portage. Antonio, the Parecis, shot a big monkey. Of this I was glad, because portaging is hard work, and the men appreciated the meat. So far Cherrie had collected 60 birds on the Duvida, all of them new to the collection, and some probably new to science. We saw the fresh sign of paca, agouti, and the small peccary, and Kermit with the dogs roast a tapir, which crossed the river right through the rapids, but no one got a shot at it. Except at 1 or perhaps 2 points, a very big dugout, lightly loaded, could probably run all these rapids. But even in such a canoe it would be silly to make the attempt on an exploring expedition, where the loss of a canoe or of its contents means disaster, and moreover such a canoe could not be taken, for it would be impossible to drag it over the portages on the occasions when the portages became inevitable. Our canoes would not have lived half a minute in the wild water. On the second day the canoes and loads were brought down to the foot of the first rapids. Lyra cleared the path and laid the logs for rollers, while Kermit dragged the good dugouts up the bank from the water with block and tackle, with strain of rope and muscle. Then they joined forces, as over the uneven ground it needed the united strength of all their men to get the heavy dugouts along. Meanwhile the colonel with 1 attendant measured the distance, and then went on a long hunt, but saw no game. I strolled down beside the river for a couple of miles, but also saw nothing. In the dense tropical forest of the Amazonian basin, hunting is very difficult, especially for men who are trying to pass through the country as rapidly as possible. On such a trip as ours, getting game is largely a matter of chance. On the following day Lyra and Kermit brought down the canoes and loads, with hard labor, to the little beach by the 3 palms where our tents were pitched. Many pacovas grew round about. The men used their immense leaves, some of which were 12 feet long and 2½ feet broad, to roof the flimsy shelters under which they hung their hammocks. I went into the woods, but in the tangle of vegetation it would have been a mere hazard had I seen any big animal. Generally the woods were silent and empty. Now and then little troops of birds of many kinds passed: woodhewers, ant thrushes, tanagers, flycatchers, as in the spring and fall similar troops of warblers, chickadees, and nuthatches pass through our northern woods. On the rocks and on the great trees of the river grew beautiful white and lilac orchids, the sobralia, of sweet and delicate fragrance. For the moment my own book seemed a trifle heavy, and perhaps I would have found the day tedious if Kermit had not lent me the Oxford Book of French Verse, Eustache de Champs, Joachim de Bellay, Ronsard, the delightful La Fontaine, the delightful but appalling Villon, Victor Hugo's Guitar, Madame Desbordes, Valmore's lines on the little girl and her pillow, as dear little verses about a child as ever were written. These and many others comforted me much, as I read them in head net and gauntlets, sitting on a log by an unknown river in the Amazonian forest. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Chapter 8, Part 3 of Through the Brazilian Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Through the Brazilian Wilderness by Theodore Roosevelt. Chapter 3 The River of Doubt, Part 3. On the 10th, we again embarked and made a kilometre and a half, spending most of the time in getting past two more rapids. Near the first of these, we saw a small cayman, a jacare tinga. At each set of rapids, the canoes were unloaded and the loads borne past on the shoulders of the camaradas. 3 of the canoes were paddled down by a couple of naked paddlers apiece, and the 2 sets of double canoes were let down by ropes, one of one couple being swamped, but rescued and brought safely to shore on each occasion. One of the men was upset while working in the swift water, and his face was cut against the stones. Lyra and Kermit did the actual work with the camaradas. Kermit, dressed substantially like the camaradas themselves, worked in the water, and as the overhanging branches were thronged with crowds of biting and stinging ants, he was marked and blistered over his whole body. Indeed, we all suffered more or less from these ants, while the swarms of biting flies grew constantly more numerous. The termites ate holes in my helmet and also in the cover of my cot. Every one else had a hammock. At this camp we had come down the river about 102 kilometres, according to the surveying records, and in height had descended nearly 100 metres, as shown by the aneroid, although the figure in this case is only an approximation, as an aneroid cannot be depended on for absolute accuracy of results. Next morning we found that during the night we had met with a serious misfortune. We had halted at the foot of the rapids. The canoes were moored to trees on the bank, at the tail of the broken water. The 2 old canoes, although one of them was our biggest cargo carrier, were waterlogged and heavy, and one of them was leaking. In the night the river rose. The leaky canoe, which at best was too low in the water, must have gradually filled from the wash of the waves. It sank, dragging down the other. They began to roll, bursting their moorings, and in the morning they had disappeared. A canoe was launched to look for them, but rolling over the boulders of the rocky bottom, they had at once been riven asunder, and the big fragments that were soon found floating in eddies or along the shore showed that it was useless to look farther. We called these rapids Broken Canoe Rapids. It was not pleasant to have to stop for some days. Thanks to the rapids, we had made slow progress, and with our necessarily limited supply of food and no knowledge whatever of what was ahead of us, it was important to make good time. But there was no alternative. We had to build either one big canoe or 2 small ones. It was raining heavily as the men started to explore in different directions for good canoe trees. 3, which ultimately proved not very good for the purpose, were found close to the camp. Splendid looking trees, one of them 5 feet in diameter, 3 feet from the ground. The axemen immediately attacked this one under the superintendence of Colonel Rondon. Lyra and Kermit started in opposite directions to hunt. Lyra killed a jackal for us, and Kermit killed 2 monkeys for the men. Toward nightfall it cleared. The moon was nearly full, and the foaming river gleamed like silver. Our men were original volunteers. That is, they had enlisted in the service of the Telegraphic Commission especially to do this wilderness work, and were highly paid, as was fitting, in view of the toil, hardship, and hazard to life and health. 2 of them had been with Colonel Rondon during his 8 months' exploration in 1909, at which time his men were regulars, from his own battalion of engineers. His 4 aides during the closing month of this trip were Lieutenants Lyra, Amarante, Alencarliense, and Pyreneus. The naturalist Miranda Ribeiro also accompanied him. This was the year when, marching on foot through an absolutely unknown wilderness, the colonel and his party finally reached the Gy Parana, which on the maps was then, and on most maps is now, placed in an utterly wrong course, and a degree out of its real position. When they reached the affluents of the Gy Parana, a third of the members of the party were so weak with fever that they could hardly crawl. They had no baggage. Their clothes were in tatters, and some of the men were almost naked. For months they had had no food except what little game they shot, and especially the wild fruits and nuts. If it had not been for the great abundance of the Brazil nuts, they would all have died. At the first big stream they encountered they built a canoe, and Alencarliense took command of it and descended to map the course of the river. With him went Ribeiro, the Dr. Tanagira, who could no longer walk on account of the ulceration of one foot, 3 men whom the fever had rendered unable longer to walk, and 6 men who were as yet well enough to handle the canoe. By the time the remainder of the party came to the next navigable river, 11 more fever-stricken men had nearly reached the end of their tether. Here they ran across a poor devil who had for 4 months been lost in the forest and was dying of slow starvation. He had eaten nothing but Brazil nuts and the grubs of insects. He could no longer walk, but could sit erect and totter feebly for a few feet. Another canoe was built, and in it Pyreneus started downstream with the 11 fever patients and the starving wanderer. Colonel Rondon kept up the morale of his men by still carrying out the forms of military discipline. The ragged bugler had his bugle. Lieutenant Pyreneus had lost every particle of his clothing except a hat and a pair of drawers. The half-naked lieutenant drew up his 11 fever patients in line. The bugle sounded, every one came to attention, and the haggard colonel read out the orders of the day. Then the Dugot, with its load of sick men, started downstream, and Rondon, Lyra, Amarante, and the 12 remaining men resumed their weary march. When a fortnight later they finally struck a camp of rubber gatherers, 3 of the men were literally and entirely naked. Meanwhile, Amilcar had ascended the Jaquiparana a month or 2 previously with provisions to meet them, for at that time the maps incorrectly treated this river as larger instead of smaller than the Gy Parana, which they were in fact descending, and Colonel Rondon had supposed that they were going down the former stream. Amilcar returned after himself suffering much hardship and danger. The different parties finally met at the mouth of the Gy Parana, where it enters the Madeira. The lost man whom they had found seemed on the road to recovery, and they left him at a ranch on the Madeira, where he could be cared for, yet after they had left him they heard that he had died. On the 12th the men were still hard at work hollowing out the hard wood of the big tree with axe and adze, while watch and ward were kept over them to see that the idlers did not shirk at the expense of the industrious. Kermit and Lyra again hunted. The former shot a curassow, which was welcome, as we were endeavouring in all ways to economize our food supply. We were using the tops of palms also. I spent the day hunting in the woods, for the most part by the river, but saw nothing. In the season of the rains game is away from the river, and fish are scarce and turtles absent. Yet it was pleasant to be in the great silent forest. Here and there grew immense trees, and on some of them mighty buttresses sprang from the base. The lianas and vines were of every size and shape. Some were twisted and some were not. Some came down straight and slender from branches 100 feet above. Others curved like long serpents and around the trunks. Others were like knotted cables. In the shadow there was little noise. The wind rarely moved the hot, humid air. There were few flowers or birds. Insects were altogether too abundant, and even when travelling slowly it was impossible always to avoid them, not to speak of our constant companions, the bees, mosquitoes, and especially the boroshudas, or blood-sucking flies. Now while bursting through a tangle I disturbed a nest of wasps, whose resentment was active. Now I heedlessly stepped among the outliers of a small party of the carnivorous foraging ants. Now, grasping a branch as I stumbled, I shook down a shower of fire ants, and among all these my attention was particularly arrested by the bite of one of the giant ants, which stung like a hornet, so that I felt it for 3 hours. The camarades generally went barefoot or only wore sandals, and their ankles and feet were swollen and inflamed from the bites of the boroshudas and ants, some being actually incapacitated from work. All of us suffered more or less, our faces and hands swelling slightly from the boroshuda bites, and in spite of our clothes we were bitten all over our bodies, chiefly by ants and the small forest ticks. Because of the rain and the heat, our clothes were usually wet when we took them off at night, and just as wet when we put them on again in the morning. All day on the 13th the men worked at the canoe, making good progress. In rolling and shifting the huge, heavy tree trunk, every one had to assist now and then. The work continued until 10 in the evening, as the weather was clear. After nightfall some of the men held candles and the others plied axe or adze, standing within or beside the great half-hollowed logs, while the flicker of the lights showed the tropic forest rising in the darkness round about. The night air was hot and still, and heavy with moisture. The men were stripped to the waist. Olive and copper and ebony, their skins glistened as if oiled, and rippled with the ceaseless play of the thews beneath. On the morning of the 14th the work was resumed in a torrential tropic downpour. The canoe was finished, dragged down to the water, and launched soon after midday, and another hour or so saw us under way. The descent was marked, and the swollen river raced along. Several times we passed great whirlpools, sometimes shifting, sometimes steady. Half a dozen times we ran over rapids, and although they were not high enough to have been obstacles to loaded Canadian canoes, 2 of them were serious to us. Our heavily laden, clumsy dugouts were sunk to within 3 or 4 inches of the surface of the river, and although they were buoyed on each side with bundles of burity palm branch stems, they shipped a great deal of water in the rapids. The 2 biggest rapids we only just made, and after each we had hastily to push ashore in order to bail. In one set of big ripples or waves my canoe was nearly swamped. In a wilderness, where what is ahead is absolutely unknown, alike in terms of time, space, and method, for we had no idea where we would come out, how we would get out, or when we would get out, it is of vital consequence not to lose one's outfit, especially the provisions, and yet it is of only less consequence to go as rapidly as possible, lest all the provisions be exhausted and the final stages of the expedition be accomplished by men weakened from semi-starvation and therefore ripe for disaster. On this occasion, of the 2 hazards, we felt it necessary to risk running the rapids, for our progress had been so very slow that unless we made up the time, it was probable that we would be short of food before we got where we would accept to procure any more, except what little the country in the time of the rains and floods might yield. We ran until after 5, so that the work of pitching camp was finished in the dark. We had made nearly 16 kilometres in a direction slightly east of north. This evening the air was fresh and cool. The following morning, the 15th of March, we started in good season. For 6 kilometres we drifted and paddled down the swift river without incident. At times we saw lofty Brazil nut trees rising above the rest of the forest on the banks, and back from the river these trees grow to enormous proportions, towering like giants. There were great rubber trees also, their leaves always in sets of 3s. Then the ground of either hind rose into boulder-strewn, forest-clad hills, and the roar of broken water announced that once more our course was checked by dangerous rapids. Round a bend we came on them, a wide descent of white water with an island on the middle, at the upper edge. Here a grave misfortune befell us, and graver misfortune was narrowly escaped. Kermit, as usual, was leading in his canoe. It was the smallest and least seaworthy of all. He had in it little except a week's supply of our boxed provisions and a few tools. Fortunately, none of the food for the camaradas. His dog Trigueiro was with him. Besides himself, the crew consisted of 2 men, Joao, the helmsman or pilot, as he is called in Brazil, and Simplicio, the boatswain. Both were negroes, and exceptionally good men in every way. Kermit halted his canoe on the left bank, above the rapids, and waited for the colonel's canoe. Then the colonel and Lyra walked down the bank to see what was ahead. Kermit took his canoe across to the island, to see whether the descent could be better accomplished on the other side. Having made his investigation, he ordered the men to return to the bank he had left, and the dugout was headed upstream accordingly. Before they had gone a dozen yards, the paddlers digging their paddles with all their strength into the swift current. One of the shifting whirlpools of which I have spoken came downstream, whirled them around, and swept them so close to the rapids that no human power could avoid going over them. As they were drifting into them broadside on, Kermit yelled to the steersman to turn her head, so as to take them in the only way that offered any chance whatever of safety. The water came aboard, wave after wave, as they raced down. They reached the bottom with the canoe upright, but so full as barely to float, and the paddlers urged her toward the shore. They had nearly reached the bank when another whirlpool or whirling eddy tore them away and hurried them back to midstream, where the dugout filled and turned over. Joao, seizing the rope, started to swim ashore. The rope was pulled from his hand, but he reached the bank. Poor Simplicio must have been pulled under at once, and his life beaten out on the boulders beneath the racing torrent. He never rose again, nor did we ever recover his body. Kermit clutched his rifle, his favourite 405 Winchester, with which he had done most of his hunting both in Africa and America, and climbed on the bottom of the upset boat. In a minute he was swept into the second series of rapids, and whirled away from the rolling boat, losing his rifle. The water beat his helmet down over his head and face, and drove him beneath the surface, and when he rose at last he was almost drowned, his breath and strength almost spent. He was in swift but quiet water, and swam toward an overhanging branch. His jacket hindered him, but he knew he was too nearly gone to be able to get it off, and thinking with the curious calm one feels when death is but a moment away, he realized that the utmost his failing strength could do was to reach the branch. He reached and clutched it, and then almost lacked strength to haul himself out on the land. Good Trigueiro had faithfully swum alongside him through the rapids, and now himself scrambled ashore. It was a very narrow escape. Kermit was a great comfort and help to me on the trip, but the fear of some fatal accident befalling him was always a nightmare to me. He was to be married as soon as the trip was over, and it did not seem to me that I could bear to bring bad tidings to his betrothed and to his mother. Simplicio was unmarried. Later we sent to his mother all the money that would have been his had he lived. The following morning we put on one side of the post erected to mark our camping spot the following inscription, in Portuguese: "In these rapids died poor Simplicio." On an expedition such as ours, death is one of the accidents that may at any time occur, and narrow escapes from death are too common to be felt as they would be felt elsewhere. One mourns sincerely, but mourning cannot interfere with labor. We immediately proceeded with the work of the portage. From the head to the tail of this series of rapids the distance was about 600 yards. A path was cut along the bank over which the loads were brought. The empty canoes ran the rapids without mishap, each with 2 skilled paddlers. One of the canoes almost ran into a swimming tapir at the head of the rapids. It went down the rapids and then climbed out of the river. Kermit, accompanied by Joelle, went 3 or 4 miles down the river, looking for the body of Simplicio and for the sunk canoe. He found neither, but he found a box of provisions and a paddle, and salvaged both by swimming into midstream after them. He also found that a couple of kilometres below there was another stretch of rapids, and following them on the left-hand bank to the foot he found that they were worse than the ones we had just passed, and impassable for canoes on this left-hand side. We camped at the foot of the rapids we had just passed. There were many small birds here, but it was extremely difficult to see or shoot them in the lofty tree-tops, and to find them in the tangle beneath it if they were shot. However, Cherrie got 4 species new to the collection. One was a tiny hummer, one of the species known as wood stars, with dainty but not brilliant plumage. Its kind is never found except in the deep, dark woods, not coming out into the sunshine. Its crop was filled with ants. When shot, it was feeding at a cluster of long red flowers. He also got a very handsome trogon and an exquisite little tanager, as brilliant as a cluster of jewels. Its throat was lilac, its breast turquoise, its crown and forehead topaz, while above it was glossy purple-black, the lower part of the back ruby red. This tanager was a female. I can hardly imagine that the male is more brilliantly colored. The 4th bird was a queer hawk of the genus Ibicter, black, with a white belly, naked red cheeks, and throat and red legs and feet. Its crop was filled with the seeds of fruits and a few insect remains, an extraordinary diet for a hawk. End of Chapter 8, Part 3. Chapter 8, Part 4 of Through the Brazilian Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Through the Brazilian Wilderness by Theodore Roosevelt. Chapter 8, The River of Doubt, Part 4. The morning of the 16th was dark and gloomy. Through sheets of blinding rain we left our camp of misfortune for another camp where misfortune also awaited us. Less than half an hour took our dugouts to the head of the rapids below. As Kermit had already explored the left-hand side, Colonel Rondon and Lyra went down the right-hand side, and found a channel which led round the worst part, so that they deemed it possible to let down the canoes by ropes from the bank. The distance to the foot of the rapids was about a kilometre. While the loads were being brought down the left bank, Luis and Antonio Correa, our 2 best watermen, started to take a canoe down the right side, and Colonel Rondon walked ahead to see anything he could about the river. He was accompanied by one of our 3 dogs, Lobo. After walking about a kilometre, he heard ahead a kind of howling noise, which he thought was made by spider monkeys. He walked in the direction of the sound, and Lobo ran ahead. In a minute he heard Lobo yell with pain, and then, still yelping, came toward him, while the creature that was howling also approached, evidently in pursuit. In a moment a second yell from Lobo, followed by silence, announced that he was dead, and the sound of the howling when near convinced Rondon that the dog had been killed by an Indian, doubtless with 2 arrows. Probably the Indian was howling to lure the spider monkeys toward him. Rondon fired his rifle in the air to warn off the Indian or Indians, who in all probability had never seen a civilized man, and certainly could not imagine that one was in the neighborhood. He then returned to the foot of the rapids, where the portage was still going on, and in company with Lyra, Kermit, and Antonio Parecis, the Indian, walked back to where Lobo's body lay. Sure enough he found him, slain by 2 arrows. 1 arrowhead was in him, and near by was a strange stick used in the very primitive method of fishing of all these Indians. Antonio recognized its purpose. The Indians, who were apparently 2 or 3 in number, had fled. Some beads and trinkets were left on the spot, to show that we were not angry and were friendly. Meanwhile Cherrie stayed at the head and I at the foot of the portage as guards. Luis and Antonio Correa brought down 1 canoe safely. The next was the new canoe, which was very large and heavy, being made of wood that would not float. In the rapids the rope broke, and the canoe was lost, Luis being nearly drowned. It was a very bad thing to lose the canoe, but it was even worse to lose the rope and pulleys. This meant that it would be physically impossible to hoist big canoes up even small hills or rocky hillocks, such as had been so frequent beside the many rapids we had encountered. It was not wise to spend the 4 days necessary to build new canoes where we were, in danger of attack from the Indians. Moreover, new rapids might be very near, in which case the new canoes would hamper us. Yet the 4 remaining canoes would not carry all the loads and all the men, no matter how we cut the loads down, and we intended to cut everything down at once. We had been gone 18 days. We had used over a third of our food. We had gone only 125 kilometers, and it was probable that we had at least 5 times, perhaps 6 or 7 times, this distance still to go. We had taken a fortnight to descend rapids, amounting in the aggregate to less than 70 yards of fall. A very few yards of fall makes a dangerous rapid when the river is swollen and swift and there are obstructions. We had only 1 aneroid to determine our altitude, and therefore could make merely a loose approximation to it, but we probably had between 2 and 3 times this descent in the aggregate of rapids ahead of us. So far the country had offered little in the way of food except palm tops. We had lost 4 canoes and 1 man. We were in the country of wild Indians, who shot well with their bows. It behooved us to go warily, but also to make all speed possible if we were to avoid serious trouble. The best plan seemed to be to march 13 men down along the bank, while the remaining canoes, lashed 2 and 2, floated down beside them. If after 2 or 3 days we found no bad rapids, and there seemed a reasonable chance of going some distance at decent speed, we could then build the new canoes, preferably 2 small ones, this time instead of 1 big one. We left all the baggage we could. We were already down as far as comfort would permit, but we now struck off much of the comfort. Cherrie, Kermit, and I had been sleeping under a very light fly, and there was another small light tent for 1 person, kept for possible emergencies. The last was given to me for my cot, and all 5 of the others swung their hammocks under the big fly. This meant that we left 2 big and heavy tents behind. A box of surveying instruments was also abandoned. Each of us got his personal belongings down to one box of duffel bag, although there was only a small diminution thus made, because we had so little that the only way to make a serious diminution was to restrict ourselves to the clothes on our backs. The biting flies and ants were to us a source of discomfort and at times of what could fairly be called torment. But to the camaradas, most of whom went barefoot or only wore sandals, and they never did or would wear shoes, the effect was more serious. They wrapped their legs and feet in pieces of canvas or hide, and the feet of 3 of them became so swollen that they were crippled and could not walk any distance. The doctor, whose courage and cheerfulness never flagged, took excellent care of them. Thanks to him, there had been among them hitherto but 1 or 2 slight cases of fever. He administered to each man daily a half gramme, nearly 8 grains, of quinine, and every 3rd or 4th day a double dose. The following morning Colonel Rondon, Lyra, Kermit, Cherrie, and 9 of the camaradas started in a single file down the bank, while the doctor and I went in the 2 double canoes with 6 camaradas, 3 of them the invalids with swollen feet. We halted continually, as we went about 3 times as fast as the walkers, and we traced the course of the river. After 40 minutes actual going in the boats, we came to some rapids. The unloaded canoes ran them without difficulty, while the loads were portaged. In an hour and a half we were again under way, but in 10 minutes came to other rapids, where the river ran among islands, and there were several big curls. The clumsy, heavily laden dugouts, lashed in couples, were unwieldy and hard to handle. The rapids came just round a sharp bend, and we got caught in the upper part of the swift water and had to run the first set of rapids in consequence. We in the leading pair of dugouts were within an ace of coming to grief on some big boulders against which we were swept by a cross current at the turn. All of us paddling hard, scraping and bumping, we got through by the skin of our teeth, and managed to make the bank and moor our dugouts. It was a narrow escape from grave disaster. The second pair of lashed dugouts profited by our experience, and made the run, with risk, but with less risk, and moored beside us. Then all the loads were taken out, and the empty canoes were ran down through the least dangerous channels among the islands. This was a long portage, and we camped at the foot of the rapids, having made nearly 7 kilometres. Here a little river, a rapid stream of volume equal to the Duvida at the point where we first embarked, joined from the west. Colonel Rondon and Kermit came to it first, and the former named it Rio Kermit. There was in it a waterfall, about 6 or 8 feet high, just above the junction. Here we found plenty of fish. Lyra caught 2 pacu, good-sized, deep-bodied fish. They were delicious eating. Antonio the Parecis said that these fish never came up heavy rapids, in which there were falls they had to jump. We could only hope that he was correct, as in that case the rapids we would encounter in the future would rarely be so serious as to necessitate our dragging the heavy dugouts overland. Passing the rapids we had hitherto encountered had meant severe labour and some danger. But the event showed that he was mistaken. The worst rapids were ahead of us. While our course as a whole had been almost due north, and sometimes east of north, yet where there were rapids the river had generally, although not always, turned westward. This seemed to indicate that to the east of us there was a low northward projection of the central plateau, across which we had travelled on muleback. This is the kind of projection that appears on the maps of this region as the Sierra. Probably it sent low spurs to the west, and the farthest point of these spurs now and then caused rapids in our course, for the rapids generally came where there were hills, and for the moment deflected the river westward from its general downhill trend to the north. There was no longer any question that the Duvida was a big river, a river of real importance. It was not a minor affluent of some other affluent. But we were still wholly in the dark as to where it came out. It was still possible, although exceedingly improbable, that it entered the Gy Parana as another river of substantially the same size near its mouth. It was much more likely, but not probable, that it entered the Tapajos. It was probable, although far from certain, that it entered the Madeira low down, near its point of junction with the Amazon. In this event it was likely, although again far from certain, that its mouth would prove to be the Aripuanan. The Aripuanan does not appear on the maps as a river of any size. On a good standard map of South America, which I had with me, its name does not appear at all, although a dotted indication of a small river or creek at about the right place probably represents it. Nevertheless, from the report of one of his lieutenants who had examined its mouth, and from the stories of the rubber gatherers or seringueiros, Colonel Rondon had come to the conclusion that this was the largest affluent of the Madeira, with such a body of water that it must have a big drainage basin. He thought that the Duvida was probably one of its head streams, although every existing map represented the lay of the land to be such as to render impossible the existence of such a river system and drainage basin. The rubber gatherers reported that they had gone many days' journey up the river, to a point where there were a series of heavy rapids, with above them the junction point of two large rivers, one entering from the west. Beyond this they had difficulties because of the hostility of the Indians, and where the junction point was no one could say. On the chance, Colonel Rondon had directed one of his subordinate officers, Lieutenant Pyrineus, to try to meet us, with boats and provisions, by ascending the Aripuanan to the point of entry of its first big affluent. This was the course followed when Amilcar had been directed to try to meet the explorers who in 1909 came down the Gy Parana. At that time the effort was a failure, and the two parties never met, but we might have better luck, and in any event the chance was worth taking. On the morning following our camping by the mouth of the Rio Kermit, Colonel Rondon took a good deal of pains in getting a big post set up at the entry of the smaller river into the Duvida. Then he summoned me and all the others to attend the ceremony of its erection. We found the camaradas drawn up in line, and the colonel preparing to read aloud the orders of the day. To the post was nailed a board with Rio Kermit on it, and the colonel read the orders, reciting that by the direction of the Brazilian government, and inasmuch as the unknown river was evidently a great river, he formally christened it the Rio Roosevelt. This was a complete surprise to me. Both Lauro Miller and Colonel Rondon had spoken to me on the subject, and I had urged, and Kermit had urged, as strongly as possible, that the name be kept as Rio da Duvida. We felt that the River of Doubt was an unusually good name, and it is always well to keep a name of this character. But my kind friends insisted otherwise, and it would have been churlish of me to object longer. I was much touched by their action, and by the ceremony itself. At the conclusion of the reading, Colonel Rondon led in cheers for the United States, and then for me and for Kermit, and the camaradas cheered with a will. I proposed 3 cheers for Brazil, and then for Colonel Rondon and Lyra and the doctor, and then for all the camaradas. Then Lyra said that everybody had been cheered except Cherrie, and so we all gave 3 cheers for Cherrie, and the meeting broke up in high good humour. Immediately afterward the walkers set off on their march downstream, looking for good canoe trees. In a quarter of an hour we followed with the canoes. As often as we overtook them we halted until they had again gone a good distance ahead. They soon found fresh Indian sign, and actually heard the Indians, but the latter fled in panic. They came on a little Indian fishing village just abandoned. The 3 low, oblong huts of palm leaves had each an entrance for a man on all fours, but no other opening. They were dark inside, doubtless as a protection against the swarms of biting flies. On a pole in this village an axe and a knife and some strings of red beads were left, with the hope that the Indians would return, find the gifts, and realize that we were friendly. We saw further Indian sign on both sides of the river. After about 2 hours and a half, we came on a little river entering from the east. It was broad but shallow, and at the point of entrance rushed down, green and white, over a sharply inclined sheet of rock. It was a lovely sight, and we halted to admire it. Then on we went, until, when we had covered about 8 kilometers, we came on a stretch of rapids. The canoes ran them with about a third of the loads, the other loads being carried on the men's shoulders. At the foot of the rapids we camped, as there were several good canoe trees near, and we had decided to build 2 rather small canoes. After dark the stars came out, but in the deep forest the glory of the stars in the night of the sky, the serene radiance of the moon, the splendor of sunrise and sunset, are never seen as they are seen on the vast open plains. The following day, the 19th, the men began work on the canoes. The ill-fated big canoe had been made of wood so hard that it was difficult to work, and so heavy that the chips sank like lead in the water. But these trees were araputangas, with wood which was easier to work and which floated. Great buttresses or flanges jutted out from their trunks at the base, and they bore big hard nuts or fruits, which stood erect at the ends of the branches. The first tree felled proved rotten, and moreover it was chopped so that it smashed a number of lesser trees into the kitchen, overthrowing everything, but not inflicting serious damage. Hard working, willing, and tough though the camaradas were, they naturally did not have the skill of northern lumberjacks. We hoped to finish the 2 canoes in 3 days. A space was cleared in the forest for our tents. Among the taller trees grew huge-leaved pacovas, or wild bananas. We bathed and swam in the river, although in it we caught piranhas. Carregadores ants swarmed all around our camp. As many of the nearest of their holes as we could we stopped with fire, but at night some of them got into our tents and ate things we could ill spare. In the early morning a column of foraging ants appeared, and we drove them back, also with fire. When the sky was not overcast, the sun was very hot, and we spread out everything to dry. There were many wonderful butterflies round about, but only a few birds. Yet in the early morning and late afternoon there was some attractive bird music in the woods. The 2 best performers were our old friend, the false bellbird, with its series of ringing whistles, and a shy, attractive ant thrush. The latter walked much on the ground, with dainty movements, curtsying and raising its tail, and in accent and sequence, although not in tone or time, its song resembled that of our white-throated sparrow. It was 3 weeks since we had started down the River of Doubt. We had come along its winding course about 140 kilometers, with a descent of somewhere in the neighborhood of 124 meters. It had been slow progress. We could not tell what physical obstacles were ahead of us, nor whether the Indians would be actively hostile. But a river normally describes in its course a parabola, the steep descent being in the upper part, and we hoped that in the future we should not have to encounter so many and such difficult rapids as we had already encountered, and that therefore we could make better time, a hope destined to failure. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9, Part 1 of Through the Brazilian Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Foreman. Through the Brazilian Wilderness by Theodore Roosevelt. Chapter 9. Down an Unknown River into the Equatorial Forest. Part 1. The mightiest river in the world is the Amazon. It runs from west to east, from sunset to the sunrise, from the Andes to the Atlantic. The main stream flows almost along the equator, while the basin, which contains its affluents, extends many degrees north and south of the equator. The gigantic equatorial river basin is filled with an immense forest, the largest in the world, with which no other forest can be compared save those of western Africa and Malaysia. We were within the southern boundary of this great equatorial forest, on a river which was not merely unknown, but unguessed at, no geographer having ever suspected its existence. This river flowed northward towards the equator, but whether it would go, whether it would turn one way or another, the length of its course, where it would come out, the character of the stream itself, and the character of the dwellers along its banks, all these things were yet to be discovered. One morning, while the canoes were being built, Kermit and I walked a few kilometers down the river and surveyed the next rapids below. The vast, still forest was almost empty of life. We found old Indian signs. There were very few birds, and these in the tops of the tall trees. We saw a recent tapir track, and under a cajazeria tree by the bank there were tracks of capybaras, which had been eating the fallen fruit. This fruit is delicious, and would make a valuable addition to our orchards. The tree, although tropical, is hardy, thrives when domesticated, and propagates rapidly from shoots. The Department of Agriculture should try whether it would not grow in southern California and Florida. This was the tree from which the doctor's family name was taken. His paternal grandfather, although of Portuguese blood, was an intensely patriotic Brazilian. He was a very young man when the independence of Brazil was declared, and did not wish to keep the Portuguese family name, so he changed it to that of the fine Brazilian tree in question. Such change of family names is common in Brazil. Dr. Vital Brazil, the student of poisonous serpents, was given his name by his father, whose own family name was entirely different, and his brother's name was again different. There were tremendous downpours of rain, lasting for a couple of hours, and accompanied by thunder and lightning, but on the whole it seemed as if the rains were less heavy and continuous than they had been. We all of us had to help in building the canoes now and then. Kermit, accompanied by Antonio the Parecis and Joelle, crossed the river and walked back to the little river that had entered from the east, so as to bring back a report to Colonel Rondon. Lyra took observations by the sun and by the stars. We were in about latitude 11 degrees 2 minutes south, and due north of where we had started. The river had wound so that we had gone 2 miles for every one we made northward. Our progress had been very slow, and until we got out of the region of incessant rapids, without their attendant labor and hazard, it was not likely that we should go much faster. On the morning of March 22nd, we started in our 6 canoes. We made 10 kilometers. 20 minutes after starting, we came to the first rapids. Here everyone walked except the 3 best paddlers, who took the canoes down in succession, an hour's job. Soon after this we struck a bee's nest in the top of a tree overhanging the river. Our steersman climbed out and robbed it, but alas, lost the honey on the way back. We came to a small, steep fall, which we did not dare run in our overladen, clumsy, and cranky dugouts. Fortunately, we were able to follow a deep canal, which led off for a kilometer, returning just below the falls 50 yards from where it had started. Then, having been in the boats and in motion only 1 hour and a half, we came to a long stretch of rapids, which it took us 6 hours to descend, and we camped at the foot. Everything was taken out of the canoes, and they were run down in succession. At one difficult and perilous place they were let down by ropes, and even thus we almost lost one. We went down the right bank. On the opposite bank was an Indian village, evidently inhabited only during the dry season. The marks on the stumps of trees showed that these Indians had axes and knives, and there were old fields in which maize, beans, and cotton had been grown. The forest dripped and steamed. Rubber trees were plentiful. At one point the tops of a group of tall trees were covered with yellow-white blossoms. Others bore red blossoms. Many of the big trees, of different kinds, were buttressed at the base with great thin walls of wood. Others, including both palms and ordinary trees, showed an even stranger peculiarity. The trunk near the base, but sometimes 6 or 8 feet from the ground, was split into a dozen or 20 branches or small trunks which sloped outwards in a tent-like shape, each becoming a root. The larger trees of this type looked as if their trunks were seated on the tops of the pole frames of Indian teepees. At one point in the stream, to our great surprise, we saw a flying fish. It skimmed the water like a swallow for over 20 yards. Although we made only 10 kilometers, we worked hard all day. The last canoes were brought down and moored to the bank at nightfall. Our tents were pitched in the darkness. Next day we made 13 kilometers. We ran, all told, a little over an hour and 3/4. 7 hours were spent in getting past a series of rapids at which the portage, over rocky and difficult ground, was a kilometer long. The canoes were run down empty, a hazardous run, in which one of them upset. Yet while we were actually on the river, paddling and floating downstream along the stretches of swift, smooth water, it was very lovely. When we started in the morning, the day was overcast and the air was heavy with vapor. Ahead of us, the shrouded river stretched between dim walls of forest, half seen in the mist. Then the sun burned up the fog and loomed through it in red splendor that changed first from gold and then to molten white. In the dazzling light under the brilliant blue of the sky, every detail of the magnificent forest was vivid to the eye. The great trees, the network of brush ropes, the caverns of greenery which thick-leaved vines covered all things else. Wherever there was a hidden boulder, the surface of the current was broken by waves. In one place, in midstream, a pyramidal rock thrust itself 6 feet above the surface of the river. On the banks we found fresh Indian sign. At home in Vermont, Cherie is a farmer with a farm of 600 acres, most of it woodland. As we sat at the foot of the rapids, watching for the last dugouts with their naked paddlers to swing into sight round the bend through the white water, we talked of the northern spring that was just beginning. He sells cream, eggs, poultry, potatoes, honey, occasionally pork and veal, but at this season it was the time of the maple sugar crop. He has a sugar orchard where he taps 1,200 trees and hopes soon to tap as many more in addition. Said Cherie, "It's a busy time now for Fred Rice." Fred Rice is the hired man, and in sugar time the Cherie boys help him with enthusiasm, and moreover are paid with exact justice for the work they do. There is much wildlife about the farm, although it is near Brattleboro. One night in the early spring a bear left his tracks near the sugar house, and now and then in summer Cherie has had to sleep in the garden to keep the deer away from the beans, cabbages, and beets. There was not much bird life in the forest, but Cherie kept getting species new to the collection. At this camp he shot an interesting little ant thrush. It was the size of a warbler, jet black with white undersurfaces of the wings and tail, white on the tail feathers, and a large spot of white on the back, normally almost concealed, the feathers on the back being long and fluffy. When he shot the bird, a male, it was showing off before a dull-colored little bird, doubtless the female, and the chief feature of the display was this white spot on the back. The white feathers were raised and displayed so that the spot flashed like a chrysanthemum on a prongbuck whose curiosity had been aroused. In the gloom of the forest the bird was hard to see, but the flashing of this patch of white feathers revealed it at once, attracting immediate attention. It was an excellent example of the coloration mark which served a purely advertising purpose. Apparently it was part of the courtship display. The bird was about 30 feet up in the branches. In the morning, just before leaving this camp, a tapir swam across the stream a little way above us, but unfortunately we could not get a shot at it. An ample supply of tapir beef would have meant much to us. We had started with 50 days' rations, but this by no means meant full rations, in the sense of giving every man all he wanted to eat. We had 2 meals a day, and were on rather short commons, both our mess and the camaradas, except when we got plenty of palm tops. For our mess we had the boxes chosen by Fiala, each containing a day's rations for 6 men, our number. But we made each box last a day and a half or sometimes 2 days, and in addition we gave some of the food to the camaradas. It was only on the rare occasions when we had killed some monkeys or curassows or caught some fish that everybody had enough. We would have welcomed that tapir. So far the game, fish, and fruit had been too scarce to be an element of weight in our food supply. In an exploring trip like ours, through a difficult and utterly unknown country, especially if densely forested, there is little time to halt, and game cannot be counted on. It is only in lands like our own West 30 years ago, like South Africa in the middle of last century, like East Africa today, that game can be made the chief food supply. On this trip, our only substantial food supply from the country hitherto had been that furnished by the palm tops. 2 men were detailed every day to cut down the palms for food. A kilometer and a half after leaving the camp, we came on a stretch of big rapids. The river here twists in loops, and we heard the roaring of these rapids the previous afternoon. Then we passed out of earshot of them, but Antonio Carrera, our best waterman, insisted all along that the roaring meant rapids worse than any we had encountered for some days. I was brought up in the water, and I know it like a fish, and all its sounds, he said. He was right. We had to carry the loads nearly a kilometer that afternoon, and the canoes were pulled out of the bank so that they might be in readiness to be dragged overland next day. Rondon, Lyra, Kermit, and Antonio Carrera explored both sides of the rivers. On the opposite or left bank they found the mouth of a considerable river, bigger than the Rio Kermit, flowed in from the west and making its entrance in the middle of the rapids. This river we christened the Taunay, in honor of a distinguished Brazilian, an explorer, a soldier, a senator, who was also a writer of note. Kermit had with him 2 of his novels, and I had read one of his books dealing with a disastrous retreat from the Paraguayan War. Next morning, the 25th, the canoes were brought down. A path was chopped for them and rollers laid, and halfway down the rapids Lyra and Kermit, who were overseeing the work, as well as doing their share of the pushing and hauling, got them into a canal of smooth water, which saved much severe labor. As our food supply lowered, we were constantly more desirous of economizing the strength of the men. One day more would complete a month since we had embarked on the Duvida. As we had started in February, the lunar and calendar months coincided. We had used up over half our provisions. We had come only a trifle over 160 kilometers, thanks to the character and number of the rapids. We believed we had 3 or 4 times the distance yet to go before coming to a part of the river where we might hope to meet assistance, either from rubber gatherers or from Pyrenees, if he were really coming up the river, which we would be going down. If the rapids continued to be as they had been, it could not be much more than 3 weeks before we were in straits for food. Aside from the ever-present danger of accident in the rapids, and if our progress were no faster than it had been, and we were straining to do our best, we would in such event still have several hundreds of kilometers of unknown river before us. We could not even hazard a guess at what was in front. The river was now a really big river, and it seemed impossible that it could flow into either the Gai Parana or the Tapajos. It was possible that it went into the Cunama, a big affluent of the Madeira low down, and next to the Tapajos. It was more probable that it was the headwaters of the Arapuana, a river which, as I have said, was not even named on the excellent English map of Brazil I carried. Nothing but the mouth had been known to any geographer, but the lower course had been known to rubber gatherers, and recently a commission from the government of Amazonas had partway ascended one branch of it, not as far as the rubber gatherers had gone, and, as it turns out, not the branch we came down. 2 of our men were down with fever. Another man, Julio, a fellow of powerful frame, was utterly worthless, being an inborn, lazy shirk with the heart of a ferocious cur in the body of a bullock. The others were good men, some of them very good indeed. They were under the immediate supervision of Pedrinho Craverio, who was first class in every way. This camp was very lovely. It was on the edge of a bay, into which the river broadened immediately below the rapids. There was a breach of white sand where we bathed and washed our clothes. All around us and across the bay, and on both sides of the long water street made by the river, rose a splendid forest. There were flocks of parakeets, colored green, blue, and red. Big toucans called overhead, lustrous green-black in color with white throats, red gorgets, red and yellow tail coverts, and huge black and yellow bills. Here the soil was fertile, and it will be a fine site for a coffee plantation when this region is open to settlement. Surely such a rich and fertile land cannot be permitted to remain idle, to lie as a tenantless wilderness, while there are such teeming swarms of human beings in the overcrowded, overpeopled countries of the world. The very rapids and waterfalls which now make the navigation of the river so difficult and dangerous would drive electric trolleys up and down its whole length and far out onto either side, and run mills and factories, and lighten the labor on farms. With the incoming of settlement and the steady growth of knowledge how to fight and control tropical diseases, fear of danger to health would vanish. A land like this is a hard land for the first explorers, and perhaps for their immediate followers, but not for the people who come after them. In mid-afternoon we were once more in the canoes, but we had paddled with the current only a few minutes. We had gone only a kilometer when the roar of the rapids in front again forced us to haul up the bank. As usual, Rondon, Lyra, and Kermit, with Antonio Carrera, explored both sides while camp was being pitched. The rapids were longer and of steeper descent than the last, but on the opposite or western side there was a passage down which we thought we could get the empty dugouts at the cost of dragging them only a few yards at one spot. The loads were to be carried down the hither bank for a kilometer to the smooth water. The river foamed between great rounded masses of rock, and at one point there was a sheer fall of 6 or 8 feet. We found and ate wild pineapples. Wild beans were in flower. At dinner we had a toucan and a couple of parrots, which were very good. End of Chapter 9, Part 1.
Chapter 9, Part 2 of Through the Brazilian Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Darvinia. Through the Brazilian Wilderness by Theodore Roosevelt. Chapter 9, Down an Unknown River into the Equatorial Forest. Part 2. All next day was spent by Lyra in superintending our 3 best watermen as they took the canoes down the west side of the rapids, to the foot, at the spot to which the camp had meantime been shifted. In the forest, some of the huge cepas, or rope vines, which were as big as cables, bore clusters of fragrant flowers. The men found several honey trees, and fruits of various kinds, and small coconuts. They chopped down an ample number of palms for the palm cabbage, and most important of all, they gathered a quantity of big Brazil nuts, which when roasted tasted like the best of chestnuts and are nutritious. And they caught a number of big piranhas, which were good eating. So we all had a feast, and everybody had enough to eat, and was happy. By these rapids, at the fall, Cherry found some strange carvings on a bare mass of rock. They were evidently made by men a long time ago. As far as is known, the Indians thereabouts make no such figures now. They were in two groups, one on the surface of the rock facing the land, the other on that facing the water. The latter were nearly obliterated. The former were in good preservation, the figures sharply cut into the rock. They consisted, upon the upper flat part of the rock, of 4 multiple circles with a dot in the middle, O, very accurately made and about 1.5 feet in diameter, and below them, on the side of the rock, 4 multiple M's, or inverted W's. M. What these curious symbols represented, or who made them, we could not, of course, form the slightest idea. It may be that in a very remote past some Indian tribes of comparatively advanced culture had penetrated to this lovely river, just as we had now come to it. Before white men came to South America, there had already existed therein various semi-civilizations, some rude, others fairly advanced, which rose, flourished, and persisted through immemorial ages, and then vanished. The vicissitudes in the history of humanity during its stay on this southern continent have been as strange, varied, and inexplicable as paleontology shows to have been the case, on the same continent, in the history of the higher forms of animal life during the age of mammals. Colonel Rondon stated that such figures as these are not found anywhere else in Matto Grosso, where he has been, and therefore it was all the more strange to find them in this one place on the unknown river, never before visited by white men, which we were descending. Next morning we went about 3 kilometers before coming to some steep hills, beautiful to look upon, clad as they were in dense, tall tropical forest, but ominous of new rapids. Sure enough, at their foot we had to haul up and prepare for a long portage. The canoes we ran down empty. Even so, we were within an ace of losing 2, the lashed couple in which I ordinarily journeyed. In a sharp bend of the rapids, between 2 big curls, they were swept among the boulders and under the matted branches which stretched out from the bank. They filled, and the racing current pinned them where they were, one partly on the other. All of us had to help get them clear. Their fastenings were chopped asunder with axes. Kermit and 6 of the men, stripped to the skin, made their way to a small rock island in the little falls just above the canoes, and let down a rope which we tied to the outermost canoe. The rest of us, up to our armpits and barely able to keep our footing as we slipped and stumbled among the boulders in the swift current, lifted and shoved while Kermit and his men pulled the rope and fastened the slack to a half-submerged tree. Each canoe in succession was hauled up the little rock island, bailed, and then taken down in safety by 2 paddlers. It was nearly 4 o'clock before we were again ready to start, having been delayed by a rainstorm so heavy that we could not see across the river. 10 minutes' run took us to the head of another series of rapids. The exploring party returned with the news that we had an all-day's job ahead of us, and we made camp in the rain, which did not matter much, as we were already drenched through. It was impossible with the wet wood to make a fire sufficiently hot to dry all our soggy things, for the rain was still falling. A tapir was seen from our boat, but as at the moment we were being whisked round in a complete circle by a whirlpool, I did not myself see it in time to shoot. Next morning we went down 1 kilometer, then landed on the other side of the river. The canoes were run down, and the loads carried to the other side of a little river coming in from the west, which Colonel Rondon christened Cherry River. Across this we went on a bridge consisting of a huge tree felled by Macario, one of our best men. Here we camped, while Rondon, Lyra, Kermit, and Antonio Correa explored what was ahead. They were absent until mid-afternoon. Then they returned with the news that we were among ranges of low mountains, utterly different in formation from the high plateau region to which the first rapids, those we had come to on the 2nd of March, belonged. Through the first range of these mountains the river ran in a gorge, some 3 kilometers long, immediately ahead of us. The ground was so rough and steep that it would be impossible to drag the canoes over it, and difficult enough to carry the loads; and the rapids were so bad, containing several falls, one of at least 10 meters in height, that it was doubtful how many of the canoes we could get down them. Kermit, who was the only man with much experience of rope work, was the only man who believed we could get the canoes down at all, and it was, of course, possible that we should have to build new ones at the foot to supply the place of any that were lost or left behind. In view of the length and character of the portage, and of all the unpleasant possibilities that were ahead, and of the need of keeping every pound of food, it was necessary to reduce weight in every possible way, and to throw away everything except the barest necessities. We thought we had reduced our baggage before, but now we cut to the bone. We kept the fly for all 6 of us to sleep under. Kermit's shoes had gone, thanks to the amount of work in the water which he had been doing, and he took the pair I had been wearing, while I put on my spare pair. In addition to the clothes I wore, I kept 1 set of pajamas, a spare pair of drawers, a spare pair of socks, 6 handkerchiefs, my wash kit, my pocket medicine case, and a little bag containing my spare spectacles, gun grease, some adhesive plaster, some needles and thread, the fly dope, and my purse and letter of credit, to be used at Manaus. All of these went into the bag containing my cot, blanket, and mosquito net. I also carried a cartridge bag containing my cartridges, head net, and gauntlets. Kermit cut down even closer, and the others about as close. The last 3 days of March we spent in getting to the foot of the rapids in this gorge. Lyra and Kermit, with 4 of the best watermen, handled the empty canoes. The work was not only difficult and laborious in the extreme, but hazardous, for the walls of the gorge were so sheer that at the worst places they had to cling to narrow shelves on the face of the rock, while letting the canoes down with ropes. Meanwhile Rondon surveyed and cut a trail for the burden-bearers, and superintended the portage of the loads. The rocky sides of the gorge were too steep for laden men to attempt to traverse them. Accordingly, the trail had to go over the top of the mountain, both the ascent and the descent of the rock-strewn, forest-clad slopes being very steep. It was hard work to carry loads over such a trail. From the top of the mountain, through an opening in the trees on the edge of a cliff, there was a beautiful view of the country ahead. All around and in front of us there were ranges of low mountains, about the height of the lower ridges of the Alleghanies. Their sides were steep, and they were covered with the matted growth of the tropical forest. Our next camping place, at the foot of the gorge, was almost beneath us, and from thence the river ran in a straight line, flecked with white water, for about 1 kilometre. Then it disappeared behind and between mountain ridges, which we supposed meant further rapids. It was a view well worth seeing, but, beautiful although the country ahead of us was, its character was such as to promise further hardships, difficulty, and exhausting labour, and especially further delay. And delay was a serious matter to men whose food supply was beginning to run short, whose equipment was reduced to the minimum, who for a month with the utmost toil had made very slow progress, and who had no idea of either the distance or the difficulties of the route in front of them. There was not much life in the woods, big or little. Small birds were rare, although Cherry's unwearied efforts were rewarded from time to time by a species new to the collection. There were tracks of tapir, deer, and agouti, and if we had taken 2 or 3 days to devote to nothing else than hunting them, we might perchance have killed something. But the chance was much too uncertain, the work we were doing was too hard and wearing, and the need of pressing forward altogether too great to permit us to spend any time in such manner. The hunting had to come in incidentally. This type of well-nigh impenetrable forest is the one in which it is most difficult to get even what little game exists therein. A couple of curassows and a big monkey were killed by the Colonel and Kermit. On the day the monkey was brought in, Lyra, Kermit, and their 4 associates had spent from sunrise to sunset in severe and at moments dangerous toil among the rocks and in the swift water, and the fresh meat was appreciated. The head, feet, tail, skin, and entrails were boiled for the gaunt and ravenous dogs. The flesh gave each of us a few mouthfuls, and how good those mouthfuls tasted! Cherrie, in addition to being out after birds in every spare moment, helped in all emergencies. He was a veteran in the work of the tropic wilderness. We talked together often and of many things, for our views of life, and of a man's duty to his wife and children, to other men and to women, and to the state in peace and war, were in all essentials the same. His father had served all through the Civil War, entering an Iowa cavalry regiment as a private and coming out as a captain. His breastbone was shattered by a blow from a musket butt in hand-to-hand fighting at Shiloh. During this portage the weather favored us. We were coming toward the close of the rainy season. On the last day of the month, when we moved camp to the foot of the gorge, there was a thunderstorm, but on the whole we were not bothered by rain until the last night, when it rained heavily, driving under the fly so as to wet my cot and bedding. However, I slept comfortably enough, rolled in the damp blanket. Without the blanket I should have been uncomfortable. A blanket is a necessity for health. On the 3rd day, Lyra and Kermit, with their daring and hard-working watermen, after wearing labor, succeeded in getting 5 canoes through the worst of the rapids to the chief fall. The 6th, which was frail and weak, had its bottom beaten out on the jagged rocks of the broken water. On this night, although I thought I had put my clothes out of reach, both the termites and the Corregidorus ants got at them, ate holes in one boot, ate one leg of my drawers, and riddled my handkerchief. And I now had nothing to replace anything that was destroyed. Next day, Lyra, Kermit, and their camaradas brought the 5 canoes that were left down to camp. They had in 4 days accomplished a work of incredible labor and of the utmost importance, for at the first glance it had seemed an absolute impossibility to avoid abandoning the canoes, when we found that the river sank into a cataract-broken torrent at the bottom of a canyon-like gorge between steep mountains. On April 2nd we once more started wondering how soon we should strike other rapids in the mountains ahead, and whether in any reasonable time we should, as the aneroid indicated, be so low down that we should necessarily be in a plain where we could make a journey of at least a few days without rapids. We had been exactly a month going through an uninterrupted succession of rapids. During that month we had come only about 110 kilometers, and had descended nearly 150 meters. The figures are approximate, but fairly accurate. We had lost 4 of the canoes with which we started, and 1 other which we had built, and the life of 1 man, and the life of a dog, which by its death had in all probability saved the life of Colonel Rondon. In a straight line northward, toward our supposed destination, we had not made more than 1.25 miles a day, at the cost of bitter toil for most of the party, of much risk for some of the party, and of some risk and some hardship for all the party. Most of the camaradas were downhearted, naturally enough, and occasionally asked one of us if we really believed that we should ever get out alive, and we had to cheer them up as best we could. There was no change in our work for the time being. We made but 3 kilometers that day. Most of the party walked all the time, but the dugouts carried the luggage until we struck the head of the series of rapids which were to take up the next 2 or 3 days. The river rushed through a wild gorge, a chasm or canyon between 2 mountains. Its sides were very steep, mere rock walls, although in most places so covered with the luxuriant growth of the trees and bushes that clung in the crevices, and with green moss, that the naked rock was hardly seen. Rondon, Lyra, and Kermit, who were in front, found a small level spot with a beach of sand, and sent back word to camp there, while they spent several hours in exploring the country ahead. The canoes were run down empty, and the loads carried painfully along the face of the cliffs. So bad was the trail that I found it rather hard to follow, although carrying nothing but my rifle and cartridge bag. The explorers returned with the information that the mountains stretched ahead of us and that there were rapids as far as they had gone. We could only hope that the aneroid was not hopelessly out of kilter, and that we should, therefore, fairly soon find ourselves in comparatively level country. The severe toil, on a rather limited food supply, was telling on the strength as well as on the spirits of the men. Lyra and Kermit, in addition to their other work, performed as much actual physical labor as any of them. End of Chapter 9, Part 2. Chapter 9, Part 3 of Through the Brazilian Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Darvinia. Through the Brazilian Wilderness by Theodore Roosevelt. Chapter 9, Down an Unknown River into the Equatorial Forest, Part 3. Next day, the 3rd of April, we began the descent of these sinister rapids of the chasm. Colonel Rondon had gone to the summit of the mountain in order to find a better trail for the burden bearers, but it was hopeless, and they had to go along the face of the cliffs. Such an exploring expedition as that in which we were engaged of necessity involves hard and dangerous labor, and perils of many kinds. To follow downstream an unknown river, broken by innumerable cataracts and rapids, rushing through mountains of which the existence has never been even guessed, bears no resemblance whatever to following even a fairly dangerous river which has been thoroughly explored and has become in some sort a highway, so that experienced pilots can be secured as guides, while the portages have been pioneered and trails chopped out, and every dangerous feature of the rapids is known beforehand. In this case no one could foretell that the river would cleave its way through steep mountain chains, cutting narrow clefts in which the cliff walls rose almost sheer on either hand. When a rushing river thus canyons, as we used to say out west, and the mountains are very steep, it becomes almost impossible to bring the canoes down the river itself, and utterly impossible to portage them along the cliff sides, while even to bring the loads over the mountain is a task of extraordinary labor and difficulty. Moreover, no one can tell how many times the task will have to be repeated, or when it will end, or whether the food will hold out. Every hour of work in the rapids is fraught with the possibility of the gravest disaster, and yet it is imperatively necessary to attempt it. And all this is done in an uninhabited wilderness, or else a wilderness tenanted only by unfriendly savages, where failure to get through means death by disease and starvation. Wholesale disasters to South American exploring parties have been frequent. The first recent effort to descend one of the unknown rivers to the Amazon from the Brazilian highlands resulted in such a disaster. It was undertaken in 1889 by a party about as large as ours, under a Brazilian engineer officer, Colonel Tales Peres. In descending some rapids they lost everything: canoes, food, medicine, implements, everything. Fever smote them, and then starvation. All of them died except one officer and 2 men, who were rescued months later. Recently, in Guiana, a wilderness veteran, Andre, lost 2/3 of his party by starvation. Genuine wilderness exploration is as dangerous as warfare. The conquest of wild nature demands the utmost vigor, hardihood, and daring, and takes from the conquerors a heavy toll of life and health. Lyra, Kermit, and Cherry, with 4 of the men, worked the canoes halfway down the canyon. Again and again it was touch and go whether they could get by a given point. At one spot the channel of the furious torrent was only 15 yards across. One canoe was lost, so that of the 7 with which we had started, only 2 were left. Cherry labored with the other men at times, and also stood as guard over them, for while actually working, of course, no one could carry a rifle. Kermit's experience in bridge building was invaluable in enabling him to do the rope work, by which alone it was possible to get the canoes down the canyon. He and Lyra had now been in the water for days. Their clothes were never dry. Their shoes were rotten. The bruises on their feet and legs had become sores. On their bodies some of the insect bites had become festering wounds, as indeed was the case with all of us. Poisonous ants, biting flies, ticks, wasps, bees, were a perpetual torment. However, no one had yet been bitten by a venomous serpent, a scorpion, or a centipede, although we had killed all of the three within camp limits. Under such conditions, whatever is evil in men's nature comes to the front. On this day a strange and terrible tragedy occurred. One of the camaradas, a man of pure European blood, was the man named Julio, of whom I have already spoken. He was a very powerful fellow, and had been importunately eager to come on the expedition, and he had the reputation of being a good worker. But, like so many men of higher standing, he had had no idea of what such an expedition really meant, and under the strain of toil, hardship, and danger, his nature showed its true depths of selfishness, cowardice, and ferocity. He shirked all work. He shammed sickness. Nothing could make him do his share, and yet, unlike his self-respecting fellows, he was always shamelessly begging for favors. Kermit was the only one of our party who smoked, and he was continually giving a little tobacco to some of the camaradas, who worked especially well under him. The good men did not ask for it, but Julio, who shirked every labor, was always, and always in vain, demanding it. Colonel Rondon, Lyra, and Kermit each tried to get work out of him, and in order to do anything with him had to threaten to leave him in the wilderness. He threw all his tasks on his comrades, and moreover he stole their food as well as ours. On such an expedition the theft of food comes next to murder as a crime, and should, by rights, be punished as such. We could not trust him to cut down palms or gather nuts, because he would stay out and eat what ought to have gone into the common store. Finally, the men on several occasions themselves detected him stealing their food. Alone of the whole party, and thanks to the stolen food, he had kept in full flesh and bodily vigor. One of our best men was a huge negro named Paishon, a corporal and acting sergeant in the engineer corps. He had, by the way, literally torn his trousers to pieces, so that he wore only the tatters of a pair of old drawers, until I gave him my spare trousers when we lightened loads. He was a stern disciplinarian. One evening he detected Julio stealing food, and smashed him in the mouth. Julio came crying to us, his face working with fear and malignant hatred, but after investigation he was told that he had gotten off uncommonly lightly. The men had 3 or 4 carbines, which were sometimes carried by those who were not their owners. On this morning, at the outset of the portage, Pedrinho discovered Julio stealing some of the men's dried meat. Shortly afterward, Paishon rebuked him for, as usual, lagging behind. By this time we had reached the place where the canoes were tied to the bank and then taken down one at a time. We were sitting down, waiting for the last loads to be brought along the trail. Pedrinho was still in the camp we had left. Paishon had just brought in a load, left it on the ground with his carbine beside it, and returned on the trail for another load. Julio came in, put down his load, picked up the carbine, and walked back on the trail, muttering to himself, but showing no excitement. We thought nothing of it, for he was always muttering, and occasionally one of the men saw a monkey or big bird and tried to shoot it, so it was never surprising to see a man with a carbine. In a minute we heard a shot, and in a short time 3 or 4 of the men came up the trail to tell us that Paishon was dead, having been shot by Julio, who had fled into the woods. Colonel Rondon and Lyra were ahead. I sent a messenger for them, directed Cherrie and Kermit to stay where they were and guard the canoes and provisions, and started down the trail with the doctor, an absolutely cool and plucky man, with a revolver but no rifle, and a couple of the camaradas. We soon passed the dead body of poor Paishon. He lay in a huddle, in a pool of his own blood, where he had fallen, shot through the heart. I feared that Julio had run amok, and intended merely to take more lives before he died, and that he would begin with Pedrinho, who was alone and unarmed in the camp we had left. Accordingly I pushed on, followed by my companions, looking sharply right and left, but when we came to the camp, the doctor quietly walked by me, remarking, "My eyes are better than yours, Colonel. If he is in sight, I'll point him out to you, as you have the rifle." However, he was not there, and the others soon joined us, with the welcome news that they had found the carbine. The murderer had stood to one side of the path and killed his victim, when a dozen paces off, with deliberate and malignant purpose. Then, evidently his murderous hatred had at once given way to his innate cowardice, and perhaps hearing someone coming along the path, he fled in panic terror into the wilderness. A tree had knocked the carbine from his hand. His footsteps showed that after going some rods he had started to return, doubtless for the carbine, but had fled again, probably because the body had then been discovered. It was questionable whether or not he would live to reach the Indian villages, which were probably his goal. He was not a man to feel remorse, never a common feeling, but surely that murderer was in a living hell, as with fever and famine leering at him from the shadows, he made his way through the empty desolation of the wilderness. Franca, the cook, quoted out of the melancholy proverbial philosophy of the people the proverb, "No man knows the heart of any one," and then expressed with deep conviction a weird ghostly belief I had never encountered before. "Paishon is following Julio now, and will follow him until he dies. Paishon fell forward on his hands and knees, and when a murdered man falls like that, his ghost will follow the slayer as long as the slayer lives." We did not attempt to pursue the murderer. We could not legally put him to death, although he was a soldier who in cold blood had just deliberately killed a fellow soldier. If we had been near civilization, we would have done our best to bring him in and turn him over to justice. But we were in the wilderness, and how many weeks' journey were ahead of us we could not tell. Our food was running low, sickness was beginning to appear among the men, and both their courage and their strength were gradually ebbing. Our first duty was to save the lives and the health of the men of the expedition who had honestly been performing, and had still to perform, so much perilous labor. If we brought the murderer in, he would have to be guarded night and day on an expedition where there were always loaded firearms about, and where there would continually be opportunity and temptation for him to make an effort to seize food and a weapon and escape, perhaps murdering some other good man. He could not be shackled while climbing along the cliff slopes. He could not be shackled in the canoes, where there was always chance of upset and drowning. And standing guard would be an additional and severe penalty on the weary, honest men already exhausted by overwork. The expedition was in peril, and it was wise to take every chance possible that would help secure success. Whether the murderer lived or died in the wilderness was of no moment compared with the duty of doing everything to secure the safety of the rest of the party. For the 2 days following we were always on the watch against his return, for he could have readily killed someone else by rolling rocks down on any one of the men working on the cliff sides or in the bottom of the gorge. But we did not see him until the morning of the 3rd day. We had passed the last of the rapids of the chasm, and the 4 boats were going downstream when he appeared behind some trees on the bank, and called out that he wished to surrender and be taken aboard. For the murderer was an arrant craven at heart. A strange mixture of ferocity and cowardice. Colonel Rondon's boat was far in advance. He did not stop nor answer. I kept on in similar fashion with the rear boats, for I had no intention of taking the murderer aboard, to the jeopardy of the other members of the party, unless Colonel Rondon told me that it would have to be done in pursuance of his duty as an officer of the army and a servant of the government of Brazil. At the first halt Colonel Rondon came up to me and told me that this was his view of his duty, but that he had not stopped because he wished first to consult me as the chief of the expedition. I answered that for the reasons enumerated above, I did not believe that in justice to the good men of the expedition we should jeopardize their safety by taking the murderer along, and that if the responsibility were mine, I should refuse to take him; but that he, Colonel Rondon, was the superior officer of both the murderer and of all the other enlisted men and army officers on the expedition, and in return was responsible for his actions to his own governmental superiors and to the laws of Brazil, and that in view of this responsibility he must act as his sense of duty bade him. Accordingly, at the next camp, he sent back 2 men, expert woodsmen, to find the murderer and bring him in. They failed to find him. Note: the above account of all the circumstances connected with the murder was read to and approved as correct by all 6 members of the expedition. I have anticipated my narrative because I do not wish to recur to the horror more than is necessary. I now return to my story. After we found that Julio had fled, we returned to the scene of the tragedy. The murdered man lay with a handkerchief thrown over his face. We buried him beside the place where he fell. With axes and knives the camaradas dug a shallow grave while we stood by with bared heads. Then reverently and carefully we lifted the poor body, which but half an hour before had been so full of vigorous life. Colonel Rondon and I bore the head and shoulders. We laid him in the grave and heaped a mound over him, and put a rude cross at his head. We fired a volley for a brave and loyal soldier who had died doing his duty. Then we left him forever, under the great trees beside the lonely river. That day we got only halfway down the rapids. There was no good place to camp, but at the foot of one steep cliff there was a narrow, boulder-covered slope where it was possible to sling hammocks and cook, and a slanting spot was found for my cot, which had sagged until by this time it looked like a broken-backed centipede. It rained a little during the night, but not enough to wet us much. Next day Lyra, Kermit, and Cherry finished their job and brought the 4 remaining canoes to camp, one leaking badly from the battering on the rocks. We then went downstream a few hundred yards and camped on the opposite side. It was not a good camping place, but it was better than the one we left. The men were growing constantly weaker under the endless strain of exhausting labor. Kermit was having an attack of fever, and Lyra and Cherry had touches of dysentery, but all 3 continued to work. While in the water, trying to help with an upset canoe, I had, by my own clumsiness, bruised my leg against a boulder, and the resulting inflammation was somewhat bothersome. I now had a sharp attack of fever, but thanks to the excellent care of the doctor, was over it in about 48 hours. But Kermit's fever grew worse, and he too was unable to work for a day or 2. We could walk over the portages, however. A good doctor is an absolute necessity on an exploring expedition, in such a country as that we were in, under penalty of a frightful mortality among the members. And the necessary risks and hazards are so great, the chances of disaster so large, that there is no warrant for increasing them by the failure to take all feasible precautions. End of Chapter 9, Part 3. Chapter 9, Part 4 of Through the Brazilian Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Darvinia. Through the Brazilian Wilderness by Theodore Roosevelt. Chapter 9, Down an Unknown River into the Equatorial Forest. Part 4. The next day we made another long portage round some rapids, and camped at night still in the hot, wet, sunless atmosphere of the gorge. The following day, April 6th, we portaged past another set of rapids, which proved to be the last of the rapids of the chasm. For some kilometers we kept passing hills, and feared lest any moment we might again find ourselves fronting another mountain gorge, with, in such case, further days of grinding and perilous labor ahead of us, while our men were disheartened, weak, and sick. Most of them had already begun to have fever. Their condition was inevitable after over a month's uninterrupted work of the hardest kind in getting through the long series of rapids we had just passed, and a long further delay, accompanied by wearing labor, would have almost certainly meant that the weakest among our party would have begun to die. There were already 2 of the camaradas who were too weak to help the others, their condition being such as to cause us serious concern. However, the hills gradually sank into a level plain, and the river carried us through it at a rate that enabled us during the remainder of the day to reel off 36 kilometers, a record that for the first time held out promise. Twice tapirs swam the river while we passed, but not near my canoe. However, the previous evening Cherry had killed 2 monkeys and Kermit 1, and we all had a few mouthfuls of fresh meat. We had already had a good soup made out of a turtle Kermit had caught. We had to portage by one short set of rapids, the unloaded canoes being brought down without difficulty. At last, at 4 in the afternoon, we came to the mouth of a big river running in from the right. We thought it was probably the Ananas, but of course could not be certain. It was less in volume than the one we had descended, but nearly as broad. Its breadth at this point being 95 yards, as against 120 for the larger river. There were rapids ahead, immediately after the junction, which took place in latitude 10 degrees 58 minutes south. We had come 216 kilometers all told, and were nearly north of where we had started. We camped on the point of land between the 2 rivers. It was extraordinary to realize that here, about the 11th degree, we were on such a big river, utterly unknown to the cartographers, and not indicated by even a hint on any map. We named this big tributary Rio Cardozo, after a gallant officer of the commission who had died of beriberi just as our expedition began. We spent a day at this spot, determining our exact position by the sun, and afterward by the stars, and sending on 2 men to explore the rapids in advance. They returned with the news that there were big cataracts in them, and that they would form an obstacle to our progress. They had also caught a huge illuroid fish, which furnished an excellent meal for everybody in camp. This evening at sunset, the view across the broad river from our camp, where the 2 rivers joined, was very lovely, and for the first time we had an open space in front of and above us, so that after nightfall the stars and the great waxing moon were glorious overhead, and against the rocks in midstream the broken water gleamed like tossing silver. The huge catfish which the men had caught was over 3.5 feet long, with the usual enormous head out of all proportions to the body, and the enormous mouth out of all proportion to the head. Such fish, although their teeth are small, swallow very large prey. This one contained the nearly digested remains of a monkey. Probably the monkey had been seized while drinking from the end of a branch, and once engulfed in that yawning cavern, there was no escape. We Americans were astounded at the idea of a catfish making prey of a monkey, but our Brazilian friends told us that in the lower Madeira, and the part of the Amazon near its mouth, there is a still more gigantic catfish, which in similar fashion occasionally makes prey of man. This is a greyish-white fish, over 9 feet long, with the usual disproportionately large head and gaping mouth, with a circle of small teeth, for the engulfing mouth itself is the danger, not the teeth. It is called the Piraiba, pronounced in 4 syllables. While stationed at the small city of Itacoatiara on the Amazon, at the mouth of the Madeira, The doctor had seen one of these monsters, which had been killed by the 2 men it had attacked. They were fishing in a canoe when it rose from the bottom, for it is a ground fish, and raising itself half out of the water, lunged over the edge of the canoe at them with open mouth. They killed it with their falcons, as machetes are called in Brazil. It was taken round the city in triumph in an ox cart. The doctor saw it, and said it was 3 meters long. He said that swimmers feared it even more than the big cayman, because they could see the latter, whereas the former lay hid at the bottom of the water. Colonel Rondon said that in many villages where he had been on the Lower Madeira, the people had built stockaded enclosures in the water, in which they bathed, not venturing to swim in the open water for fear of the piraiba and the big cayman. Next day, April 8th, we made 5 kilometers only, as there was a succession of rapids. We had to carry the loads past 2 of them, but ran the canoes without difficulty, for on the west side were long canals of swift water through the forest. The river had been higher, but was still very high, and the current raced round the many islands that at this point divided the channel. At 4 we made camp at the head of another stretch of rapids, over which the Canadian canoes would have danced without shipping a teaspoonful of water, but which our dugouts could only run empty. Cherry killed 3 monkeys, and Lyra caught 2 big piranhas, so that we were again all of us well provided with dinner and breakfast. When a number of men doing hard work are most of the time on half rations, they grow to take a lively interest in any reasonably full meal that does arrive. On the 10th we repeated the proceedings, a short quick run, a few 100 meters portage, occupying, however, at least a couple of hours. Again a few minutes' run, again other rapids. We again made less than 5 kilometers. In the 2 days we had been descending nearly a meter for every kilometer we made in advance, and it hardly seemed as if this state of things could last, for the aneroid showed that we were getting very low down. How I longed for a big Maine birch bark, such as that in which I once went down the Mattawamkeag at high water! It would have slipped down these rapids as a girl trips through a country dance. But our loaded dugouts would have shoved their noses under every curl. The country was lovely. The wide river, now in one channel, now in several channels, wound among hills. The shower-freshened forest glistened in the sunlight. The many kinds of beautiful palm fronds and the huge pacova leaves stamped the peculiar look of the tropics on the whole landscape. It was like passing by water through a gigantic botanical garden. In the afternoon we got an elderly toucan, a piranha, and a reasonably edible side-necked river turtle. So we had fresh meat again. We slept, as usual, in earshot of rapids. We had been out 6 weeks, and almost all the time we had been engaged in wearily working our own way down and past rapid after rapid. Rapids are by far the most dangerous enemies of explorers and travellers who journey along these rivers. Next day was a repetition of the same work. All the morning was spent in getting the loads to the foot of the rapids, at the head of which we were encamped, down which the canoes were run empty. Then for 30 or 40 minutes we ran down the swift twisting river, the 2 lashed canoes almost coming to grief at one spot, where a swirl of the current threw them against some trees on a small submerged island. Then we came to another set of rapids, carried the baggage down past them, and made camp long after dark in the rain. A good exercise in patience for those of us who were still suffering somewhat from fever. No one was in really buoyant health. For some weeks we had been sharing part of the contents of our boxes with the camaradas, but our food was not very satisfying to them. They needed quantity, and the mainstay of each of their meals was a mass of palmitas. But on this day they had no time to cut down palms. We finally decided to run these rapids with the empty canoes, and they came down in safety. On such a trip it is highly undesirable to take any save necessary risks, for the consequences of disaster are too serious. And yet, if no risks are taken, the progress is so slow that disaster comes anyhow, and it is necessary perpetually to vary the terms of the perpetual working compromise between rashness and over-caution. This night we had a very good fish to eat, a big silvery fellow called a pescada, of a kind we had not caught before. One day Trigueiro failed to embark with the rest of us, and we had to camp where we were next day to find him. Easter Sunday we spent in the fashion with which we were altogether too familiar. We only ran in a clear course for 10 minutes all told, and spent 8 hours in portaging the loads past rapids down which the canoes were run. The balsa was almost swamped. This day we caught 28 big fish, mostly piranhas, and everybody had all he could eat for dinner and for breakfast the following morning. The forenoon of the following day was a repetition of this wearisome work, but late in the afternoon the river began to run in long, quiet reaches. We made 15 kilometers, and for the first time in several weeks camped where we did not hear the rapids. The silence was soothing and restful. The following day, April 14th, we made a good run of some 32 kilometers. We passed a little river which entered on our left. We ran 2 or 3 light rapids and portaged the loads by another. The river ran in long and usually tranquil stretches. In the morning, when we started, the view was lovely. There was a mist, and for a couple of miles the great river, broad and quiet, ran between the high walls of tropical forest, the tops of the giant trees showing dim through the haze. Different members of the party caught many fish, and shot a monkey, and a couple of jacarechinga birds, kin to a turkey, but the size of a fowl, so we again had a camp of plenty. The dry season was approaching, but there were still heavy drenching rains. On this day the men found some new nuts of which they liked the taste, but the nuts proved unwholesome, and half of the men were very sick and unable to work the following day. In the balsa only 2 were left fit to do anything, and Kermit plied a paddle all day long. Accordingly, it was a rather sorry crew that embarked the following morning, April 15th, but it turned out a red-letter day. The day before we had come across cuttings, a year old, which were probably, but not certainly, made by pioneer rubbermen. But on this day, during which we made 25 kilometers, after running 2 hours and a half, we found on the left bank a board on a post with the initials J.A. to show the farthest up point which a rubberman had reached and claimed as his own. An hour further down we came on a newly built house in a little planted clearing, and we cheered heartily. No one was at home, but the house, of palm thatch, was clean and cool. A couple of dogs were on watch, and the belongings showed that a man, a woman, and a child lived there, and had only just left. Another hour brought us to a similar house, where dwelt an old black man who showed the innate courtesy of the Brazilian peasant. We came on these rubbermen and their houses in about latitude 10 degrees 24 minutes. In mid-afternoon we stopped at another clean, cool, picturesque house of palm thatch. The inhabitants all fled at our approach, fearing an Indian raid, for they were absolutely unprepared to have anyone come from the unknown regions upstream. They returned and were most hospitable and communicative, and we spent the night there. Said Antonio Correa to Kermit, "It seems like a dream to be in a house again and hear the voices of men and women instead of being among those mountains and rapids." The river was known to them as the Castanho, and was the main affluent, or rather the left or western branch, of the Aripuana. The Castanho is a name used by the rubber gatherers only. It is unknown to the geographers. We were, according to our informants, about 15 days' journey from the confluence of the 2 rivers, but there were many rubbermen along the banks, some of whom had become permanent settlers. We had come over 300 kilometers in 48 days, over absolutely unknown ground. We had seen no human being, although we had twice heard Indians. 6 weeks had been spent in steadily slogging our way down through the interminable series of rapids. It was astonishing before, when we were on a river of about the size of the upper Rhine or Elbe, to realize that no geographer had any idea of its existence. But after all, no civilized man of any grade had ever been on it. Here, however, was a river with people dwelling along the banks, some of whom had lived in the neighborhood for 8 or 10 years, and yet on no standard map was there a hint of the river's existence. We were putting on the map a river running through between 5 and 6 degrees of latitude, of between 7 and 8, if, as should properly be done, the lower Aripuana is included as part of it, of which no geographer, in any map published in Europe or the United States or Brazil, had even admitted the possibility of the existence, for the place actually occupied by it was filled, on the maps, by other, imaginary, streams, or by mountain ranges. Before we started, the Amazonas Boundary Commission had come up the lower Aripuana and then the eastern branch, or upper Aripuana, to 8 degrees 48 minutes, following the course which for a couple of decades had been followed by the rubbermen, but not going as high. An employee either of this commission or of one of the big rubbermen had been up the Castanho, which is easy of ascent in its lower course, to about the same latitude, not going nearly as high as the rubbermen had gone. This we found out while we ourselves were descending the lower Castanho. The lower main stream, and the lower portion of its main affluent, the Castanho, had been commercial highways for rubbermen and settlers for nearly 2 decades, and, as we speedily found, were as easy to traverse as the upper stream which we had just come down was difficult to traverse. But the governmental and scientific authorities, native and foreign, remained in complete ignorance, and the rubbermen themselves had not the slightest idea of the headwaters, which were in country never hitherto traversed by civilized men. Evidently the Castanho was, in length, at least substantially equal, and probably superior, to the upper Aripuana. It now seemed even more likely that the Ananas was the headwaters of the main stream than of the Cardozo. For the first time this great river, the greatest affluent of the Madeira, was to be put on the map, and the understanding of its real position and real relationship, and the clearing up of the complex problem of the sources of all these lower right-hand affluents of the Madeira, was rendered possible by the 7 weeks of hard and dangerous labour we had spent in going down an absolutely unknown river, through an absolutely unknown wilderness. At this stage of the growth of world geography, I esteemed it a great piece of good fortune to be able to take part in such a feat which represented the capping of the pyramid which, during the previous 7 years, had been built by the labour of the Brazilian Telegraphic Commission. We had passed the period when there was a chance of peril, of disaster, to the whole expedition. There might be risk ahead to individuals, and some difficulties and annoyances for all of us, but there was no longer the least likelihood of any disaster to the expedition as a whole. We now no longer had to face continual anxiety, the need of constant economy with food, the duty of labour with no end in sight, and bitter uncertainty as to the future. It was time to get out. The wearing work under very unhealthy conditions was beginning to tell on everyone. Half of the camaradas had been down with fever and were much weakened. Only a few of them retained their original physical and moral strength. Cherry and Kermit had recovered, but both Kermit and Lyra still had bad sores on their legs from the bruises received in the water work. I was in worse shape. The after effects of the fever still hung on, and the leg which had been hurt while working in the rapids with the sunken canoe had taken a turn for the bad and developed an abscess. The good doctor, to whose unwearied care and kindness I owe much, had cut it open and inserted a drainage tube, an added charm being given the operation and the subsequent dressings, by the enthusiasm with which the peões and borrachudas took part therein. I could hardly hobble, and was pretty well laid up. But there aren't no stop conductor while a battery's charging ground. No man has any business to go on such a trip as ours unless he will refuse to jeopardize the welfare of his associates by any delay caused by a weakness or ailment of his. It is his duty to go forward, if necessary on all fours, until he drops. Fortunately, I was put to no such test. I remained in good shape until we had passed the last of the rapids of the chasms. When my serious trouble came, we had only canoe riding ahead of us. It is not ideal for a sick man to spend the hottest hours of the day stretched on the boxes in the bottom of a small open dugout, under the well-nigh intolerable heat of the torrid sun of the mid-tropics, varied by blinding, drenching downpours of rain, but I could not be sufficiently grateful for the chance. Kermit and Cherry took care of me as if they had been trained nurses, and Colonel Rondon and Lyra were no less thoughtful. The North was calling strongly to the three men of the North. Rocky Dell Farm to Cherry, Sagamore Hill to me, and to Kermit the call was stronger still. After nightfall we could now see the Dipper well above the horizon, upside down, with the 2 pointers pointing to a north star below the world's rim. But the Dipper, with all its stars. In our home country spring had now come, the wonderful northern spring of long glorious days, of brooding twilights, of cool delightful nights. Robin and bluebird, meadowlark and song sparrow were singing in the mornings at home. The maple buds were red. Windflowers and bloodroot were blooming, while the last patches of snow still lingered. The rapture of the hermit thrush in Vermont, the serene golden melody of the wood thrush on Long Island, would be heard before we were there to listen. Each man to his home and to his true love. Each was longing for the homely things that were so dear to him, for the home people who were dearer still, and for the one who was dearest of all. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10, Part 1 of Through the Brazilian Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalynda. Through the Brazilian Wilderness by Theodore Roosevelt. Chapter 10. To the Amazon and Home. Zoological and Geographical Results of the Expedition. Part 1. Our adventures and our troubles were alike over. We now experienced the incalculable contrast between descending a known and traveled river and one that is utterly unknown. After 4 days we hired a rubberman to go with us as guide. We knew exactly what channels were passable when we came to the rapids, when the canoes had to unload, and where the carry trails were. It was all child's play compared to what we had gone through. We had made long days' journeys, for at night we stopped at some palm-thatched house, inhabited or abandoned, and therefore the men were spared the labor of making camp. And we bought ample food for them, so there was no further need of fishing and chopping down palms for the palm tops. The heat of the sun was blazing, but it looked as if we had come back into the rainy season, for there were many heavy rains, usually in the afternoon, but sometimes in the morning or at night. The mosquitoes were sometimes rather troublesome at night. In the daytime the piums swarmed, and often bothered us even when we were in midstream. For 4 days there were no rapids we could not run without unloading. Then on the 19th we got a canoe from Señor Barboso. He was a most kind and hospitable man, who also gave us a duck and a chicken and some mandioc and 6 pounds of rice, and would take no payment. He lived in a roomy house with his dusky, cigar-smoking wife and his many children. The new canoe was light and roomy, and we were able to rig up a low shelter under which I could lie. I was still sick. At noon we passed the mouth of a big river, the Rio Branco, coming in from the left. This was about in latitude 9 degrees 38 minutes. Soon afterward we came to the first serious rapids, the Penella.
We carried the boats past, ran down the empty canoes, and camped at the foot in a roomy house. The doctor bought a handsome trumpeter bird, very friendly and confiding, which was thenceforth my canoe companion. We had already passed many inhabited and still larger number of uninhabited houses. The dwellers were rubbermen, but generally they were permanent settlers also, homemakers with their wives and children. Some, both of the men and women, were apparently of pure Negro blood, or of pure Indian or South European blood, but in the great majority all three strains were mixed in varying degrees. They were most friendly, courteous, and hospitable. Often they refused payment for what they could afford out of their little to give us. When they did charge, the prices were very high, as was but just, for they live back of the beyond, and everything costs them fabulously, save what they raise themselves. The cool, bare houses of poles and palm thatch contained little except hammocks and a few simple cooking utensils, and often a clock, or sewing machine, or Winchester rifle from our own country. They often had flowers planted, including fragrant roses. Their only livestock, except the dogs, were a few chickens and ducks. They planted patches of mandioc, maize, sugar-cane, rice, beans, squashes, pineapples, bananas, lemons, oranges, melons, peppers, and various purely native fruits and vegetables, such as the knyabo, a vegetable fruit growing on the branches of a high bush, which is cooked with meat. They get some game from the forest, and more fish from the river. There is no representative of the government among them; indeed, even now their very existence is barely known to the governmental authorities, and the Church has ignored them as completely as the State. When they wish to get married, they have to spend several months getting down to and back from Manaos or some smaller city, and usually the first christening and the marriage ceremony are held at the same time. They have merely squatters' rights to the land, and are always in danger of being ousted by unscrupulous big men who come in late but with the title technically straight. The land laws should be shaped so as to give each of these pioneer settlers the land he actually takes up and cultivates, and upon which he makes his home. The small homemaker who owns the land which he tills with his own hands is the greatest element of strength in any country. These are real pioneer settlers. They are the true wilderness winners. No continent is ever really conquered or thoroughly explored by a few leaders or exceptional men, although such men can render great service. The real conquest, the thorough exploration and settlement, is made by a nameless multitude of small men, of whom the most important are, of course, the homemakers. Each treads most of the time in the footsteps of his predecessors, but for some few miles, at some time or other, he breaks new ground, and his house is built where no house has ever stood before. Such a man, the real pioneer, must have no strong desire for social life, and no need, probably no knowledge, of any luxury, or of any comfort, save of the most elementary kind. The pioneer who is always longing for the comfort and luxury of civilization, and especially of great cities, is no real pioneer at all. These settlers whom we met were contented to live in the wilderness. They had found the climate healthy and the soil fruitful. A visit to a city was a very rare event, nor was there any overwhelming desire for it. In short, these men, and those like them everywhere on the frontier between civilization and savagery in Brazil, are now playing the part played by our backwoodsmen when over a century and a quarter ago they began the conquest of the great basin of the Mississippi, the part played by the Boer farmers for over a century in South Africa, and by the Canadians when less than half a century ago they began to take possession of their Northwest. Every now and then some one says that the last frontier is now to be found in Canada or Africa, and that it has almost vanished. On a far larger scale this frontier is to be found in Brazil, a country as big as Europe or the United States, and decades will pass before it vanishes. The first settlers came to Brazil a century before the first settlers came to the United States and Canada. For 300 years progress was very slow. Portuguese colonial government at that time was almost as bad as Spanish. For the last half-century and over, there has been a steady increase in the rapidity of the rate of development, and this increase bids fair to be constantly more rapid in the future. The Paulistas, hunting for lands, slaves, and mines, were the first native Brazilians who, a few hundred years ago, played a great part in opening to a settlement vast stretches of wilderness. The rubber hunters have played a similar part during the last few decades. Rubber dazzled them, as gold and diamonds have dazzled other men and driven them forth to wander through the wide, waste spaces of the world. Searching for rubber, they made highways of rivers the very existence of which was unknown to the governmental authorities or to any map-makers. Whether they succeeded or failed, they everywhere left behind them settlers, who toiled, married, and brought up children. Settlement began. The conquest of the wilderness entered on its first stage. On the 20th we stopped at the first store, where we bought, of course at a high price, sugar and tobacco for the camaradas. In this land of plenty the camaradas overate, and sickness was as rife among them as ever. In Cherrie's boat he himself and the steersman were the only men who paddled strongly and continuously. The storekeeper's stock of goods was very low, only what he still had left from that brought in nearly a year before, for the big boats, or batalons, had not yet worked as far upstream. We expected to meet them somewhere below the next rapids, the Inferno. The trader or rubberman brings up his year's supply of goods in a batalo, starting in February and reaching the upper course of the river early in May, when the rainy season is over. The parties of rubber explorers are then equipped and provisioned, and the settlers purchase certain necessities, and certain things that strike them as luxuries. This year the Brazil nut crop on the river had failed, a serious thing for all explorers and wilderness wanderers. On the 20th we made the longest run we had made, 52 kilometers. Lyra took observations where we camped. We were in latitude 8 degrees 49 minutes. At this camping place the great, beautiful river was a little over 300 meters wide. We were in an empty house. The marks showed that in the high water a couple of months back, the river had risen until the low part of the house was flooded. The difference between the level of the river during the floods and in the dry season is extraordinary. On the 21st we made another good run, getting down to the Inferno rapids, which are in latitude 8 degrees 19 minutes south. Until we reached the Cardozo, we had run almost due north. Since then we had been running a little west of north. Before we reached these rapids we stopped at a large, pleasant thatch house and got a fairly big and roomy as well as light boat, leaving both our two smaller dugouts behind. Above the rapids a small river, the Mattern, entered from the left. The rapids had a fall of over 10 meters, and the water was very wild and rough. Met with for the first time, it would doubtless have taken several days to explore a passage, and with danger and labor get the boats down. But we were no longer exploring, pioneering, over unknown country. It is easy to go where other men have prepared the way. We had a guide. We took our baggage down by a carry 3/4 of a kilometer long, and the canoes were run through known channels the following morning. At the foot of the rapids was a big house and store, and camped at the head were a number of rubber workers, waiting for the big boats of the head rubbermen to work their way up from below. They were a reckless set of brown daredevils. These men lead hard lives of labor and peril. They continually face death themselves, and they think little of it in connection with others. It is small wonder that they sometimes have difficulties with the tribes of utterly wild Indians with whom they are brought in contact, although there is a strong Indian strain in their own blood. The following morning, after the empty canoes had been run down, we started and made a rather short afternoon's journey. We had to take the baggage by one rapids. We camped in an empty house in the rain. Next day we ran nearly 50 kilometers, the river making a long sweep to the west. We met half a dozen batelos making their way upstream, each with a crew of 6 or 8 men, and 2 of them with women and children in addition. The crew were using very long poles with crooks, or rather the stubs of cut branches which served as crooks, at the upper end. With these they hooked into the branches and dragged themselves up along the bank, in addition to poling where the depth permitted. The river was as big as the Paraguay at Corumba, but in striking contrast to the Paraguay, there were few water birds. We ran some rather stiff rapids, the Infernino, without unloading, in the morning. In the evening we landed for the night at a large, open, shed-like house, where there were 2 or 3 pigs, the first livestock we had seen other than poultry and ducks. It was a dirty place, but we got some eggs. The following day, the 24th, we ran down some 50 kilometers to the Carupanan Rapids, which by observation Lyra found to be in latitude 7 degrees 47 minutes. We met several batelaus, and the houses on the bank showed that the settlers were somewhat better off than was the case farther up. At the rapids was a big store, the property of Señor Caripe, the wealthiest rubberman who works on this river. Many of the men we met were in his employ. He has himself risen from the ranks. He was most kind and hospitable, and gave us another boat to replace the last of our shovel-nosed dugouts. The large open house was cool, clean, and comfortable. With these began a series of half a dozen sets of rapids, all coming within the next dozen kilometers, and all offering very real obstacles. At one we saw the graves of 4 men who had perished therein, and many more had died whose bodies were never recovered. The toll of human life had been heavy. Had we been still on an unknown river pioneering our own way, it would doubtless have taken us at least a fortnight of labor and peril to pass. But it actually took only a day and a half. All the channels were known, all the trails cut. Señor Caripe, a first-class waterman, cool, fearless, and brawny as a bull, came with us as a guide. Half a dozen times the loads were taken out and carried down. At one cataract the canoes were themselves dragged overland, elsewhere they were run down empty, shipping a good deal of water. At the foot of the cataract, where we dragged the canoes overland, we camped for the night. Here Kermit shot a big cayman. Our camp was alongside the graves of 3 men who at this point had perished in the swift water. Señor Caripe told us many strange adventures of rubber workers he had met or employed. One of his men, working at the Gy Parana, got lost, and after 28 days found himself on the Madeira, which he thus discovered. He was in excellent health, for he had means to start a fire, and he found abundance of Brazil nuts and big land tortoises. Señor Caripe said that the rubbermen now did not go above the 9th degree, or thereabouts, on the upper Aripuanan proper, having found the rubber poor on the reaches above. A year previously 5 rubbermen, Munduruku Indians, were working on the Corumba at about that level. It is a difficult stream to ascend or descend. They made excursions into the forest for days at a time after caoutchouc. On one such trip, after 15 days, they, to their surprise, came out on the Aripuanan. They returned and told their patron of their discovery, and by his orders took their caoutchouc overland to the Aripuanan, built a canoe, and ran down with their caoutchouc to Manaus. They had now returned, and were working on the upper Aripuanan. The Mundurucus and Brazilians are always on the best terms, and the former are even more inveterate enemies of the wild Indians than are the latter. By mid-forenoon on April 26th we had passed the last dangerous rapids. The paddles were plied with hearty good-will, Cherrie and Kermit, as usual, working like the camaradas, and the canoes went dancing down the broad, rapid river. The equatorial forest crowded on either hand to the water's edge, and although the river was falling, it was still so high that in many places little islands were completely submerged, and the current raced among the trunks of the green trees. At 1 o'clock we came to the mouth of the Castaño proper, and in sight of the tent of Lieutenant Pyrineus, with the flags of the United States and Brazil flying before it, and with rifles firing from the canoes and the shore, we moored at the landing of the neat, soldierly, well-kept camp. The upper Aripuanan, a river of substantially the same volume as the Castaño, but broader at this point, and probably of less length, here joined the Castaño from the east, and the two together formed what the rubbermen called the lower Aripuanan. The mouth of this was indicated, and sometimes named on the maps, but only as a small and unimportant stream. We had been 2 months in the canoes, from the 27th of February to the 26th of April. We had gone over 750 kilometers. The river from its source, near the 13th degree, to where it became navigable and we entered it, had a course of some 200 kilometers, probably more, perhaps 300 kilometers. Therefore, we had now put on the map a river nearly 1,000 kilometers in length, of which the existence was not merely unknown, but impossible if the standard maps were correct. But this was not all. It seemed that this river of 1,000 kilometers in length was really the true upper course of the Aripuanan proper, in which case the total length was nearly 1,500 kilometers. Pyrineus had been waiting for us over a month at the junction of what the rubbermen called the Castanho and of what they called the Upper Aripuanan. He had no idea as to which stream we would appear on, or whether we would appear upon either. On March 26th he had measured the volume of the two and found that the Castanho, although the narrower, was the deeper and swifter, and that in volume it surpassed the other by 84 cubic meters a second. Since then the Castanho had fallen. Our measurements showed it to be slightly smaller than the other. The volume of the river after the junction was about 4,500 cubic meters a second. This was in 7 degrees 34 minutes. We were glad indeed to see Pyrineus and be at his attractive camp. We were only 4 hours above the little river hamlet of Sauiao, a port of call for rubber steamers, from which the larger ones go to Manaus in 2 days. These steamers mostly belonged to Senhor Caripe. From Pyrineus we learned that Laureado and Fiala had reached Manaus on March 26th. On the swift water in the gorge of the Papagaio, Fiala's boat had been upset and all his belongings lost, while he himself had narrowly escaped with his life. I was glad indeed that the fine and gallant fellow had escaped. The Canadian canoe had done very well. We were no less rejoiced to learn that Amilcar, the head of the party that went down the Gy Parana, was also all right, although his canoe too had been upset in the rapids, and his instruments and all his notes lost. He had reached Manaus on April 10th. Fiala had gone home. Miller was collecting near Manaus. He had been doing capital work. The piranhas were bad here, and no one could bathe. Cherrie, while standing in the water close to the shore, was attacked and bitten, but with one bound he was on the bank before any damage could be done. We spent a last night under canvas at Pyrineus's encampment. It rained heavily. Next morning we all gathered at the monument which Colonel Rondon had erected, and he read the orders of the day. These recited just what had been accomplished, set forth the fact that we had now, by actual exploration and investigation, discovered that the river whose upper portion had been called the Duvida on the maps of the Telegraphic Commission, and the unknown major part of which we had just traversed, and the river known to a few rubbermen, but no one else, as the Castanho, and the lower part of the river known to the rubbermen as the Aripuanan, which did not appear on the maps, save as its mouth was sometimes indicated, with no hint of its size, were all parts of one and the same river, and that by order of the Brazilian government this river, the largest affluent of the Madeira, with its source near the 13th degree and its mouth a little south of the 5th degree, hitherto utterly unknown to cartographers and in large part utterly unknown to any one save the local tribes of Indians, had been named the Rio Roosevelt. We left Rondon, Lyra, and Pyrineus to take observations, and the rest of us embarked for the last time on the canoes, and borne swiftly on the rapid current, we passed over one set of not very important rapids, and ran down to Senhor Caripe's little hamlet of Sauiao, which we reached about 1 o'clock on April 27th, just before a heavy afternoon rain set in. We had run nearly 800 kilometers during the 60 days we had spent in the canoes. Here we found and boarded Pyrineus's river steamer, which seemed in our eyes extremely comfortable. In the señor's pleasant house we were greeted by the señora, and they were both more than thoughtful and generous in hospitality. Ahead of us lay merely 36 hours by steamer to Manaus. Such a trip as that we had taken tries men as if by fire. Cherrie had more than stood every test, and in him Kermit and I had come to recognize a friend with whom our friendship would never falter or grow less. End of Chapter 10, Part 1. Chapter 10, Part 2 of Through the Brazilian Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalynda. Through the Brazilian Wilderness by Theodore Roosevelt. Chapter 10. To the Amazon and Home. Zoological and Geographical Results of the Expedition. Part 2. Early the following afternoon our whole party, together with Senhor Caripe, started on the steamer. It took us a little over 12 hours' swift steaming to run down to the mouth of the river, on the upper course of which our progress had been so slow and painful. From source to mouth, according to our itinerary and to Lyra's calculations, the course of the stream down which we had thus come was about 1,500 kilometers in length, about 900 miles, perhaps nearly 1,000 miles, from its source near the 13th degree in the Highlands to its mouth in the Madeira near the 5th degree. Next morning we were on the broad, sluggish current of the lower Madeira, a beautiful tropical river. There were heavy rainstorms as usual, although this is supposed to be the very end of the rainy season. In the afternoon we finally entered the wonderful Amazon itself, the mighty river which contains 1/10 of all the running water of the globe. It was miles across where we entered it, and indeed we could not tell whether the farther bank which we saw was that of the mainland or an island. We went up it until about midnight, and then steamed up the Rio Negro for a short distance, and at 1 in the morning of April 30th reached Manaus. Manaus is a remarkable city. It is only 3 degrees south of the equator. 60 years ago it was a nameless little collection of hovels tenanted by a few Indians and a few of the poorest class of Brazilian peasants. Now it is a big, handsome, modern city with opera house, tramways, good hotels, fine squares and public buildings, and attractive private houses. The brilliant coloring and odd architecture give the place a very foreign and attractive flavor in northern eyes. Its rapid growth to prosperity was due to the rubber trade. This is now far less remunerative than formerly. It will undoubtedly in some degree recover, and in any event, the development of the immensely rich and fertile Amazonian valley is sure to go on, and it will be immensely quickened when closer connections are made with the Brazilian highland country lying south of it. Here we found Miller, and glad indeed we were to see him. He had made good collections of mammals and birds on the Gy Parana, the Madeira, and in the neighborhood of Manaus. His entire collection of mammals was really noteworthy. Among them was the only sloth any of us had seen on the trip. The most interesting of the birds he had seen was the Hoatzin. This is a most curious bird of a very archaic type. Its flight is feeble, and the naked young have spurs on their wings, by the help of which they crawl actively among the branches before their feathers grow. They swim no less easily at the same early age. Miller got 1 or 2 nests, and preserved specimens of the surroundings of the nests, and he made exhaustive records of the habits of the birds. Near Magasso, a jaguar had killed one of the bullocks that were being driven along for food. The big cat had not seized the ox with its claws by the head, but had torn open its throat and neck. Everyone was most courteous at Manaus, especially the governor of the state and the mayor of the city. Mr. Robiliard, the British consular representative, and also the representative of the Booth line of steamers, was particularly kind. He secured for us passage on one of the cargo boats of the line to Para, and thence on one of the regular cargo and passenger steamers to Barbados and New York. The Booth people were most courteous to us. I said good-bye to the camaradas with real friendship and regret. The parting gift I gave to each was in gold sovereigns, and I was rather touched to learn later that they had agreed among themselves each to keep 1 sovereign as a medal of honor and token that the owner had been on the trip. They were a fine set, brave, patient, obedient, and enduring. Now they had forgotten their hard times, they were fat from eating at leisure all they wished. They were to see Rio Janeiro, always an object of ambition with men of their stamp, and they were very proud of their membership in the expedition. Later, at Belém, I said good-bye to Colonel Rondon, Dr. Cayezera, and Lieutenant Lyra. Together with my admiration for their hardihood, courage, and resolution, I had grown to feel a strong and affectionate friendship for them. I had become very fond of them, and I was glad to feel that I had been their companion in the performance of a feat which possessed a certain lasting importance. On May 1st we left Manaus for Belém Para, as until recently it was called. The trip was interesting. We steamed down through tempest and sunshine, and the towering forest was dwarfed by the giant river it fringed. Sunrise and sunset turned the sky to an unearthly flame of many colors above the vast water. It all seemed the embodiment of loneliness and wild majesty. Yet everywhere man was conquering the loneliness, and wresting the majesty to his own uses. We passed many thriving, growing towns. At one we stopped to take on cargo. Everywhere there was growth and development. The change since the days when Bates and Wallace came to this then poor and utterly primitive region is marvelous. One of its accompaniments has been a large European, chiefly South European, immigration. The blood is everywhere mixed, and there is no color line, as in most English-speaking countries, and the Negro and Indian strains are very strong, but the dominant blood, the blood already dominant in quantity, and that is steadily increasing in dominance, is the olive white. Only rarely did the river show its full width. Generally we were in channels or among islands. The surface of the water was dotted with little islands of floating vegetation. Miller said that much of this came from the lagoons, such as those where he had been hunting, besides the Solimoens. Lagoons filled with the huge and splendid Victoria lily, and with masses of water hyacinths. Miller, who was very fond of animals, and always took much care of them, had a small collection which he was bringing back for the Bronx Zoo. An agouti was so bad-tempered that he had to be kept solitary, but 3 monkeys, big, middle-sized, and little, and a young peccary, formed a happy family. The largest monkey cried, shedding real tears, when taken in the arms and pitied. The middle-sized monkey was stupid and kindly, and all the rest of the company imposed on it. The little monkey invariably rode on its back, and the peccary used it as a head-pillow when it felt sleepy. Belém, the capital of the state of Para, was an admirable illustration of the genuine and almost startling progress which Brazil has been making of recent years. It is a beautiful city nearly under the equator. But it is not merely beautiful. The docks, the dredging operations, the warehouses, the stores and shops, all tell of energy and success in commercial life. It is as clean, healthy, and well-policed a city as any of the size in the North Temperate Zone. The public buildings are handsome, the private dwellings attractive. There are a fine opera house, an excellent tramway system, and a good museum and botanical gardens. There are cavalry stables, where lights burn all night long to protect the horses from the vampire bats. The parks, the rows of palms and mango trees, the open-air restaurants, the gay life under the lights at night, all give the city its own special quality and charm. Belém and Manaus are very striking examples of what can be done in the mid-tropics. The governor of Para and his charming wife were more than kind. Cherrie and Miller spent the day at the really capital Zoological Garden with the curator, Miss Snethlage. Miss Snethlage, a German lady, is a first-rate field and closet naturalist, and an explorer of note, who has gone on foot from the Xingu to the Tapajos. Most wisely, she has confined the Belém Zoo to the animals of the lower Amazon Valley, and in consequence I know of no better local zoological gardens. She has an invaluable collection of birds and mammals of the region, and it was a privilege to meet her and talk with her. We also met Professor Farabee of the University of Pennsylvania, the ethnologist. He had just finished a very difficult and important trip from Manaus by the Rio Branco to the highlands of Guiana, across them on foot, and down to the sea-coast of British Guiana. He is an admirable representative of the men who are now opening South America to scientific knowledge. On May 7th we bade good-bye to our kind Brazilian friends, and sailed northward for Barbados and New York. Zoologically, the trip had been a thorough success. Cherrie and Miller had collected over 2,500 birds, about 500 mammals, and a few reptiles, batrachians, and fishes. Many of them were new to science, for much of the region traversed had never previously been worked by any scientific collector. Of course, the most important work we did was the geographic work, the exploration of the unknown river, undertaken at the suggestion of the Brazilian government, and in conjunction with its representatives. No piece of work of this kind is ever achieved save as it is based on long-continued previous work. As I have before said, what we did was to put the cap on the pyramid that had been built by Colonel Rondon and his associates of the Telegraphic Commission during the 6 previous years. It was their scientific exploration of the Chapadao, their mapping the basin of the Uruguaiana, and their descent of the Gy Parana that rendered it possible for us to solve the mystery of the River of Doubt. The work of the Commission, much the greatest work of the kind ever done in South America, is one of the many, many achievements which the Republican government of Brazil has to its credit. Brazil has been blessed beyond the average of her Spanish-American sisters, because she won her way to republicanism by evolution rather than revolution. They plunged into the extremely difficult experiment of democratic, of popular self-government, after enduring the atrophy of every quality of self-control, self-reliance, and initiative throughout 3 withering centuries of existence under the worst and most foolish form of colonial government, both from the civil and the religious standpoint, that has ever existed. The marvel is not that some of them failed, but that some of them have eventually succeeded in such striking fashion. Brazil, on the contrary, when she achieved independence, first exercised it under the form of an authoritative empire, then under the form of a liberal empire. When the Republic came, the people were reasonably ripe for it. The great progress of Brazil, and it has been an astonishing progress, has been made under the Republic. I could give innumerable examples and illustrations of this. The change that has converted Rio Janeiro from a picturesque pest hole into a singularly beautiful, healthy, clean, and efficient modern great city is one of these. Another is the work of the Telegraphic Commission. We put upon the map a river some 1,500 kilometers in length, of which the upper course was not merely utterly unknown to, but unguessed at by anybody, while the lower course, although known for years to a few rubbermen, was utterly unknown to cartographers. It is the chief affluent of the Madeira, which is itself the chief affluent of the Amazon. The source of this river is between the 12th and 13th parallels of latitude south and the 59th and 60th degrees of longitude west from Greenwich. We embarked on it at about latitude 12 degrees 1 minute south and about longitude 60 degrees 15 minutes west. After that its entire course lay between the 60th and 61st degrees of longitude, approaching the latter most closely about latitude 8 degrees 15 minutes. The first rapids we encountered were in latitude 11 degrees 44 minutes, and in uninterrupted succession they continued for about a degree, without a day's complete journey between any 2 of them. At 11 degrees 23 minutes, the Rio Kermit entered from the left. At 11 degrees 22 minutes, the Rio Marciano Avila from the right. At 11 degrees 18 minutes, the Taunay from the left. At 10 degrees 58 minutes, the Cardozo from the right. In 10 degrees 24 minutes, we encountered the first rubberman. The Rio Branco entered from the left at 9 degrees 38 minutes. Our camp at 8 degrees 49 minutes was nearly on the boundary between Mato Grosso and Amazonas. The confluence with the Aripuanan, which joined from the right, took place at 7 degrees 34 minutes. The entrance into the Madeira was at about 5 degrees 20 minutes. This point we did not determine by observation, as it is already on the maps. The stream we had followed down was from the river's highest sources. We had followed its longest course. End of chapter 10. Recording by Kalynda in Lüneburg, Germany, on February 22nd, 2009.
Appendix A of Through the Brazilian Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Darvinia. Through the Brazilian Wilderness by Theodore Roosevelt. Appendix A. The work of the field zoologist and field geographer in South America. Portions of South America are now entering on a career of great social and industrial development. Much remains to be known, so far as the outside world is concerned, of the social and industrial condition in the long-settled interior regions. More remains to be done in the way of pioneer exploring and of scientific work in the great stretches of virgin wilderness. The only 2 other continents where such work, of like volume and value, remains to be done are Africa and Asia. And neither Africa nor Asia offers a more inviting field for the best kind of field worker in geographical exploration and in zoological, geological, and paleontological investigation. The explorer is merely the most adventurous kind of field geographer, and there are 2 or 3 points worth keeping in mind in dealing with the South American work of the field geographer and field zoologist. Roughly, the travelers who now visit, like those who for the past century have visited, South America, come in 3 categories, although of course these categories are not divided by hard and fast lines. First, there are the travelers who skirt the continent in comfortable steamers, going from one great seaport to another, and occasionally taking a short railway journey to some big interior city not too far from the coast. This is a trip well worth taking by all intelligent men and women who can afford it, and it is being taken by such men and women with increasing frequency. It entails no more difficulty than a similar trip to the Mediterranean, than such a trip which to a learned and broad-minded observer offers the same chance for acquiring knowledge, and, if he is himself gifted with wisdom, the same chance of imparting his knowledge to others that is offered by a trip of similar length through the larger cities of Europe or the United States. Probably the best instance of the excellent use to which such an observer can put his experience is afforded by the volume of Mr. Bryce. Of course, such a trip represents traveling of essentially the same kind as traveling by railroad from Atlanta to Calgary or from Madrid to Moscow. Next, there are the travelers who visit the long-settled districts and colonial cities of the interior, traveling over land or river highways which have been traversed for centuries, but which are still primitive as regards the inns and the modes of conveyance. Such traveling is difficult in the sense that traveling in parts of Spain or southern Italy or the Balkan states is difficult. Men and women who have a taste for travel in out-of-way places, and who, therefore, do not mind slight discomforts and inconveniences, have the chance themselves to enjoy and to make others profit by travels of this kind in South America. In economic, social, and political matters the studies and observations of these travelers are essential in order to supplement, and sometimes to correct, those of travelers of the first category. For it is not safe to generalize overmuch about any country merely from a visit to its capital or its chief seaport. These travelers of the second category can give us most interesting and valuable information about quaint little belated cities, about backward country folk, kindly or the reverse, who show a mixture of the ideas of savagery with the ideas of an ancient peasantry, and about rough old highways of travel, which in comfort do not differ much from those of medieval Europe. The travelers who go up or down the highway rivers that have been traveled for from 1 to 400 years, rivers like the Paraguay and the Paraná, the Amazon, the Tapajos, the Madeira, the lower Orinoco, come in this category. They can add little to our geographical knowledge, but if they are competent zoologists or archaeologists, especially if they live or sojourn long in a locality, their work may be invaluable from the scientific standpoint. The work of the archaeologists among the immeasurably ancient ruins of the lowland forests and the Andean plateau is of this kind. What Agassiz did for the fishes of the Amazon, and what Hudson did for the birds of the Argentine, are other instances of the work that can thus be done. Burton's writings on the interior of Brazil offer an excellent instance of the value of a sojourn or trip of this type, even without any especial scientific object. Of course, travelers of this kind need to remember that their experiences in themselves do not qualify them to speak as wilderness explorers. Exactly as a good archaeologist may not be competent to speak of current social or political problems, so a man who has done capital work as a tourist observer in little visited cities and along remote highways must beware of regarding himself as being thereby rendered fit for genuine wilderness work or competent to pass judgment on the men who do such work. To cross the Andes on muleback along the regular routes is a feat comparable to the feats of the energetic tourists who by thousands traverse the mule trails in out-of-the-way nooks of Switzerland. An ordinary trip on the highway portions of the Amazon, Paraguay, or Orinoco in itself no more qualifies a man to speak of or to take part in exploring unknown South American rivers than a trip on the lower St. Lawrence qualifies a man to regard himself as an expert in a canoe voyage across Labrador or the barren grounds west of Hudson Bay. 100 years ago, even 70 or 80 years ago, before the age of steamboats and railroads, it was more difficult than at present to define the limits between this class and the next, and moreover, in defining these limits, I emphatically disclaim any intention of thereby attempting to establish a single standard of value for books of travel. Darwin's Voyage of the Beagle is to me the best book of the kind ever written. It is one of those classics which decline to go into artificial categories, and which stand by themselves. And yet Darwin, with his usual modesty, spoke of it as in effect a yachting voyage. Humboldt's work had a profound effect on the thought of the civilized world. His trip was one of adventure and danger, and yet it can hardly be called exploration proper. He visited places which had been settled and inhabited for centuries, and traversed places which had been traveled by civilized men for years before he followed in their footsteps. But these places were in Spanish colonies, and access to them had been forbidden by the mischievous and intolerant tyranny, ecclesiastical, political, and economic, which then rendered Spain the most backward of European nations, and Humboldt was the first scientific man of intellectual independence who had permission to visit them. To this day many of his scientific observations are of real value. Bates came to the Amazon just before the era of Amazonian steamboats. He never went off the native routes of ordinary travel, but he was a devoted and able naturalist. He lived an exceedingly isolated, primitive, and laborious life for 11 years. Now, half a century after it was written, his Naturalist on the Amazon is as interesting and valuable as it ever was, and no book since written has in any way supplanted it. Travel of the third category includes the work of the true wilderness explorers who add to our sum of geographical knowledge, and of the scientific men who, following their several bents, also work in the untrodden wilds. Colonel Rondon and his associates have done much in the geographical exploration of unknown country, and Cherry and Miller have penetrated and lived for months and years in the wastes on their own resources, as incidents to their mammalogical and ornithological work. Professor Farabee, the anthropologist, is a capital example of the man who does this hard and valuable type of work. An immense amount of this true wilderness work, geographical and zoological, remains to be done in South America. It can be accomplished with reasonable thoroughness only by the efforts of very many different workers, each in his own special field. It is desirable that here and there a part of the work should be done in outline by such a geographic and zoological reconnaissance as ours. We would, for example, be very grateful for such work in portions of the interior of the Guianas, on the headwaters of the Xingu, and here and there along the eastern base of the Andes. But as a rule the work must be specialized, and in its final shape it must be specialized everywhere. The first geographical explorers of the untrodden wilderness, the first wanderers who penetrate the wastes where they are confronted with starvation, disease, and danger and death in every form, cannot take with them the elaborate equipment necessary in order to do the thorough scientific work demanded by modern scientific requirements. This is true even of exploration done along the courses of unknown rivers. It is more true of the exploration, which must in South America become increasingly necessary, done across country, away from the rivers. The scientific work proper of these early explorers must be of a somewhat preliminary nature. In other words, the most difficult and therefore ordinarily the most important pieces of first-hand exploration are precisely those where the scientific work of the accompanying cartographer, geologist, botanist, and zoologist must be furthest removed from finality. The zoologist who works to most advantage in the wilderness must take his time, and therefore he must normally follow in the footsteps of, and not accompany, the first explorers. The man who wishes to do the best scientific work in the wilderness must not try to combine incompatible types of work, nor to cover too much ground in too short a time. There is no better example of the kind of zoologist who does first-class field work in the wilderness than John D. Haseman, who spent from 1907 to 1910 in painstaking and thorough scientific investigation over a large extent of South American territory, hitherto only partially known or quite unexplored. Haseman's primary object was to study the characteristics and distribution of South American fishes, but as a matter of fact he studied at first hand many other more or less kindred subjects, as may be seen in his remarks on the Indians and in his excellent pamphlet on Some Factors of Geographical Distribution in South America. Haseman made his long journey with a very slender equipment, his extraordinarily successful field work being due to his bodily health and vigor and his resourcefulness, self-reliance, and resolution. His writings are rendered valuable by his accuracy and common sense. The need of the former of these two attributes will be appreciated by whoever has studied the really scandalous fictions which have been published as genuine by some modern "explorers" and adventurers in South America, and the need of the latter by whoever has studied some of the wild theories propounded in the name of science concerning the history of life on the South American continent. There is, however, one serious criticism to be made on Haseman: the extreme obscurity of his style, an obscurity mixed with occasional bits of scientific pedantry, which makes it difficult to tell whether or not on some points his thought is obscure also. Modern scientists, like modern historians, and above all scientific and historical educators, should ever keep in mind that clearness of speech and writing is essential to clearness of thought, and that a simple, clear, and if possible vivid style is vital to the production of the best work in either science or history. Darwin and Huxley are classics, and they would not have been if they had not written good English. The thought is essential, but ability to give it clear expression is only less essential. Ability to write well, if the writer has nothing to write about, entitles him to mere derision, but the greatest thought is robbed of an immense proportion of its value if expressed in a mean or obscure manner. Mr. Haseman has such excellent thought that it is a pity to make it a work of irritating labor to find out just what the thought is. Surely, if he will take as much pains with his writing as he has with the far more difficult business of exploring and collecting, he will become able to express his thought clearly and forcefully. At least he can, if he chooses, go over his sentences until he is reasonably sure that they can be parsed. He can take pains to see that his whole thought is expressed, instead of leaving vacancies which must be filled by the puzzled and groping reader. His own views, and his quotations from the views of others about the static and dynamic theories of distribution, are examples of an important principle so imperfectly expressed as to make us doubtful whether it is perfectly apprehended by the writer. He can avoid the use of those pedantic terms which are really nothing but offensive, and fortunately ephemeral scientific slang. There has been, for instance, a recent vogue for the extensive misuse, usually tautological misuse, of the word complexus, an excellent word if used rarely and for definite purposes. Mr. Haseman drags it in continually when its use is either pointless and redundant, or else serves purely to darken wisdom. He speaks of the Antillean complex when he means the Antilles, of the organic complex instead of the characteristic or bodily characteristics of an animal or species, and of the environmental complex when he means nothing whatever but the environment. In short, Mr. Haseman, and those whose bad examples he in this instance follows, use complexus in much the same spirit as that displayed by the famous old lady who derived religious instead of scientific consolation from the use of the blessed word Mesopotamia. The reason that it is worth while to enter this protest against Mr. Haseman's style is because his work is of such real and marked value. The pamphlet on the distribution of South American species shows that to exceptional ability as a field worker he adds a rare power to draw, with both caution and originality, the necessary general conclusions from the results of his own observations, and from the recorded studies of other men. And there is nothing more needed at the present moment among our scientific men than the development of a school of men who, while industrious and minute observers and collectors and cautious generalizers, yet do not permit the faculty of wise generalization to be atrophied by excessive devotion to labyrinthine detail. Haseman upholds with strong reasoning the theory that since the appearance of all but the lowest forms of life on this globe, there have always been three great continental masses, sometimes solid, sometimes broken, extending southward from the northern hemisphere, and from time to time connected in the north, but not in the middle regions or in the south, since the Carboniferous epoch. He holds that life has been intermittently distributed southward along these continental masses when there were no breaks in their southward connection, and intermittently exchanged between them when they were connected in the north. And he also upholds the view that from a common ancestral form the same species has been often developed in entirely disconnected localities, when in these localities the conditions of environment were the same. The opposite view is that there have been frequent connections between the great land masses, alike in the tropics, in the south temperate zone, and in the Antarctic region. The upholders of this theory base it almost exclusively on the distribution of living and fossil forms of life. That is, it is based almost exclusively on biological and not geological considerations. Unquestionably, the distribution of many forms of life, past and present, offers problems which, with our present paleontological knowledge, we are wholly unable to solve. If we consider only the biological facts concerning some one group of animals, it is not only easy, but inevitable, to conclude that its distribution must be accounted for by the existence of some former direct land bridge, extending, for instance, between Patagonia and Australia, or between Brazil and South Africa, or between the West Indies and the Mediterranean, or between a part of the Andean region and northeastern Asia. The trouble is that as more groups of animals are studied from the standpoint of this hypothesis, the number of such land bridges demanded to account for the existing facts of animal distribution is constantly and indefinitely extended. A recent book by one of the most learned advocates of this hypothesis calls for at least 10 such land bridges between South America and all the other continents, present and past, of the world, since a period geologically not very remote. These land bridges, moreover, must, many of them, have been literally bridges, long narrow tongues of land thrust in every direction across the broad oceans. According to this view, the continental land masses have been in a fairly fluid condition of instability. By parity of reasoning, the land bridges could be made 100 instead of merely 10 in number. The facts of distribution are in many cases inexplicable with our present knowledge. Yet, if the existence of widely separated but closely allied forms is habitually to be explained in accordance with the views of the extremists of this school, we could, from the exclusive study of certain groups of animals, conclude that at different periods the United States and almost every other portion of the earth were connected by land, and severed from all other regions by water, and, from the study of certain other groups of animals, arrive at directly opposite and incompatible conclusions. The most brilliant and unsafe exponent of this school was Ameghino, who possessed and abused two gifts, both essential to the highest type of scientist, and both mischievous unless this scientist possess a rare and accurate habit of thought joined to industry and mastery of detail, namely the gift of clear and interesting writing, and the gift of generalization. Ameghino rendered marked services to paleontology, but he generalized with complete recklessness from the slenderest data, and even these data he often completely misunderstood or misinterpreted. His favorite thesis included the origin of mammalian life and of man himself in southernmost South America, with, as incidents, the belief that the mammalian-bearing strata of South America were of much greater age than the strata with corresponding remains elsewhere; that in South America various species and genera of men existed in tertiary times, some of them at least as advanced as fairly well advanced modern savages; that there exist various land bridges between South America and other southern continents, including Africa; and that the ancestral types of modern mammals and of man himself wandered across one of these bridges to the Old World, and that thence their remote descendants, after ages of time, returned to the New. In addition to valuable investigations of fossil-bearing beds in the Argentine, he made some excellent general suggestions, such as that the pithecoid apes, like the baboons, do not stand in the line of man's ancestral stem, but represent a divergence from it away from humanity and toward a retrogressive bestialization. But of his main theses he proves none, and what evidence we have tells against them. At the Museum of La Plata I found that the authorities were practically a unit in regarding his remains of tertiary men and proto-men as being either the remains of tertiary American monkeys or of American Indians from strata that were long post-tertiary. The extraordinary discovery, due to that eminent scientist and public servant Dr. Moreno, of the remains of man associated with the remains of the great extinct South American fauna, of the Malodon, of a giant ungulate of a huge cat like the lion, and of an extraordinary aberrant horse, of a wholly different genus from the modern horse, conclusively shows that in its later stages the South American fauna consisted largely of types that elsewhere had already disappeared, and that these types persisted into what was geologically a very recent period, only some tens of thousands of years ago, when savage man of practically a modern type had already appeared in South America. The evidence we have, so far as it goes, tends to show that the South American fauna always has been more archaic in type than the arctogeal fauna of the same chronological level. To loose generalizations and to elaborate misinterpretations of paleontological records, the kind of work done by Mr. Haseman furnishes an invaluable anti-scorbutic. To my mind, he has established a stronger presumption in favor of the theory he champions than has been established in favor of the theories of any of the learned and able scientific men from whose conclusions he dissents. Further research, careful, accurate, and long extended, can alone enable us to decide definitely in the matter. And this research, to be effective, must be undertaken by many men, each of whom shall in large measure possess Mr. Haseman's exceptional power of laborious work, both in the field and in the study, his insight and accuracy of observation, and his determination to follow truth with inflexible rectitude wherever it may lead. One of the greatest among the many great qualities which lifted Huxley and Darwin above their fellows. End of Appendix A.
Appendix B, Part 1 of Through the Brazilian Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sam Elniff. Through the Brazilian Wilderness by Theodore Roosevelt. Appendix B. The Outfit for Traveling in the South American Wilderness. Part 1. South America includes so many kinds of country that it is impossible to devise a scheme of equipment which shall suit all. A hunting trip in the Pantanals in the swamp country of the upper Paraguay offers a simple problem. An exploring trip through an unknown tropical forest region, even if the work is chiefly done by the river, offers a very difficult problem. All that I can pretend to do is to give a few hints as the results of our own experience. For bedding, there should be a hammock, mosquito net, and light blanket. These can be obtained in Brazil. For tent, a light fly is ample. Ours were brought with us from New York. In exploring, only the open fly should be taken, but on trips where weight of luggage is no objection, there can be walls to the tent and even a canvas floor cloth. Camp chairs and a camp table should be brought. Any good outfitter in the United States will supply them, and not thrown away until it becomes imperative to cut everything down. On a river trip, first-class pulleys and ropes, preferably steel and at any rate very strong, should be taken. Unless the difficulties of transportation are insuperable, canvas and cement canoes, such as can be obtained from various firms in Canada and the United States, should by all means be taken. They are incomparably superior to the dugouts. But on different rivers, wholly different canoes of wholly different sizes will be needed. On some, steam or electric launches may be used. It is not possible to lay down a general rule. As regards arms, a good plain 12-bore shotgun with a 30-30 rifle barrel underneath the others is the best weapon to have constantly in one's hands in the South American forests, where big game is rare and yet may at any time come in one's path. When specially hunting the jaguar, marsh deer, tapir, or big Bekere, an ordinary light repeating rifle, the 30-30, 30-40, or 256, is preferable. No heavy rifle is necessary for South America. Tin boxes, or trunks, are the best in which to carry one's spare things. A good medicine chest is indispensable. Nowadays, doctors know so much of tropical diseases that there is no difficulty in fitting one out. It is better not to make the trip at all than to fail to take an ample supply of quinine pills. Cholera pills and cathartic pills come next in importance. In liquid shape, there should be a serum to inject for the stoppage of amoebic dysentery and anti-snake venom serum. Fly dope should be taken in quantities. For clothing, Kermit and I used what was left over from our African trip. Sun helmets are the best in the open. Slouch hats are infinitely preferable in the woods. There should be hobnailed shoes, the nails many and small, not few and large, and also moccasins or rubber-soled shoes, and light flexible leggings. Tastes differ in socks. I like mine of thick wool. A khaki-colored shirt should be worn, or, as a better substitute, a khaki jacket with many pockets. Very light underclothes are good. If one's knees and legs are uncomfortably tender, knickerbockers with long stockings and leggings should be worn. Ordinary trousers tend to bind the knee. Better still, if one's legs will stand the exposure, are shorts, not coming down to the knee. A kilt would probably be best of all. Kermit wore shorts in the Brazilian forest, and he had already worn them in Africa, in Mexico, and in the New Brunswick woods. Some of the best modern hunters always wear shorts, as for example, that first-class sportsman, the Duke of Alva. Mr. Fiala, after the experience of his trip down to the Papagayo, the Georgiana, and the Tapajos, gives his judgment about equipment and provisions as follows. The history of South American exploration has been full of the losses of canoes and cargoes and lives. The native canoe, made from the single trunk of a forest giant, is the craft that has been used. It is durable, and if lost, can be readily replaced from the forest by good men with axes and adzes. But, because of its great weight and low freeboard, it is unsuitable as a freight carrier, and by reason of the limitations of its construction, is not of the correct form to successfully run the rapid and bad waters of many of the South American rivers. The North American Indian has undoubtedly developed a vastly superior craft in the birch bark canoe, and with it will run rapids that a South American Indian, with his log canoe, would not think of attempting, though, as a general thing, the South American Indian is a wonderful waterman, the equal, and in some ways the superior, of his northern contemporary. At the manicaries, or portages, that the light birch bark canoe, or its modern representative, the canvas-covered canoe, can be picked up bodily and carried by from 2 to 4 men for several miles, if necessary, while the log canoe has to be hauled by ropes and back-breaking labor over rollers that have first to be cut from trees in the forest, or at great risk led along the edge of the rapids with ropes and hooks and poles, the men often up to their shoulders in the rushing waters, guiding the craft to a place of safety. The native canoe is so long and heavy that it is difficult to navigate without some bumps on the rocks. In fact, it is usually dragged over the rocks in the shallow water near the shore in preference to taking the risk of a plunge through the rushing volume of deeper water, for reasons stated above. The North American canoe can be turned with greater facility in critical moments in bad water. Many a time I heard my steersman exclaim with delight as we took a difficult passage, between two rocks with our loaded Canadian canoe. In making the same passage, the dugout would go sideways towards the rapid until by supreme effort by her 3 powerful paddlers and steersmen would right her just in time. The native canoe would ship great quantities of water in the places the Canadian canoe came through without taking any water on board. We did bump a few rocks under the water, but the canoe was so elastic that no damage was done. Our 19-foot canvas-covered freight canoe, a type especially built for the purpose on deep, full lines, with high freeboard, weighed about 160 pounds, and would carry a ton of cargo with ease, and also take it safely where the same cargo distributed among 2 or 3 native 30 or 35-foot canoes would be lost. The native canoes weigh from about 900 to 2,500 pounds and more. In view of the above facts, the explorer-traveler is advised to take with him the North American canoe if he intends serious work. 2 canoes would be a good arrangement for from 5 to 7 men, with at least 1 steersman and 2 paddlers to each canoe. The canoes can be purchased in 2 sizes and nested for transportation, an arrangement which would save considerable expense in freight bills. At least 6 paddles should be packed with each boat, in length 4 1/2, 4 3/4, and 5 feet. Other paddles from 6 1/2 feet to 8 1/2 feet should be provided for steering oars. The native paddler, after he has used the light Canadian paddle, prefers it to the best native make. My own paddlers lost or broke all of their own paddles so as to get the North American ones, which they marked with their initials and used most carefully. To each canoe, it would be well to have 2 copper air tanks, 1 fore, 1 aft, a handhole in each, with a tight water screw cover on hatch. In these tanks could be kept a small supply of matches, the chronometer or watch which is used for position, and the scientific records and diary. Of course, the fact should be kept in mind that these are air tanks, not to be used so as to appreciably diminish their buoyancy. Each canoe should also carry a small repair kit attached to one of the thwarts, containing cement, a piece of canvas same as cover of canoe, copper tacks, rivets, and some galvanized nails, a good hatchet and hammer, a small can of canoe paint, spar varnish, and copper paint for worn places would be a protection against termites and torrential downpours. In concluding the subject of canoes, I can state that the traveler in South America will find no difficulty in disposing of his craft at the end of his trip. Motors. We had with us a 3 1/2 horsepower motor, which could be attached to stern or gunwale of canoe or boat. It was made by the Evinrude Motor Company, who had a magneto placed in the flywheel of the engine, so that we never had to resort to the battery to run the motor. Though the motor was left out in the rain and sun, often without a cover, by careless native help, it never failed us. We found it particularly valuable in going against the strong current of the Sepotubo River, where several all-night trips were made upstream, the motor attached to a heavy boat. For exploration upstream it would be valuable, particularly as it is easily portable, weighing for the 2 horsepower motor 50 pounds, for 3 1/2 horsepower 100 pounds. If a carburetor could be attached so that kerosene could be used, it would add to its value many times, for kerosene can be purchased almost anywhere in South America. Tents. There is nothing better for material than the light waterproof sea island cotton of American manufacture, made under the trade name of waterproof silk. It keeps out the heaviest rain and is very light. Canvas becomes water-soaked, and cravenetted material lets the water through. A waterproof canvas floor is a luxury, and though it adds to the weight, it may with advantage be taken on ordinary trips. The tent should be 8 by 8 or 8 by 9 feet, large enough to swing a comfortable hammock. A waterproof canvas bag, A loose-fitting envelope for the tent should be provided. Native help is, as a rule, careless, and the bag would save wear and tear. Hammocks. The hammock is a South American bed, and the traveler will find it exceedingly comfortable. After leaving the larger cities and settlements, a bed is a rare object. All the houses are provided with extra hammock hooks. The traveler will be entertained hospitably, and after dinner will be given 2 hooks upon which to hang his hammock, for he will be expected to have his hammock, and, in insect time, his net, if he has nothing else. As a rule, a native hammock and net can be procured in the field, but it is best to take a comfortable one along, arranged with a fine meshed net. In regard to the folding cot, it is heavy, and its numerous legs form a sort of highway system over which all sorts of insects can crawl up to the sleeper. The ants are special pests, and some of them can bite with enthusiastic vigor of beasts many times their size. The canvas floor in the tent obviates to a degree the insect annoyance. The headwaters of the rivers are usually reached by pack trains of mules and oxen. The primitive ox cart also comes in where the trail is not too bad. 160 to 180 pounds is a good load for pack animals, and none of the cases should weigh more than 50 or 60 pounds. Each case should be marked with its contents and gross and net weight in kilos. For personal baggage, the light fiber sample case used by traveling men in the United States does admirably. The regulation fiber case with its metal binding sold for the purpose is too heavy and has the bad feature of swelling up under the influence of rain and dampness, often necessitating the use of an axe or heavy hammer to remove cover. The ordinary fiber trunk is good for rail and steamer travel, but it is absolutely unpractical for muleback or canoe. The fiber sample case could be developed into a container particularly fitted for exploration. The fiber should be soaked in hot paraffin and then hot calendared or hot pressed. This case could then be covered with waterproof canvas with throat opening like a duffel bag. The waterproof duffel bags usually sold are too tight in texture and wear through. A heavier grade should be used. The small duffel bag is very convenient for hammock and clothing, but generally the thing wanted will be at the bottom of the bag. We took with us a number of small cotton bags. As cotton is very absorbent, I had them paraffined. Each bag was tagged, and all were placed in a large duffel bag. The light fiber case described above, made just the right size for mule pack, divided by partitions, and covered with a duffel bag, would prove a great convenience. The light steel boxes made in England for travelers in India and Africa would prove of value in South American exploration. They have the advantage of being insect and waterproof, and the disadvantage of being expensive. It would be well if the traveler measured each case for personal equipment and computed the limit of weight that it would carry and still float. By careful distribution of light and heavy articles in the different containers, he could be sure of his belongings floating if accidentally thrown into the water. It is not always possible to get comfortable native saddles. They are all constructed on heavy lines with thick padding which becomes water-soaked in the rainy season. A United States military saddle with a Whitman or McClellan tree would be a positive luxury. Neither of them is padded, so would be the correct thing for all kinds of weather. The regulation Army saddle blanket is also advised as a protection for the mule's back. The muleteer should wash the saddle blanket often. For a long muleback trip through a game country, it would be well to have a carbine boot on the saddle, United States Army, and saddlebags with canteen and cup. In a large pack train, much time and labor are lost every morning collecting the mules which strayed while grazing. It would pay in the long run to feed a little corn at a certain hour every morning in camp, always ringing a bell or blowing a horn at the time. The mules would get accustomed to receiving the feed and would come to camp for it at the signal. All the rope that came to my attention in South America was 3-strand hemp, a hard material, good for standing rigging, but not good for tackle or for use aboard canoes. A 4-ply bolt rope of best manila, made in New Bedford, Massachusetts, should be taken. It is the finest and most pliable line in the world, as any old whaler will tell you. Get a sailor from the old school to relay the coils before you go into the field, so that the rope will be ready for use. 5/8 to 7/8 inch diameter is large enough. A few balls of marline come in conveniently, as also does heavy linen fish line. A small-sized duffel bag should be provided for each of the men as a container for hammock and net, spare clothing, and a mess kit. A small waterproof pouch or bag should be furnished also for matches, tobacco, etc. The men should be limited to 1 duffel bag each. These bags should be numbered consecutively. In fact, every piece in the entire equipment should be thus numbered, and a list kept in detail in a book. The explorer should personally see that each of his men has a hammock, net, and poncho, for the native, if left unsupervised, will go into the field with only the clothing he has on. Food. Though South America is rich in food and food possibilities, she has not solved the problem of living economically on her frontiers. The prices asked for food in the rubber districts we passed through were amazing. 5 milreis, $1.50, was cheap for chicken, and eggs at 500 reis, 15 cents apiece, were a rarity. Sugar was bought at the rate of 1 to 2 milreis a kilo, in a country where sugar cane grows luxuriantly. The main dependence is the mandioc, or farina, as it is called. It is the bread of the country, and is served at every meal. The native puts it on his meat and in his soup, and mixes it with his rice and beans. When he has nothing else, he eats the farina, as it is called, by the handful. It is seldom cooked. The small mandioc tubers, when boiled, are very good and are used instead of potatoes. Native beans are nutritious and form one of the chief foods. In the field, the native cook wastes much time. Generally provided with an inadequate cooking equipment, hours are spent cooking beans after the day's work, and then, of course, they are often only partially cooked. A kettle or aluminum Dutch oven should be taken along, large enough to cook enough beans for both breakfast and dinner. The beans should be cooked all night, a fire kept burning for the purpose. It would only be necessary then to warm the beans for breakfast and dinner, the 2 South American meals. For meat, the rubber hunter and explorer depends upon his rifle and fishhook. The rivers are full of fish which can be readily caught, and in Brazil, the tapi, capybara, paca, agouti, 2 or 3 varieties of deer, and 2 varieties of wild pig can occasionally be shot. Most of the monkeys are used for food. Turtles and turtle eggs can be had in season, and a great variety of birds, some of them delicious in flavor and heavy in meat. In the hot, moist climate, fresh meat will not keep, and even salted meat has been known to spoil. For use on the Roosevelt expedition, I arranged a ration for 5 men for 1 day, packed in a tin box. The party which went down the Duvida made each ration do for 6 men for a day and a half, and in addition gave over half the bread or hardtack to the camaradas. By placing the day's allowance of bread in the same box, it was lightened sufficiently to float if dropped into water. There were 7 rations in the arrangement of food in these boxes, and they were numbered from 1 to 7, so that each different box could be used every day of the week. In addition to the food, each box contained a cake of soap, a piece of cheesecloth, 2 boxes of matches, and a box of table salt. These tin boxes were lacquered to protect from rust, and enclosed in wooden cases for transportation. A number in large type was printed on each. Number 1 was cased separately. Numbers 2 and 3, 4 and 5, 6 and 7 were cased together. For canoe travel, the idea was to take these wooden cases off. I did not have an opportunity personally to experience the management of these food cases. We had sent them all ahead by pack train for the explorers of the Duvida River. The exploration of the Papagayo was decided upon during the march over the plateau of Mato Grosso, and was accomplished with dependence upon native food only. Daily ration for 5 men. 16 of rice on Sunday, Tuesday, and Friday. 13 of oatmeal on Monday, Thursday, and Saturday. 100 of bread on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. 18 of tea biscuits on Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday. 21 of ginger snaps on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. 11 of dehydrated potatoes on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. 5 of dehydrated onions on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. 8 of Erbswurst on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. 6 of evaporated soups on Sunday, Tuesday, and Saturday. 25 of baked beans on Thursday and Saturday. 17 of condensed milk on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. 44 of bacon on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. 56 of roast beef on Monday. 56 of braised beef on Tuesday and Saturday. 70 of corned beef on Wednesday. 78 of ox tongue on Thursday. 72 of curry and chicken on Friday. 61 of boned chicken on Sunday. Fruits. 5 of evaporated berries on Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday. 20 of figs on Sunday and Tuesday. 16 of dates on Friday. 32 of sugar on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. 10 of coffee on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. 5 of tea on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. 4 of salt on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. 16 of sweet chocolate on Wednesday. Each box also contained 1 yard of muslin for each day of the week, 2 boxes of matches for every day of the week, and 1 cake of soap for every day of the week. Above weights of food are net in avoirdupois ounces. Each complete ration with its tin container weighed nearly 27 pounds. The 5 pounds over net weight of daily ration was taken up in tin necessary for protection of food. The weight of component parts of daily ration had to be governed to some extent by the size of the commercial package in which the food could be purchased on short notice. Austin, Nichols and Company of New York supplied the food stores for my polar expedition, worked day and night to complete the packing of the rations on time. The food cases described above were used on Colonel Roosevelt's descent of the Rio da Duvida, and also used by the party who journeyed down from the Gai Parana and Madeira rivers. Leo Miller, the naturalist, who was a member of the last-named party, arrived in Manaus, Brazil, while I was there, and in answer to my question, told me that the food served admirably and was good, but that the native cooks had a habit of opening a number of cases at a time to satisfy their personal desire for special delicacies. Bacon was the article most sought for. Speaking critically, for a strenuous piece of work like the exploration of the Duvida, the food was somewhat bulky. A ration arrangement, such as I used on my sled trips north, would have contained more nutritious elements in a smaller space. We could have done without many of the luxuries, but the exploration of the Duvida had not been contemplated and had no place in the itinerary mapped out in New York. The change of plan and the decision to explore the Duvida River came out in Rio Janeiro, long after our rations had been made and shipped. Mate, the tea of Brazil and Paraguay, used in most of the states of South America, should not be forgotten. It is a valuable beverage. With it, a native can do a wonderful amount of work on little food. Upon the tired traveler, it has a very refreshing effect. Dr. Peckelt, celebrated chemist of Rio de Janeiro, has compared the analysis of mate with those of green tea, black tea, and coffee, and obtained the following result. In 1,000 parts of green tea, 7.90 parts are natural oil, 22.20 parts are chlorophyll, 22.20 are resin, 178.09 are tannin. Alkaloids: 4.50 parts are metana, 464.00 are extractive substances, 175.80 parts are cellulose and fibers, 85.60 parts are ashes. In 1,000 parts of black tea, 0.06 parts are natural oil, 18.14 parts are chlorophyll, 34.40 parts are resin, 128.80 parts are tannin. Alkaloids: 4.3 parts are metana, 390.00 parts are extractive substances, 283.20 parts are cellulose and fibers, and 25.61 parts are ashes. In 1,000 parts of coffee, 0.41 parts are natural oil, 13.66 parts are chlorophyll, 13.66 parts are resin, 16.39 parts are tannin. Alkaloids: 2.66 parts are metana, 270.67 parts are extractive substances, 178.83 parts are cellulose and fibers, and 25.61 parts are ashes. In 1,000 parts of mate, 0.01 parts are natural oil, 62.00 parts are chlorophyll, 20.69 parts are resin, 12.28 parts are tannin. Alkaloids: 2.5 parts are metana, 238.83 parts are extractive substances, 180.00 parts are cellulose and fibers, and 38.11 parts are ashes. Manner of preparation: the mate tea is prepared in the same manner as the Indian tea, that is to say, by pouring upon it boiling water during 10 to 15 minutes before using. To obtain a good infusion, 5 spoonfuls of mate are sufficient for a liter of water. End of Appendix B, Part 1.
Appendix B, Part 2 of Through the Brazilian Wilderness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Clifton. Through the Brazilian Wilderness by Theodore Roosevelt. Appendix B. The Outfit for Traveling in the South American Wilderness, Part 2. Some experiments have been made lately with the use of mate in the German army, and probably it would be a valuable beverage for use with our own troops. 2 plates and a cup, knife, fork, and spoon should be provided for each member of the party. The United States Army mess kit would serve admirably. Each man's mess kit should be numbered to correspond with the number on his duffel bag. An aluminum kettle for lightness, cooking outfit, or the Dutch oven mentioned, with 3 or 4 kettles nested within. A coffee pot or teapot would suffice. The necessary large spoons and forks for the cook, a small meat grinder, and a half-dozen skinning knives could all be included in the fiber case. These outfits are usually sold with the cups, plates, etc. for the table. As before suggested, each member of the party should have his own mess kit. It should not be carried with the general cooking outfit. By separating the eating equipments thus, one of the problems of hygiene and cleanliness is simplified. Rifles, ammunition. A heavy rifle is not advised. The only animals that can be classed as dangerous are the jaguar and white-jawed peccary, and a .30-30 or .44 caliber is heavy enough for such game. The .44 caliber Winchester or Remington carbine is the arm generally used throughout South America, and .44 caliber is the only ammunition one can depend on securing in the field. Every man has his own preference for an arm. However, there is no need of carrying a 9 or 10 pound weapon when a rifle weighing only from 6 3/4 to 7 1/2 pounds will do all that is necessary. I personally prefer a small caliber rifle, as it can be used for birds also. The 3-barreled gun, combining a double shotgun and a rifle, is an excellent weapon, and it is particularly valuable for the collector of natural history specimens. A new gun has just come on the market which may prove valuable in South America, where there is such a variety of game, a 4-barrel gun, weighing only 8 1/4 pounds. It has 2 shotgun barrels, one .30 to .44 caliber rifle, and the rib separating the shotgun barrels is bored for a .22 caliber rifle cartridge. The latter is particularly adapted for the large food birds, which a heavy rifle bullet might tear. .22 caliber ammunition is also very light, and the long .22 caliber exceedingly powerful. Unless in practice it proves too complicated, it would seem to be a good arm for all-round use. 16 to 20 gauge is large enough for the shotgun barrels. Too much emphasis cannot be placed upon the need of being provided with good weapons. After the loss of all our arms in the rapids, we secured 4 poor, rusty rifles, which proved of no value. We lost 3 deer, a tapir, and other game, and finally gave up the use of the rifles, depending on the hook and line. A 25 or 30 caliber high-power automatic pistol with 6 or 7-inch barrel would prove a valuable arm to carry always on the person. It could be used for large game, and yet would not be too large for food birds. It is to be regretted that there is nothing in the market of this character. We had our rifle ammunition packed by the UMC Company in zinc cases of 100 rounds each, a metallic strip with pull ring closing the 2 halves of the box. Shot cartridge, 16 gauge, were packed in the same way, 25 to the box. The explorer would do well always to have on his person a compass, a light waterproof bag containing matches, a waterproof box of salt, and a strong, light linen or fresh silk line, with several hooks, a knife, and an automatic at his belt, with several loaded magazines, for the latter in his pocket. Thus provided, if accidentally lost for several days in the forest, which often happens to rubber hunters in Brazil, he will be provided with the possibility of getting game and making himself shelter and fire at night. Fish. For small fish like the pacu and piranha, an ordinary bass hook will do. For the latter, because of its sharp teeth, a hook with a long shank and phosphor bronze leader is the best. The same character of leader is best on the hook to be used for the big fish. A tarpon hook will hold most of the great fish of the rivers. A light rod and reel would be a convenience in catching the pacu. We used to fish for the latter variety in the quiet pools while allowing the canoe to drift, and always save some of the fish as bait for the big fellows. We fished for the pacu as the native does, kneading a ball of mandioc farina with water and placing it on the hook as bait. I should not be surprised, though, if it were possible, with carefully chosen flies, to catch some of the fish that every once in a while we saw rise to the surface and drag some luckless insect under. Clothing. Even the experienced traveler, when going into a new field, will commit the crime of carrying too much luggage. Articles which he thought to be camp necessities become camp nuisances which worry his men and kill his mules. The lighter one can travel, the better. In the matter of clothing, before the actual wilderness is reached, the costume one would wear to business in New York in summer is practical for most of South America, except, of course, the high mountain regions, where a warm wrap is necessary. A white or natural linen suit is a very comfortable garment. A light blue unlined serge is desirable as a change and for wear in rainy weather. Strange to relate, the South American seems to have a fondness for stiff collars. Even in Colombia, the hottest place I have ever been in, the native does not think he is dressed unless he wears one of the stiff abominations around his throat. A light negligee shirt with interchangeable or attached soft collars is vastly preferred. In the frontier regions and along the rivers, the pajama seems to be the conventional garment for day as well as night wear. Several such suits of light material should be carried. The more ornamented and beautifully colored, the greater favor will they find along the way. A light cravenetted mackintosh is necessary for occasional cool evenings and as a protection against the rain. It should have no cemented rubber seams to open up in the warm, moist climate. Yachting oxfords and a light pair of leather slippers complete the outfit for steamer travel. For the field, 2 or 3 light woolen khaki-colored shirts made with 2 breast pockets with button flaps, 2 pair of long khaki trousers, 2 pairs of riding breeches, a khaki coat cut military fashion with 4 pockets with button flaps, 2 suits of pajamas, handkerchiefs, socks, etc. would be necessary. The poncho should extend to below the knees and should be provided with a hood large enough to cover the helmet. It should have no cemented seams. The material recently adopted by the United States Army for ponchos seems to be the best. For footgear, the traveler needs 2 pairs of stout, high hunting shoes built on the moccasin form with soles. Hobnails should be taken along to insert if the going is over rocky places. It is also advisable to provide a pair of very light leather slipper boots to reach just under the knee for wear in camp. They protect the legs and ankles from insect stings and bites. The traveler who enters tropical South America should protect his head with a wide-brimmed, soft felt hat with ventilated headband, or the best and lightest pith helmet that can be secured. Head nets with face plates of horsehair are the best protection against small insect pests. They are generally made too small, and the purchaser should be careful to get one large enough to go over his helmet and come down to the breast. Several pairs of loose gloves, rather long in the wrist, will be needed as protection against the flies, piums, and boroshudas, which draw blood with every bite and are numerous in many parts of South America. A waterproof sun umbrella, with a jointed handle about 6 feet long terminating in a point, would be a decided help to the scientist at work in the field. A fine mesh net fitting around the edge of the umbrella would make it insect-proof. When folded, it would not be bulky and its weight would be negligible. Such an umbrella could also be attached, with a special clamp, to the thwart of a canoe and so prove a protection from both sun and rain. There are little personal conveniences which sometimes grow into necessities. One of these, in my own case, is a little electric flashlight taken for the purpose of reading the verniers of a theodolite or sextant in star observations. It was used every night and for many purposes. As a matter of necessity, where insects are numerous, one turns to the protection of his hammock and net immediately after the evening meal. It was at such times I found that the electric lamp was so helpful. Reclining in the hammock, I held the stock of the light under my left arm and, with a diary in my lap, wrote up my records for the day. I sometimes read by its soft, steady light. One charge of the battery, to my surprise, lasted nearly a month. When forced to pick out a camping spot after dark, an experience which comes to every traveler in the tropics in the rainy season, we found its light to be very helpful. Neither rain nor wind could put it out, and the light could be directed wherever needed. The charges should be calculated on the plan of one every 3 weeks. The acetylene lamp for camp illumination is an advance over the kerosene lantern. It has been found that for equal weight the carbide will give more light than kerosene or candle. The carbide should be put in small containers, for each time a box is opened, some of the contents turns into gas from contact with the moist air. Tools: 3 or 4 good axes, several bill hooks, a good hatchet with hammerhead, and nail puller should be in the tool kit. In addition, each man should be provided with belt knife and machete with sheath. Collins makes the best matches. His axes, too, are excellent. The bill hook, called foice in Brazil, is the most valuable tool for clearing away small trees, vines, and undergrowths. It is marvelous how quickly an experienced hand can clear the ground in a forest with one of these instruments. All of these tools should have handles of second growth American hickory of first quality, and several extra handles should be taken along. The list of tools should be completed with a small outfit of pliers, tweezers, files, etc. The character, of course, depending upon the mechanical ability of the traveler and the scientific instruments he has with him that might need repairs. Survey instruments. The choice of instruments will depend largely upon the character of the work intended. If a compass survey will suffice, there is nothing better than the cavalry sketching board used in the United States Army for reconnaissance. With a careful hand, it approaches the high degree of perfection attained by the plane table method. It is particularly adapted for river survey, and after one gets accustomed to its use, it is very simple. If the prismatic compass is preferred, nothing smaller than 2 1/2 inches in diameter should be used. In the smaller sizes, the magnet is not powerful enough to move the dial quickly or accurately. Several good pocket compasses must be provided. They should all have good-sized needles with the north end well marked, and degrees engraved in metal. If the floating dial is preferred, it should be of aluminum and nothing smaller than 2 1/2 inches, for the same reason as mentioned above regarding the prismatic compass. Expense should not be spared if it is necessary to secure good compasses. Avoid paper dials and leather cases which absorb moisture. The compass case should allow taking apart for cleaning and drying. The regular chronometer movement, because of its delicacy, is out of the question for rough land or water travel. We had with us a small-sized half-chronometer movement recently brought out by the Waltham Company as a yacht chronometer. It gave a surprisingly even rate under the most adverse conditions. I was sorry to lose it in the rapids of the Papagaio when our canoes went down. The watches should be waterproof with strong cases, and several should be taken. It would be well to have a dozen cheap but good watches and the same number of compasses for use around camp and for gifts or trade along the line of travel. Money is of no value after one leaves the settlements. I was surprised to find that many of the rubber hunters were not provided with compasses, and I listened to an American who told of having been lost in the depths of the great forest, where for days he lived on monkey meat secured with his rifle until he found his way to the river. He had no compass and could not get one. I was sorry I had none to give. I had lost mine in the rapids. For the determination of latitude and longitude, there is nothing better than a small 4 or 5 inch theodolite not over 15 pounds in weight. It should have a good prism eyepiece with an angle tube attached, so it would not be necessary to break one's neck in reading high altitudes. For days we traveled in the direction the sun was going, with altitudes varying from 88 degrees to 90 degrees. Because of these high altitudes of the sun, the sextant with artificial horizon could not be used unless one depended upon star observations altogether, an uncertain dependence because of the many cloudy nights. Barometers. The Goldsmith form of direct reading aneroid is the most accurate portable instrument, and of course should be compared with the standard mercurial at the last Weather Bureau station. Thermometers. A swing thermometer with wet and dry bulbs for determination of the amount of moisture in the air, and the maximum and minimum thermometer of the Signal Service or Weather Bureau type should be provided, with a case to protect them from injury. A tape measure with metric scale of measurements on one side and feet and inches on the other is most important. 2 small, light, waterproof cases could be constructed and packed with scientific instruments, data, and spare clothing, and yet not exceed the weight limit of flotation. In transit by pack train, these 2 cases would form but 1 mule load. Photographic. From the experience gained in several fields of exploration, it seems to me that the voyager should limit himself to one small-sized camera, which he can always have with him, and then carry a duplicate of it soldered in tin in the baggage. The duplicate need not be equipped with as expensive a lens and shutter as the camera carried for work. 3 1/4 by 4 1/4 is a good size. Nothing larger than 3 1/4 by 5 1/2 is advised. We carried the 3A Special Kodak and found it a light, strong, and efficient instrument. It seems to me that the ideal form of instrument would be one with a front board large enough to contain an adapter fitted for 3 lenses. For the 3 1/4 by 4 1/4, one lens 4 or 4 1/2 focus, one lens 6 or 7 focus, one lens telephoto or telecentric 9 to 12 focus. The camera should be made of metal and fitted with a focal plane shutter and direct viewfinder. A sole leather case with shoulder strap should contain the camera and lenses, with an extra roll of films, all within instant reach, so that a lens could be changed without any loss of time. Plates, of course, are the best, but their weight and frailty, with difficulty of handling, rule them out of the question. The roll film is the best, as the film pack sticks together and the stubs pull off in the moist, hot climate. The films should be purchased in rolls of 6 exposures, each roll in a tin, the cover sealed with surgical tape. 12 of these tubes should be soldered in a tin box. In places where the air is charged with moisture, a roll of film should not be left in a camera for over 24 hours. Tank development is best for the field. The tanks provided for developing by the Kodak Company are the best for fixing also. A nest of tanks would be a convenience. One tank should be kept separate for the fixing bath. As suggested in the Kodak circular, for tropical development, a large size tank can be used for holding the freezing mixture of hypo. The same tank would become the fixing tank after development. In the rainy season, it is a difficult matter to dry films. Development in the field, with washing water at 80 degrees Fahrenheit, is a patience-trying operation. It has occurred to me that a small air pump with a supply of chloride of calcium in small tubes might solve the problem of preserving films in the tropics. The air pump and supply of chloride of calcium would not be as heavy or bulky as the tanks and powders needed for development. By means of the air pump, the films could be sealed in tin tubes, free from moisture, and kept thus until arrival at home or at a city where the air was fairly dry, and cold water for washing could be had. While I cordially agree with most of the views expressed by Mr. Fiala, there are some as to which I disagree. For instance, we came very strongly to the conclusion, in descending the Duvida, where bulk was of great consequence, that the films should be in rolls of 10 or 12 exposures. I doubt whether the 4-barrel gun would be practical, but this is a matter of personal taste. Appendix C. My letter of May 1 to General Lauro Mule. The first report on the expedition, made by me immediately after my arrival at Manaos, and published in Rio de Janeiro upon its receipt, is as follows. May 1st, 1914. To His Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Rio de Janeiro. My dear General Lauro Mule, I first wish to express my profound acknowledgments to you personally and to the other members of the Brazilian government whose generous courtesy alone rendered possible the Expeditio Scientifica Roosevelt Rondon. I wish also to express my high admiration and regard for Colonel Rondon and his associates who have been my colleagues in this work of exploration. In the third place, I wish to point out that what we have just done was rendered possible only by the hard and perilous labor of the Brazilian Telegraphic Commission in the unexplored western wilderness of Mato Grosso during the last 7 years. We have had a hard and somewhat dangerous but very successful trip. No less than 6 weeks were spent in slowly and with great peril and exhausting labor, forcing our way down through what seemed literally endless succession of rapids and cataracts. For 48 days we saw no human being. In passing these rapids we lost 5 of the 7 canoes with which we started and had to build others. One of our best men lost his life in the rapids. Under the strain, one of the men went completely bad, shirked all his work, stole his comrade's food, and when punished by the sergeant, he with cold-blooded deliberation murdered the sergeant and fled into the wilderness. Colonel Rondon's dog, running ahead of him while hunting, was shot by 2 Indians. By his death he in all probability saved the life of his master. We have put on the map a river about 1,500 kilometers in length, running from just south of the 13th degree to north of the 5th degree, and the biggest affluent of the Mattern. Until now, its upper course has been utterly unknown to everyone, and its lower course, although known for years to the rubbermen, utterly unknown to all cartographers. Its source is between the 12th and 13th parallels of latitude south and between longitude 59 degrees and longitude 60 degrees west from Greenwich. We embarked on it at about latitude 12 degrees 1 minute south and longitude 60 degrees 18 west. After that, its entire course was between the 60th and 61st degrees of longitude, approaching the latter most closely about in latitude 8 degrees 15 minutes. The first rapids were at Nhambiquara in 11 degrees 44 minutes, and after that they were continuous and very difficult and dangerous until the rapids named after the murdered Sergeant Pichon in 11 degrees 12 minutes. At 11 degrees 23 minutes the river received the Rio Kermit from the left. At 11 degrees 22 minutes the Marciano Avila entered it from the right. At 11 degrees 18 minutes the Tunay entered from the left. At 10 degrees 58 minutes the Cardozo entered from the right. At 10 degrees 24 minutes we encountered the first rubberman. The Rio Branco entered from the left at 9 degrees 38 minutes. We camped at 8 degrees 49 minutes, or approximately the boundary line between Mato Grosso and the Amazonas. The confluence with the upper Aripuanan, which entered from the right, was in 7 degrees 34 minutes. The mouth, where it entered the Madeira, was in about 5 degrees 30 minutes. The stream we have followed down is that which rises farthest away from the mouth, and its general course is almost due north. My dear sir, I thank you from my heart for the chance to take part in this great work of exploration. With high regard and respect, believe me, very sincerely yours, Theodore Roosevelt. End of Appendix B. End of Through the Brazilian Wilderness by Theodore Roosevelt.